Aloha, good morning, and welcome to the Stand Up World Tour Stand Up U.S. Open here at Huntington Beach. I'm Rocky Cannon with Dave Kalama. Dave, we've got trying conditions out here. Tide's high, should get better throughout the day. What's the strategy?
Morning, Rock. Let's try that again. Good morning, Rocky. You're right. It is small. It's going to be very challenging for these guys. They've got their work cut out for them, and I don't envy them right now. But this is where the cream rises to the top. It takes talent to make little tiny waves like this look good and ride them good. And so I'm sure we're going to get to the best riders at the end of the day. But boy, they got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, you're looking at the Huntington Beach Pier, the iconic venue for so many great surf events. And we're here at the U.S. Open of stand-up paddle surfing. And we got the quarterfinals of the trials. And we do need Heat 1 to paddle out into the lineup. Heat 1, get out there. There's Heat 1 getting ready. We have Aaron Rowe in the red from the UK. Harry Maskell in the white from Australia, and Kieran Grant from the East Coast, from Florida, in the yellow. And man, it's getting really, really tough because all these guys are so good. And we got Harry, who was shredding the other day. Aaron Rowe had some good waves. Kieran Grant, pretty solid competitor. Going to be a tough heat.
Yeah, well, the way the conditions are today and the waves being so small, the boards that these guys ride and the fact that they're so small really helps enable them to fit into those little tight corners and pockets. That's all is going to be offered today. And I would say the smaller guys competing might have a small advantage today because the waves aren't going to have a lot of power. There's not much time to set anything up, so the more nimble and quick you are on your feet, the more that's going to play to your advantage in waves like that.
And there's the start of the heat. So small, nimble, and quick are the adjectives of the day for Dave Kalama and his assessment. And I think you're pretty spot on there because you're going to have to be, light as a feather out there to get some speed, get the board moving, get it up in the lip, and like you said, those tight spots today are going to be really, really advantageous to the guys who can fit in those little spots and make it look good.
Yeah, and you better keep an eye out on your peripheral vision because that dry sand is going to be coming up real quick. These guys are literally 20 yards away from the shoreline, and they're going to be doing everything they can and fitting in as many maneuvers as they can before they get to the beach. And literally, you will see some of these guys get their last hit and step off onto dry sand. So they better be ready to run
They'll hit the ground
out of their
running.
kickoff or their kick out.
And still waiting for the first wave to be ridden of day number 2 here at the SUP US Open. Look how small that board is. He is thigh deep sinking down.
He might be standing on the bottom. I'm not even sure.
It's Kieran Grant.
You know, some of the standouts from the other day, well, we have a little break in the action right here. Some of the things that kind of stuck in my memory and I replayed a few times was Dave Baney's long left. It was Colin McPhillips over there on the peak of success. Being patient. Little Finn Spencer just ripping the heck out of it. And Kai McPhillips,
Two young
surfing
boys.
really smart and using his dad's strategy over there on the peak of success, and really doing well. I think obviously we have some incredible talent right now in Kai and Zane and Kyle and all the guys that are ripping currently. But if Finn and Kai and Jeffrey Spencer, Finn's older brother, are any indication of what's coming up, I think the future looks very bright.
And here we go. This is red Aaron Rowe from the UK. Gets into this one, little left-hander, and does a nice job getting the board up and over the lip right there, and the scores the first wave of the day. Here's Kieran Grant.
Yellow on his backside, just starting out with kind of a setup maneuver, a couple of off the tops. There you go, a little more aggressive into that last, and there's that kick out onto the sand I was talking about.
There's a little bird that's cruising right in the shore break, diving below the waves, and some of our stand-up paddle World Tour fans on the beach inspecting some of the kelp that's lying along the shore. And here we go. This is White. This is Harry Maskell. And Harry gets one over the top, little rebound off the white water, and steps off onto the beach.
Yeah, that was really only one good critical move there that we saw, but boy, he made the most of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd say from the time he took his last stroke to take off to that actual hit of the lip couldn't have been more than 2 seconds. So that's, I think, going to be a common theme today. As soon as you catch that wave, you got to go to work now. There's not going to be many setup turns today. It's hit and run.
And the scale is going to be one that the judges will have to work with for today. So what would be deemed not as good of a ride on a different day today would have to be somewhere in the excellent range.
Aaron in red this just there actually got what looked like a peeling wave and got about 2 or 3 top turns. So like you say, Rocky, that's actually going to be a high-scoring wave today. There he is. We'll do a little replay.
And he gets some speed down the line. That's his first wave.
Oh.
And where he just fit one turn in there, but it was quality. Got his board up over the lip and completed the turn for wave number 1.
Boy, if Kieran goes any deeper, he's going to need a snorkel. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody stand that deep in the water waiting for a wave and still technically on their board.
Yeah, that's kind of showing you the amount of balancing skills that you need to ride these small boards and fit within the rules of stand-up paddle surfing as continuing to stand out in the waves. And while you're waiting for waves, Kieran a little too far out there. Got a little bit excited, and it squeezes in for Harry Maskell down the line, widens his stance, throws it up, and it just gets exploded. And I would say that was an incomplete maneuver.
That first hit was good, though. He made the most of that wave, and like it's going to be all day long. Not a lot of time or room to set stuff up. You got to go to work immediately.
You see Kieran's paddle bowing with the strokes there and trying to get into that one. It's just amazing how small these boards the guys are riding and how they have to balance while waiting for waves and, you know, kind of like barely staying afloat.
Yeah, as soon as he gets moving, though, referring to Kieran, he really comes up on top of the water as soon as he starts to move. Well, there goes red. Aaron down the line again into a closeout. Nice rebound.
Not going to do it, though.
Yeah.
Incomplete.
Would have been nice to surf away from that.
So first wave score of red. Red, your first wave, a 3.5. Yellow, your first wave, Kieran Grant, a 5.17. Harry Maskell, a 2.77 and a 1.0. Aaron Rowe, you also have a 2.0. Aaron Rowe in red in first. Kieran Grant in yellow in second. And Harry Maskell in white in third. White needs a 2.41 to go to second. Just about 18 minutes remaining. There we go. This is red. That's Aaron Rowe. This one steepens up right there, and he's got a lot of open face, but just gets a turn fitting in on the end. Good job, steps off, and still in first place. Kieran Grant just looking for his second wave. Wasn't able to get into that one, Dave, and we've just been talking about how much balance he has, how small his board is, and he's missed 2 waves. He got that set that was coming right to him, and he was a little too far out and missed it, and then just wasn't able to get into that one right there. So I'm a little bit on the possible question of equipment there.
Well, there's advantages to small boards and disadvantages. The obvious advantage is that when you're on a wave, a small board is easier to maneuver, which allows for higher scoring potential. And you can see from his first score, that's exactly what he did. He had a great ride.
Right.
But the downside is you get less glide, less acceleration per stroke. So it makes it harder to catch the wave, but then it's easier to ride once you catch it. So you kind of got to take the good with the bad and factor in what's more important to you, and be willing to accept that compromise you need to make.
And look at Aaron Rowe, just gets up over the lip, re-entry into the 3rd scoring ride for him, actually his 4th scoring ride. But yeah, you're right. Kieran Grant does have the best wave of the heat. As you see, our judges up there doing the tough work of analyzing each maneuver, each wave, talking it over, and assigning a score to every single wave ridden for 8 hours. It's a job we talked about the other day, maybe one of the thankless jobs, but they definitely are one of the most important factors in a surf event.
You know, it kind of it reminds me of the guys who have to clean the toilets up here near their parking lot. I guarantee not one person has ever thanked them, but boy, if they don't do their job, we're all not going to have a pleasant experience. And the same goes with the judges up there. No one ever thanks them, but if they don't do their job, we don't have a contest, and there's not much to talk about. So, judges, thank you for doing your job, and we'll try and do ours and not annoy you too much.
You made history the other day by saying that was probably the first time you thanked the judges. So,
yeah,
continuing to impress is Dave Kalama. We've got a 3.77 last score for red for Aaron Rowe, so that's his best score of the heat, and it keeps him in first place with Kieran Grant in second. And Harry Maskell in third. Harry needs a 2.41. There he is right there. We kind of were marveling at his style and maneuvers the other day on Saturday. Kind of comparing him to the likes of Sean Pointer and that kind of really compact, explosive style, like ready to kind of spring on just a big cat ready to pounce on something.
Yeah, it's almost like you can see his energy bound up and wanting to explode. It's hard to put your finger on what body part is communicating that, but you can just see it. Some guys are just waiting to explode. Aaron up and riding again and getting one hit, and that's not going to go up on his score to help at all. So, let's talk about the strategy and the technique of today's surfing, and what you just referred to, that sort of kinetic energy that you can see in some guys, that they're just this ball of energy, and I think Zane epitomizes that type of surfing where, there goes another shot of Aaron.
And he tried to drift the tail out a little bit, putting a little bit more into that turn than his other turns, and unfortunately couldn't complete it. But, he's got 2 pretty decent waves for today. He might as well try to go for it and put something big on the board. And here's the man in third who we're just talking about, Harry Maskell. You see him getting low, getting wide, trying to explode there, but just a couple of kind of routine maneuvers on that one.
Yeah, that's good technical. Oh, we got yellow up with a nice major direction change there off the top. So that was a good one for Kieran. But what I was going to say, Rocky, is today's surfing is very technical, and that's a necessity because of the waves they're surfing. In some place like Hawaii at the sunset event, you got a big open face to work with, and so all your turns are very drivey and drawn out.
Yep.
And speed. Everything is kind of predicated on speed, whereas here, there is speed, but in reality, you're not moving that fast, but it looks like you're moving fast relative to the wave because you're working in such a tight spot. So your surfing has to be so precise. I really think that's going to be the key word for today.
Yeah.
Just tight and precise surfing. And there's Harry with another nice wave.
So Harry looking for that 2.41. We'll see his last two scores coming in and give you the update. Kieran Grant's second wave to that 517 would be a helpful thing for him right now. So really mixing it up and getting tight on the scoreboard is this heat right here. Very, very close. We're going to see a lot of heats that are going to come down to the minute decimal points between first and last place, and it's going to be a tight one all the way. To your point of the difference in surfing, you know, the different waves, you know, a place like Sunset Beach and here at Huntington Beach, the athletes are going to have to create a lot of their own speed today.
Yeah.
You know, you at Sunset, taking off on a good sizable wave, you're just kind of reacting to the wave, setting your rail. The speed's already there pretty much.
Built in.
All the energy is there. Here, you're going to have to create a lot of that energy and be more proactive. We see Kieran Grant, nice slash there.
That's exactly right, Rocky.
And taking a look down the row on the pier. Our camera that's up top. And here we go. This is White Harry Maskell. And Harry with a nice little turn there. Some pumping down the line. And
Wow, look at that. I mean, the thing is literally 6 inches, and he's still banging off the top. That's working it.
6-inch wave in 2 inches of water. There's Keahi talking to
Looks
Kai.
like Kai, yeah. Morning, gentlemen.
Two of the world's best right there. And here we go. This is yellow. Kieran Grant.
Nice re-entry. One more, not quite off the white water. But I think today, for all those kids out there watching on the web and here watching on the beach, if you ever thought that maybe I'll pass on a small day and it's not big enough for me, you better think again, because take a look at what they're competing in today. And on any normal day, almost any surfer would go, I'll come back tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be able to surf in this.
Yep.
You need to train in this. This isn't the kind of surfing that's just natural, comes
Yeah.
easy. You have to train in this type of surf to get as good as some of these guys are.
Yeah, and you got to be ready for anything the ocean is going to throw at you, including a day where the waves are lackluster. And, you know, as the saying goes, the show must go on.
Yeah. It's apparent to me Aaron has spent some time training, practicing in small waves, because he's just working the heck out of these little things.
Well, he's chalking up a lot of scores. And as far as the amount of scoring, we'll let you know. And a little fins free there for a moment for Harry Maskell.
Fin free, runaway kick out. I like that. That's got to be points right there.
So Harry
How
makes
many
his way
times do you
back
get to
out.
run out of an aerial
Not many.
and consider to make?
Not many, yeah. So we're just downloading or uploading the scores coming in for Aaron, Harry, and Kieran. Surf City Diner out there, Ruby's on the end of the pier. Some fishermen getting their casts in this morning. We started at 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. 5 a.m. Hawaiian Standard Time. Just about 7 minutes remaining in this heat. And we're still waiting for Kieran Grant. He's got some scores to fill in. He's currently in third place, but his score of second score should be improving his position. I'd like to say thank you to our great sponsors, the Waterman League, also Turtle Bay Resort over on the North Shore, contributing greatly to the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour, and also mahalo to Air Tahiti Nui, Aloha Grill, Victory Core Dry, as well as Fiat. You can win a free car here at the Stand-Up World Tour US Open, right on the beach. Nakamakai, and the Shorebreak Hotel, the Kimpton Shorebreak Hotel, as well as Kona Brew Liquid Aloha.
You know, I got a funny story for you, Rocky. I grew up just down the road in Newport, Costa Mesa area, and I first learned to surf down at Blackie's, which is right next to the pier at in Newport. And we'd go down real early, and the Fisherman's Wharf would just be bringing their catch in first thing in the morning. And we'd walk through there and see the fish getting cleaned and the dorymen bringing the boats up onto the beach, running through the surf. And I used to think it was the coolest thing in the world. And I used to want to grow up and be a doryman, fisherman, so I could bring my fish in at dawn
And clean them.
and then clean fish and then go surf. I didn't get the fishing part right, but I got the surfing part right, so that's good enough for me.
Something in the ocean. Yeah, mahalo to the Huntington Beach lifeguards who have the daily duties of taking care of ocean safety here on the beach.
You know, on a big day of surf, you're out in the lineup and you're thinking, oh my God, I can't believe I'm out here, there's big surf, you know, and you're kind of nervous. I got a feeling these guys are thinking the same thing, but a little different. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm out here, it's so dang small.
Yeah.
What am I doing? How'd I get out here?
How did this happen?
How did this happen?
It's a contest, and like you said, you got to be ready for any and all conditions. And here we go. This is Harry Maskell in white. One turn and it goes down, so incomplete there. Second score for Kieran Grant was a 3.4, so that will secure yellow into first place. Here he is up and riding. Nice little fins-free attempt, but no completion. So yellow, Kieran Grant is in first. Red, Aaron Rowe is in second. Harry Maskell down to third. Harry needs a 3.24. White, you need a 3.24 to go to second with just about 5 minutes to go. And loses the handle, literally, right there, and can't catch that wave. But he'll have another opportunity before the heat's over, and it's going to be close.
At least he never broke the handle. Aaron up and riding again. Nice re-entry off that closeout. I don't know if that's going to help his overall score, but just keeping busy sometimes helps keep that rhythm going and keep you in the flow.
Yeah, rhythm, flow, all very important words in a surf heat that you want to keep going, and that good energy sometimes comes with staying busy.
Looked like Harry was really pushing his limits there on that last one. But with less than 5 minutes to go, that's the time you release the hounds and see what you can do.
And Aaron Rowe spinning again. Gonna pass up that one. But it's Aaron who's doing a good job of securing that second place advancing position. As Kieran Grant fades right, goes left, floats up over the top, survives the explosion, and kicks out.
Right through that water curtain. That was kind of cool. It made it look kind of dramatic.
Yeah.
Hopefully extra points for that.
Yeah, you know, the tide's pretty high right now. We should see it dropping, you know, throughout the day, and the waves hopefully improving throughout the day. So I think we're kind of getting through the worst of it right now.
Well, the
These
thought of
guys
him
are
getting any
swimming
worse,
well.
the thought of him getting any worse, Rocky, is a pretty scary thought. So let's hope it can only get better.
Yep, optimism is an important skill. And a nice bash off the top for Aaron Rowe. That was one of the bigger waves and one of the more committed maneuvers that we've seen this morning.
Yeah, that's why he's in first right now and looking like he's going to. Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron's in second right now, which is a progressing position.
You actually just told the future.
Oh.
That last score for Aaron Rowe of 4.83. Aaron, you go to the lead. Red, you're in first. Kieran Grant, you are in second. And Harry Maskell in white, you're in third. White, you need a 4.55. Just about 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes, and Harry in white needs a 4.55. And I would say that's a pretty high score to have to get today to advance. And if you're in that spot, you're going to have to look for something pretty significant.
Well, I think Harry's capable. There's no doubt about it. He is running out of time, but you just need the wave. He's got the talent. He's got all the things that he can control ready to go, but he can't control the waves, and unfortunately, that's what he needs to have that opportunity to get that 4.5, I believe it was.
Stand-up paddle, U.S. Open competitor Fernando Stala, waxing up, getting ready. There went Aaron flying by on the bottom of your screen quickly. Here we go. Yellow Kieran Grant was able to get a 5.33 on his last score, so yellow goes back to first. Yellow in first, red now in second. And Harry Maskell in third. You now need a 4.58. So the pressure continues to mount. The scores keep getting bigger that Harry Maskell needs to get. It was just a 4.55 a minute ago, and now with that wave of Kieran Grant and Aaron Rowe, they secure first and second. Unofficial results, Kieran Grant in first, Aaron Rowe in second, and Harry Maskell in third. Heat number one in the books for the quarterfinals of the trials. Heat number two heading out. Heat number two, stand by. Please paddle into the lineup and stand by. Interesting paddle shape there for Fernando. You notice kind of the diamond teardrop shape almost, some sort of.
Yeah, it looks tribal to me.
Yeah.
Something you'd see paddling around a rainforest.
Yeah. Brandon Rambo, please check in. Heat number two. Brandon Rambo, Fernando Stala, Felipe Rodriguez. Kieran Grant getting some assistance there from a trusty caddy with the paddle caddy.
I heard of board caddies, but I've never seen the paddle caddy. I guess before you're a board caddy, you train as a paddle caddy.
Yeah, that's where you start. Before you get entrusted with caring for the board, you got to take care of the paddle, as we see. Yellow up in riding, that is Felipe Rodriguez. Heat number three, please check in. Colin McPhillips, Alohikea Kalalau, Julian Boyer, please check in. Here's Fernando.
Nice wave.
We need Brandon Rambo to check in. Red for heat number two. Brandon, where are you, buddy?
Do we keep going down to get to our next heat, or just refresh? Well, that was a cool move right there. He tried to do a stand-up version of a duck dive. Turned into a duck crunch, though. But Fernando's first off the lip, or his floater, I should say, he was able to stall it and hang up there just for a second longer. Rather than just a hit off the lip, he floated on top of it for a moment. And look, he's already up and right on his second wave. Another nice hit, using that paddle to recover.
Survives the impact and steps off.
Well, that paddle might be tribal, but it seems to be working at Huntington Beach.
Yeah. So we'll watch the first wave, Fernando, the little stall you talked about right there.
Yeah.
And here we go. This is a barrel tube ride for Felipe Rodriguez.
With a hit at the end, that's going to be a big scoring wave. We haven't seen any tube rides in the whole contest yet.
Yeah, if we can get that slow mode and replayed, that will be pretty awesome.
That was one of those ones, borderline tube ride shampoo.
Yeah.
He came out a little refreshed, a little cleaner,
Yep.
but a tube nonetheless.
Got under the curtain and made it count. Got a nice hit off the end of the wave. It's Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico. So 2 Mexicans out here doing battle. Fernando and Felipe, waiting for Brandon Rambo in red to check in. Possibly it's Monday morning, you know. Some of these guys do have day jobs.
Traffic on the 405 might be Brandon's downfall. I know he lives a little further south, so he's got to do a bit of a commute to get here.
Check that out, little tuck under. He got fully in that barrel.
Yeah.
He was completely in it, and it was pretty legit. And we're gonna talk to the winner of the last heat in just a moment. Hey, Kieran Grant, how you doing, man? Small conditions out here. First heat of the day, kind of the guinea pigs. What was your strategy going in?
How was the outlet, man, for you?
Okay. I'm super stoked on making through the sea, and it was definitely hard out there. You gotta wait for big sets. Yeah.
What was your strategy?
I don't know.
Just go out and have fun and try to rip, yeah. But Kieran Grant, good job. Congratulations. First place in quarterfinal number 1. We'll see you in the semifinals.
I can run out there real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No worries.
First score for Felipe was a 1.23. Second score for Felipe, a 4.5. So the barrel and snap combo gets a decent score. Fernando Stala, wave number 1 a 2.33. Wave number 2, a 3.33. Just a 2-man affair here. So both of these guys will be advancing should Brandon Rambo not be able to make it.
Hey, since Brandon's not here, I wonder if that means I can run out and fill in for him. Maybe I'll be the alternate for today.
Yeah, go for it.
You know.
I would vote for that. Yep.
If Brandon Rambo doesn't show up, we're stopping this heat at halftime just to show him first.
Okay.
You wanna?
Yeah, but we still got to give Brandon. If he shows up with 5 minutes to go, he's got to be able to paddle out.
Yeah,
This
that's
heat's
true.
gonna Be over.
Yeah, he's got till the end of the heat to show up, and he only needs 2 waves.
And on a day like today, he could show up in 5 minutes and still win.
We're going to do 1, 2 with Eric Rose. We've got second in the heat. You want to go do that?
That's true. It'll be like a little tester. Here we go, Fernando Stala. Nice looking little wave here, and it hits it, and then goes straight-legged out the back. So incomplete there. There's Felipe Rodriguez, his fellow countryman. Nice carving turn there. And Fernando just can't really keep the speed going on that one, has to kick out. Felipe Rodriguez sporting a little bit of a knee brace on the left knee. Doesn't seem to be hindering his performance at all, as you saw his last wave, just totally shredding that big, nice slashing turn. So we have a second place finisher from the last heat down there with Dave Kalama. It is Aaron Rowe down on the beach.
Aaron, good morning. Very tough conditions to compete in, but you guys sure made it look much better than it is. How was it out there?
It was small, inconsistent. I tried to stay on that left-hand peak and just kept waiting for the left to come through, but really hard.
Yeah. Did you anticipate when you thought of this event that you would have to compete in conditions like this?
No, I'm from the UK. When I heard of California, I was like, yay, good waves. But it's all right, there's waves.
Well, hopefully the fog is making you feel at home, so good luck in your next heat and good job.
Thank you.
All right, Aaron Rowe, all the way from the UK to California, and advancing through the trials into the semifinals. Good job, Aaron Rowe. And we'll see you coming up in the semifinals. There's Fernando Stala, currently in second place. Heat number 3 should be checked in and ready. Colin McPhillips, Alohikea Kalalau, and Julian Boyer, please be checked in and ready to go. Here's that nice slashing turn of Felipe Rodriguez, showing that the knee brace is working. All right, so this heat with 2 surfers in it, both will be advancing. You sure you want to do that? Brandon should all be pissed.
Those 3 minutes left there.
All right, guys, so we're going to abbreviate this heat due to the fact that there are only 2 competitors. Both will be advancing, so we are at the 3-minute mark, under 3 minutes remaining. Under 3 minutes, heat number 3 should be getting ready. We'll call up heat 4 shortly to check in. But, you know, Brandon was doing so well the other day. You know, it's a shame he's not able to make it to this heat because he was really doing good.
You know, when I watched him surf, I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of those kind of square-looking boards.
Yeah.
But he was making it look like it was working really well. He had a really light, lively, and what looked like a fast board. And so I might have to re-examine my philosophy about those.
So heat number 3, you guys should be checked in. This is your 4th call to check in. Colin McPhillips, Alohikea Kalalau, Julian Boyer. 4th call, please check in to heat number 3 and get ready to go. Just a couple of minutes left here in heat number 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next heat. Collins, like Mr. California, Mr. Competitor, owns Huntington Beach contest. He's done really well here. Alohike is a Maui boy, which I got to admit I'm rooting for him.
Yeah.
And Julian is representing the rest of the world at this point, so should be an exciting heat. And I'm really excited. I can't wait to see how Colin plays this, because Colin's peak of success isn't breaking right now.
Yeah, we'll see what he does to mix it up, to change it up, and try to succeed into the semifinals. Just about a minute remaining here for Fernando and Felipe.
Hey, lucky for these guys, it's like free surfing.
Yeah, no pressure.
No pressure. Could get one wave and still advance. So while this thing is winding down, might as well enjoy it, relax, because I'm sure the next heat is not going to be a gimme.
Yep, 4 competitors going to be out there. So 12 trialists left in the quarterfinals with 3 surfers in each heat. And here's Felipe Rodriguez, just a little, like you said, a little free surf, warm-up sesh. Always nice to get a free pass into the semifinals. And Fernando hacking a couple turns there. Good job finishing on the sand.
Fernando's takeoff from our angle almost made it look like it was head high for a split second.
There's Colin McPhillips heading out for heat number 3.
Leashless again. But I guess if you lose your board, you don't even swim. You just run.
You just stand up and walk back to the beach.
But you got to watch out for the stingrays. When I went out there the other day, I saw a bunch of stingrays swimming around. Ooh. So I know that's not something you really think about while you're competing, but you will if you get stung.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Anything's, if the footage from South Africa and the Mick Fanning incident is any indicator, you got to be ready for anything while you're surfing in the ocean.
You know, I just thought of something. Felipe is almost our Jerry Lopez of the stand-up U.S. Open here today. He's the only one that got a barrel going left. So far, he's in the lead for the Jerry Lopez Award of the day.
All right. Colin getting his legs ready, waxing up the feet. Stand by for the start of heat number 3. And there you see the clock starting for the surfer in yellow, Julian Boyer. Got his watch set in the yellow. Alohikea Kalalau in the white. Colin McPhillips out there in the red. Heat number 4, check in. Riggs Napoleon, Omri Hazor, and Guillermo Robello. Please check in. And here we go with Julien Boyer from the country of France. Down the line speed, up and over the top. Good start there for Julien. And we're going to throw you down on the beach, standing by with the winner of that last heat, one of the competitors at least, Fernando Stala. Take it away, Dave Kalama.
Thanks, Rocky. Fernando, you're a full-size competitor. You're man-size, right? But you're out competing in kid-size waves. That's got to be really tough. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that's one of the reasons I got into paddleboarding, because back home we do get small waves, and I think paddleboarding is the one equipment that gets you going on small waves. So I'm glad it's a stand-up paddle competition right now. And, well, we always wish for bigger waves, but sometimes that's what we have, and we have to, work it.
That is the reality. It isn't always big, even though we might wish it is. But it must have been somewhat enjoyable to have the stress off, enjoy one heat, use it as a warm-up because you didn't have Brandon here. Did it feel relaxing?
Yeah, it feels great to be able to be in a heat, like guaranteed pass, especially when the conditions are like that whoever catches a wave makes it through pretty much. So it was really relaxed. Like on the morning, I could barely catch some waves, and now it was like a perfect warm-up session.
Good. Well, good job, Fernando. Good luck, and I'm sure you'll keep doing well.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dave, and congratulations, Fernando, and best of luck into the semifinals. And we just heard an interesting statistic from the lifeguards on Saturday that there were 67 stingray incidents just this past Saturday. So that's sort of a staggering statistic. But when you think about how many people are out at the beach on Saturday, I can see that happening. But hopefully no stingray incidents for our competitors and today. And Colin McPhillips kind of stinging that one off the top right there. Just a little re-entry maneuver, and you see white down the line, Alohikea Kalalau.
Watching Colin's last wave, he's still exhibiting his own personal style, which is always smooth. Everything's smooth. And to see him do that in conditions like this, where everything's got to be rushed and you don't have much time to complete your maneuvers, it's really impressive that he maintains that smoothness and completes everything before he initiates the next move. So I think he's off to a good start.
Yep, we'll see him heading back out for more action. His first score comes in at a 2.77, the very first wave. Standing by for Julien Boyer's scores as well. And here goes Julien.
Julien clawing to get into that thing. Looks like it's setting up for a nice re-entry. And,
incomplete there. Not going to get the full potential of the score, but gets something on the board. Here's Alohikea. Colin had a wave. Colin has a 4.6 previous score, and he is in first place currently. Still waiting for Julien Boyer's scores to come through. Alohikea had a wave.
well, I guess the good news for today is you don't have to paddle very far to get back out.
There's Colin's last wave and the previous score, actually. I think that was his 2.77. He's got a 4.6 for this wave here. Nice full rail turn. And then finishes with a little rebound.
Yeah, because Colin is riding an 8.4 today, he's got more rail to work with. So if he can get that thing in the water, he can really get a nice projected, long, smooth turn.
Looks like a live shot of Colin getting another wave to the beach.
Which on any other day would be quite an impressive expression or description of your surfing. But when you're already almost starting on the beach, making it all the way to the beach isn't that big of a thing today.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to get a wave to the beach. It's my prediction.
Look at that. Colin's still south of everybody, so he's still kind of executing his game plan.
Yep, the stand-up world tour fans on the beach there. Aloha, good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome to Huntington Beach, the site of the U.S. Sup Open. And the families, the friends, everybody hanging out, enjoying what we have for conditions here, no matter what. Everybody's still in good spirits. And here we go. This is yellow, Julian Boyer. He's got a 3.4 and a 2.17 so far. Kind of a lazy turn there. He's not able to complete. Colin cannot get into that wave.
Julian had a premeditated cutback. You could see he switched his paddle from what would normally be his bottom turn side to his cutback side in anticipation to set up a nice big roundhouse. But unfortunately, the wave just kind of petered out on him.
And Colin, just really precision, smooth, technical, and complete maneuver right there.
Yeah, that was a really well executed move.
And there's the boys, the Onnit Pro high performance surf products. They're set up here on the beach. If any of you surfers or competitors need a little fine tuning on your equipment, go see the guys here on the beach.
We're going to need a lot of coffee today. You want to update the scores?
So Colin McPhillips, a couple of waves ago, got a 5.6. So Colin in red is in first. There he is up and riding again. Just a little insurance there, possibly. Julian Boyer in yellow. Yellow, you're in second. Alohikea Kalalau in third. You need a 3.57. Alohikea, you're in third. You need a 3.57. And the last wave of Colin McPhillips, previous wave, was a 6.5. So he's kind of flipping the script there, getting a 5.6 and a 6.5. And the last wave of Colin, going to be a small score, not one of his top two, but his previous wave, that's 6.5. Dave, that's the highest wave score of the day so far. And, you know, we talked a little bit about Colin's performance on Saturday and how he was able to really sniff out those quality waves. You know, he's found a way to do it again and capitalize on the little sections that he's been presented with and out in first.
Yeah, it looks like there's a boat going by now, so we should have a set in a moment.
Yeah. Perfect call.
Back to Colin. I had a conversation with Colin on the beach the other day, and we were just swapping stories and shooting the breeze, talking about philosophy, styles, and he told me he's been riding or going back to longboard style stand-up a lot more, which I thought was fantastic because that's sort of what I've been doing with my own surfing.
Yeah.
And you can see it in his, even when he's on his 8.4, more shortboarding, he's still bringing that smoothness and the style that I really appreciate, having grown up in the 70s and surfing was so much about style, maybe almost even more than the off the lips and the cutbacks. So I have a real appreciation for style, and to see that being rewarded in this contest, I think is a great communication to the guys coming up. Hey, the style still matters. It still counts for something.
And here he is. He's just got his feet in the right place. Everything is just working for Colin McPhillips. Alohi Kea getting up above the lip there for a moment and completing a maneuver to tighten things up here. But you can just see when Colin takes off and starts going down the line that his rail, his feet, his weight distribution is all clicking right at the right time and very in sync with his equipment and his body and his efforts. This is Julien Boyer, who's on a smaller wave there, just one incomplete maneuver, standing by for that last score of Alohi Kea Kalalau.
Speaking of Alohi Kea, I have the opportunity, because he's a Maui boy, to surf with him quite a bit, and we've got this spot called Kahului Harbor. Hardly a secret spot, so I think I can say it. But the kid just tears, it's like his backyard, and he just tears it apart. So the fact that he needs a 3.5, he's got that. He's more than capable of getting a 3.5 and probably more up into the 5, possibly even 6 range if he gets the right wave.
I believe it is his first SUP US Open, competing here at Huntington Beach. And
in fact, one of Alohi Kea's sparring partners happens to be my son, and they trade waves back and forth trying to outdo each other, so that's really a fun thing to watch too.
there's former stand-up world tour champion Leko Salazar, live on your screen at watermanleague.com, watching the web feed, the webcast. Mahalo, good morning, welcome. Those of you here live on the beach, good morning to you as well. And Leko kind of checking out the conditions, wondering when he surfs and what he's going to have to do to advance through the main event.
The waves are so close to the shore. I wonder if you could run down, drop your board, skim out to them, and ride them back in, if that would get you any more points, because they're so close to the shoreline. If anybody has any skimboard experience, it might pay off today.
That would be pretty cool looking in my book.
I've seen Zane go running down the beach, toss his board, and literally get himself almost to the lineup. So maybe, just maybe, he might do it in one of his heats after he kicks out from a wave. Or runs out, I should say, because he'll be running up the beach.
So 2.63 was Colin's previous wave, standing by for his last score. But remember, he's got the 6.5 and the 5.6 that you see there on the board for a pretty good wave total for today. Julien Boyer is in yellow in second, and that last wave score of Alohi Kea was a 2.63, so still in third. Alohi Kea is still in third, and he needs a 2.95 with about 11 minutes to go.
Gentlemen, you have just over 10 minutes left in the heat, so get busy. If you're just joining us on our live webcast, welcome to the U.S. Open of Stand-Up here at Surf City, Huntington Beach. We've got Colin McPhillips in the water, who's leading the heat. We've got Julien from France and Alohi Kea from Maui in third place. And he needs a 2.71 to move up into second. And we've got about 10 minutes left, so plenty of time to do work and get better waves and better those scores.
There's the boys in the shadows of the Huntington Beach pier, Julien and Alohi Kea. Julian sticking pretty close to him, knowing he only needs a 2.95.
Yeah, he might be throwing a little strategy, a little jockeying and posturing going on out there right now. The priority rule, if I'm not mistaken, is closest one to the peak, or whoever establishes rights to that wave first.
Yeah.
Which can be a very important thing when there's so few good waves coming in that you really need to try and position yourself so that you have rights to that wave if it does come in, because it can make all the difference whether or not you advance or not.
And Alohi Keo was looking at that previous wave, and now the boys battle for this wave. And stroke for stroke, Julien Boyer holds him off. Now trying for a bit of offense. There's the shampoo head dip, little tube time there. And
Head and shoulders.
yeah.
Head and shoulders for inch. No annoying flakes for Julian on that one.
No, he's
He's
fresh
clean.
and clean.
Fresh and clean. But you could see he outpositioned himself to have priority on that wave,
Yeah.
and it led to somewhat of a small head dip tube ride, but nonetheless, on a day like today, there's hardly any of those happening, so that could be a big scoring wave for him.
Yeah, we saw the previous heat, Felipe Rodriguez score pretty good on his tube ride. We'll see what that does for Julien Boyer. He's currently counting a 3.4 and a 2.1 as his top two waves, so he would like to improve on that 2.1.
Alohi Kea. Nice hit, but unfortunately only one hit. And I wonder if that's going to be enough to get the score he needs to move up into second.
And Alohi Kea just pretty much needing to force something right there and get something going, getting up in the lip. Didn't have all that much open face, but he did his best, you know, and that's going to be a tough score to get today. You know, he needs a 2.71. Doesn't sound like much, but on a day like today, it is going to have to be really productive.
You know, you might look at that wave and go, okay, that's not enough to get him where he wants to be. But just by getting a wave, getting a hit, and sort of getting your feeling and your juices flowing, maybe the next wave he'll have got some more confidence built up from that wave before. So now, even though you didn't get the score you wanted on that first wave, it positions you to potentially be in the right frame of mind so that if you get another wave, you can push it even a little more and keep increasing the level of your surfing. And so while some of those waves aren't ideal, obviously, they can help build momentum, and momentum is such a critical part of being successful in surfing.
Yeah, and that frame of mind is very well put, because it is quite a mental challenge to be in the right frame of mind to be doing well in these conditions, and it's more mental and more about what's in your mind than sometimes your skills on the board.
It's funny, you know, you nailed it right on the head, Rocky. The mental aspect is everything. Because if you come watch these guys warm up, you're looking out and you're going, how are you going to decide who's better? They're all the same. They're all ripping.
Yeah.
But as soon as that horn sounds, it's as if it's a mental pliers cutting your ability off from your mind, and it becomes such an inhibiting factor and hurdle to get over to maintain your calmness, to maintain your confidence. And a lot of times that's the only difference between the really good guys and the guys that are still working their way up the ladder, is that mental toughness, that mental aspect that allows them to keep performing even after the horn has sounded.
And you see that a lot with folks that have been competing for a long time, you know, veterans, experienced guys that are able to have that mental discipline to stay composed, to not get flustered, to just concentrate, focus, and go through their maneuvers. And a guy that comes to mind when you talk about that is the leader of this heat, Colin McPhillips. He's able to get a score of a 5.27. So he's got the highest wave of the day with a 6.5. He's got a pretty good backup score at a 5.6. And he's got a 5.27, a score a lot of guys today would love to have in their score line, and he's throwing that one away.
Yeah, it's incredible. A 5.27 is his throwaway at this point. Aloha Kea would probably trade who knows what to get that 5.7
Yeah.
or 5.27. But you're absolutely right. He is as seasoned as they come out here. Might even be the oldest competitor. No, Chuck Patterson
Chuck
was.
Patterson was, yeah.
But he's no. Is Chuck still competing?
He is no longer in the event. I think he lost in the first or second round. It was, I think you had an interview with him. You had him up here too talking, and it's just, he's a big dude. It's tough when you're competing against some smaller guys in smaller waves.
In racing, I've been lobbying for the kids and mortgage handicap. So the larger your mortgage, the more kids you have, the more time bonus you should get when you're racing against these kids. That's all they do. And I'm going to lobby for Colin, although he doesn't need it. He's out surfing these guys clearly.
Yeah.
But boy, you sure got to hand it to him. I know he's got kids. I know he's got a mortgage. He's very established in the community. He's a shaper, selling surfboards under the Hobie label, and boy, he's really done well for himself. And it's such a pleasure to see someone as experienced.
Yeah.
Let's go with the word experience for now.
That's a nice way to put it.
Doing this well in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, it's tough out there. I mean, you got to be real patient. You got to be really optimistic. You can't get down on the conditions. Everybody's got to surf the same waves. And, Colin just really putting it together there. Look at that pro style, just on point.
On point. Peaks of Success by Colin McPhillips.
We'll have to have you bring that up in the interview. That we're gonna talk to the heat winner, and right now it's definitely looking like it's gonna be Colin McPhillips with just about 1:30. The battle is for second between these two young guys. Julian Boyer out of position, so Alohi Kea takes advantage going down the line on the left, and unfortunately cannot complete that maneuver. But Alohi Kea got a 2.87 on his previous wave, and that took him into second. So yellow, Julian Boyer, you're now in third. Yellow, you need a 2.34. Yellow is in third, needing a 2.34. Alohi Kea in second. Colin McPhillips in the lead.
There's Alohi Kea going on his backside in the replay, and he took a couple of setup turns that he might have been able to maximize more of a score by doing a little more significant turn. Now Colin's up and riding again. Oh, Superman might be human.
So,
Either that or he saw a $100 bill down there and wanted to grab it before it washed away.
Yeah, he was going to go pet a stingray, I think. But Colin, a rare hiccup, but nonetheless a victory lap for Colin McPhillips. That wave just bottomed out a little bit on that 8-4. Is just caught a little edge. Here we go. Watch it just bottom out. Oh. Julian Boyer, this wave counts, and unfortunately an incomplete turn.
He sure could have used that.
So heat number 3 is in the books. Congratulations, Colin McPhillips in first. And for the time being, it is Alohi Kea Kalalau in second. Julian Boyer finishes in third. And down on the beach, we have an interview with the winner of that last heat. The smooth operator, Colin McPhillips, is standing by with Dave Kalama.
Colin, congratulations. First of all, you won that heat. Fantastic. I'm going to say you're one of the more experienced guys out here. And you just showed these guys what you need to do and how to do it. That was great surfing. How'd you feel?
Well, first of all, thanks for the kind words. I felt good. You know, I've been competing here for a long time. I'm going to age myself. But I kind of just have a theory at Huntington. Wherever everybody else goes, I go somewhere else and hope waves come to me.
Well, it looked like the ocean got the note and cooperated because you sure did some nice surfing out there. You're on an 8.4, which is about almost a foot longer than anybody else is riding out there. Does that play to your advantage or disadvantage?
I think in this stuff it kind of plays to my advantage because I could paddle it pretty good. You know, I'm up out of the water. And then with it being kind of like just a one-hit wonder of a wave, when I seem to hit it, a lot of my board's out of the water, and it almost might make it look a little more dramatic than it is. And it's kind of just I just went back to my lucky size is always 8.4 when I ride a shortboard style board. So I just went back to it, and one board was all I brought, and I'm just sticking with it no matter what.
One board. I like that. I like that philosophy. Great job, and I'm sure you're going to do one more heat at the very least. So good luck and well done.
Thanks very much.
All right, Colin McPhillips, congratulations. Winning that quarterfinal heat number 3 in stylish fashion. And I do like the one board strategy and just kind of picking something that works and sticking with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Colin, on to the semifinals as we see white. That was Omri Hazor. This is red, Riggs Napoleon. Guillermo Rebello's out there in the yellow. We need semifinal number 1 to check in. And that was yellow getting exploded. Semifinal number 1, check in. Aaron Rowe, Kieran Grant, Fernando Stala, Felipe Rodriguez, check in.
Omri, packing it. That thing almost looked like a proper wave.
Well, it could be an indicator of the conditions improving as we see what happens when you don't have a leash here at Huntington. Riggs doing the run up the sand. And Riggs gets back on his board, heading to the lineup. Couple of spectators fully reclined here on the beach. Backpack for a pillow. Checking out the action. Getting some photos. A couple of cameras set up there on the beach. I see representatives from Brazil hanging out down there with the Brazilian flag on the beach. And Omri Hazor going for the big 2 bride.
There's Riggs standing by looking for something to ride. Another Oahu boy. Yellow,
And
Guillermo.
Oh,
Little over aggressive on that first turn.
Riggs can't get into that one. He's one of the top racers as well in the world.
Comes from one of the top racing families in the world if you're talking about paddling. The Napoleons are hugely famous and almost considered royalty in Hawaiian watermen world.
There's Aaron Rowe getting ready. You heard him in an interview earlier. He was, leaving the UK as we see Riggs gliding over that one. Nice little airdrop there.
I might have seen some fins come off the top on that one.
But Aaron was hoping for good California surf and, kind of getting a little bit skunked here today, but still performing really well and impressing a lot of us as he's kind of competing in his first U.S. Sup Open, and that's Guillermo Rebello.
He nailed his first turn that time. And actually, the wave peeled for him a little bit. Didn't give him a lot of scoring opportunity, but length of ride on a day like today can still be a significant factor in your
Yeah.
total score.
And here goes Guillermo. Nice carving turn on the rail right there, and the wave cooperated, like you said, Dave, and just he was able to fit one more little turn in there just for, a little cherry on top for the judges, and we'll see how they score that ride. First wave for white, Omri Hazor. First wave for white, a 3.17. Second score for white, a 1.0. Scores for red, high score of a 2.67. Still waiting for his last wave to come in. First wave score of yellow, a 1.23. And waiting for a couple of scores for him as well.
Rocky, did you see I think it'd be lunar eclipse last night, or red moon, or I don't know what they called it exactly, but I saw what looked like this giant eyeball in the sky looking down at us. That's what I saw when I saw the moon getting eclipsed. It was just the little bit on the bottom of the moon was lit up nice and bright, and you could see the outline, but it looked like an eyeball in the sky. It was
Wow.
kind of wild.
I did hear about that there was going to be something happening in the sky last night. I didn't get an opportunity to see it, but that was the events of last night, and kind of
It almost seems like there's a wave eclipse going on
Yeah,
right
something
here at
like
Huntington
that.
Beach right now, because there's some kind of blockage
we
going on
needed
in the
to
wave
open up
machine.
here, yeah. And here's something happening on the outside. There's yellow, Guillermo, and
What?
Omri actually
Oh.
is on it. He's a little deeper and throws it up, but cannot hold on. Here's Riggs Napoleon, and Riggs looking at the backhand wave and getting one turn out the back and incomplete. There's a shot of the judges assessing the scores right now. Mahalo to all of our great sponsors, the U.S. Open, stand-up paddleboarding here at Huntington Beach. Mahalo to Kona Brewing Company, the Waterman League, Aloha Grill. Also the Victory Core Dry Wetsuits. Kimpton's Shorebreak Hotel, as well as Turtle Bay Resort on the North Shore. You can win a free Fiat. Go see the folks down at the Fiat tent. And also mahalo to Air Tahiti Nui and Nakamakai.
You know, an interesting phenomenon going on here along the Orange Coast beach line is very similar to what happens on Maui. Catalina acts as a wave block, and so the waves, when they come from a certain direction, get diluted a bit and have to make their way around Catalina in order to get in here when the direction isn't right. And like Maui, we've got Lanai and Koho'olave acting as blocks, and there's only a small window for the waves to come in through between those two islands to get to us, so a lot of times we have smaller waves than everywhere else. Guillermo getting one nice hit off the closeout and a jump off.
And here we go. This is Riggs. Down the line speed. Nice turn there, and can't fit a second one in. At least he was able to attempt turn number 2.
Yeah, even though that thing was only about knee high, it was still peeling down the beach. But Riggs is in first place right now, so he's got a good position and a little bit of cushion. But he's, I know, always trying to increase his score. And speaking of which, you know, a lot of guys, they look and they go, okay, I've got a 4.5 and I got a 3.0 as my two waves. and they think, okay, I need better than a 4.5. No, you don't need better than a 4.5. You need better than a 3.0 because
Yeah.
that's your worst score. You always want to better your second wave score. And
Yep.
if you can better your first wave score, that's even better.
Yep.
But sometimes that can be a daunting task.
Yeah, you just kind of got to work to the next step, take it one step at a time. And, something else that Colin mentioned during the interview that you had with him a few minutes ago was that reason for using a longer board can get more of it out of the water and make it look more dramatic to the judges. And a lot of times it's all about the perception and what you kind of present as your performance. And look at how much of my board is out of the water, and look at how it's whipping around, and it really does put that visual pleasing aspect on the maneuvers, as we see white Omri Hazor.
Omri had what looked like a roundhouse. It didn't quite work out at the end. Guillermo getting one more nice off the top. These guys are working as hard as they can, but to your point, Rocky, the judges judge on what they see, not what they hear, not what they read, but what they see. And the more your board appears to be changing direction, the more it's going to affect how they judge you.
Yep. All right, so just about 14 minutes remaining. Current situation, Omri Hazor in first. Last score of Omri was a 3.57. And Riggs Napoleon in red in second. Guillermo Rebello in third. Guillermo currently needs a 3.31. Yellow, you need a 3.31. Here's red, a lot of speed, little aerial. Little hop out the back right there for Riggs. But incomplete.
Riggs is sitting in second right now, so he's got a little bit of a cushion to work with. So you might as well go for it at this point. So good strategy in my book.
And here's Riggs. Up and riding again, so completing two solid turns right there is Riggs Napoleon as he hits the sand. 5 strokes to get back to the lineup, so a lot of waves being ridden, keeping the judges very busy, on their toes. A lot of flurries, guys going left, going right, taking off on the same waves, splitting the peak, and a lot of action, so that's good. And we've got waves still coming in. Here's Guillermo Rebello. And Yellow forces one right through the lip and onto the sand. It's kind of like, how many times can you do that in 20 minutes? 25 minutes for this quarterfinal.
I doubt that will be one of Guillermo's better rides, but like I said earlier, that was a nice hit, and that's the kind of stuff that builds your confidence and your momentum so that if he does get a good wave, he's going to feel in rhythm and he's going to feel like, I got this, and push it, and that's what you need to do to keep advancing.
Trying to keep his rhythm going and stay in the flow is Guillermo Rebello. So coming up in the semifinals, we've got Harry Maskell, Kieran Grant. Sorry, not Harry Maskell. We got Aaron Rowe, Kieran Grant, Fernando Stala, and Felipe Rodriguez. And the semifinals will be 20 minutes. Semis will be 20 minutes. And Riggs playing a little defense, holding off his fellow competitor, and then trying to get some scoring in. Camera's locked on Riggs, getting back on his board. And here we go, white, Omri Hazor going for the 360 or New Eva tail drift.
Take off.
But can't complete that one, and he'll head back out. Just about 10 minutes remaining. So Riggs goes out to the lead. Riggs in red in first with that 4.4 high score. A 3.43 backup score. And Guillermo kind of gliding over the lip there, but not able to finish completely.
Could have sworn I saw a little fin pop out the back there. Just made a quick little cameo off the lip.
Mm-hmm. So Riggs with a 3.97 and a 4.4. Currently in first place. Omri Hazor in second. Yellow, Guillermo Robello is in third, and he needs a 4.57, and that's a pretty strong score to have to get on today's conditions.
Well, that's a tall order, no doubt, Rocky, but Colin got 2 scores, even one of them into the 6s. And he had multiple 5s, so it is possible. But you got to get a little bit lucky, and boy, you got to make hay.
Yep. We have interference that has been called. Interference, yellow on red. So Guillermo Robello, you have an interference. Interference, yellow on red. And that just makes it that much more difficult for Guillermo. You know, he's currently in third, obviously working hard, trying to make something happen for himself, but maybe got a little bit too aggressive as we see Riggs Napoleon unfazed by any interference on the previous exchange and gets a good backhand wave all the way to the shore. A couple of nice turns.
He looks just as comfortable on his backside as he does on his front side.
Yep. And Guillermo, an uphill battle, currently in third. Will have to get a pretty sizable score to make up for the interference call that will only be counting 1, his top ride, and half of his second ride.
Boy, I'm no mathematician, but that doesn't add up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, he was already in third with a big score required, and then he went ahead and got an interference, which would, you know, make that even more of a tall order to get into second. So looks like Riggs is in a good position in the lead. Omri Hazor from the country of Israel. So surfing over
Omri
there
on
in
another
the,
nice wave.
Yeah. Launching, but comes unglued. The Israeli, Omri Hazor.
That's called surfing in the back seat there. But a nice hit, I got to give him that. And good wave selection. So he's got a little bit of luck on his side. Now if he can just stay on top of his board by the time he gets to the beach, that sure would help him. And I would suspect in the next round he's going to have to.
Yeah, it's only going to get even more competitive going forward into the event here with the semifinals of the trials coming up, with the main event still to happen, a possibility for today, and our Waterman Invitational event as well. So competition going to be heating up as the day goes on.
Speaking of heating up, it looks like the sun's starting to poke through the fog,
Yep.
light up the beach a little bit. Guillermo.
Yellow is out. He's taking 15 waves. Missed it. Tell Rocky to tell Yellow he's done surfing. Get out of the water.
And we do have a wave max in order today. Maximum waves allowed are 15 waves. And Yellow, Guillermo, you have 15 waves. You have hit the wave max. So Yellow, please exit the water. Please come in, Yellow. Just about 5 minutes remaining, and you know, Guillermo, I feel really, really bad for him right now because, you know, he was already in a tough spot in third, needing a big score, and then he makes it a little bit harder on himself and gets an interference, and then now has approached the wave max amount and literally has to stop and come in, and pretty much that's his chances of advancing in this round and in the contest, and his campaign is over.
Yes, his current circumstances, Rocky, are going to make it very difficult to advance.
Man, I feel bad for the guy.
Well, some days you're a winner, some days you're chicken dinner, so.
Guillermo, good job, buddy.
Yeah, I love to see the smile on the face. At least
yeah,
he's having fun.
He seems like a good sport, so it's good to see that show of sportsmanship and good character. You guys, round of applause for Guillermo, catching 15 waves out there, and still a smile on his face, even though it's all done for him. But a good effort. You know, he's got really great skills. He's a good surfer. He's, got the tools, got the package, just, maybe a little more work on the competitive strategy and the mind part that you talked about would be good for Guillermo to, like you always say, too, a learning experience.
Yeah, that's right, Rocky. But you know what? I just look at it. Stand-up is meant to be fun. While competition at times can be very frustrating and sometimes very trying, the fact that he came in with a smile, with everything working against him, you know what? He's sort of winning in my book.
Yeah.
Because that's what stand-up's about.
Yeah, and that's what you like to see. Even from somebody who, didn't have the best heat, tough conditions out here today. Traveled a long way from Spain to come here and compete, and for him to still be in good spirits is a great thing to see, and definitely a winner.
Yeah. We can see Fernando over there prepping, loosening up a little, getting his mind game right, trying to be relaxed. And, that's a big part of entering the water, entering with the right frame of mind. And being relaxed for me is key.
Yeah.
When you're relaxed, you make better decisions because your thought process isn't hurried, it's not rushed, you're not making decisions from a point of stress or fear. You're making them calmly, you can be more rational. And so just even entering the water, it's so important to be calm, have a game plan, and then just go out there and execute.
Yeah, life happens, and you got to be able to release yourself from the thoughts and stress of daily life or whatever may be happening in your personal life, and you got to put your game face on and be ready to compete, and that is all starts with the mind preparation. And Fernando getting prepped on the beach as you see some of our stand-up world tour competitors and fans hanging out with paddles in hand, a lot of boards scattered about, and we've got a surf event going on here, Stand-Up Paddle World Tour U.S. Open here at Huntington Beach. Here's Riggs Napoleon. And Riggs getting jiggy and able to complete that turn on the beach.
Riggs Napoleon, Monday morning, going to the bank.
Yep.
Make it a deposit.
Less than a minute remaining.
Omri tried another tail slide 360, and it looked more like about a 160, 140 at the most.
Yep. Well, he'll be advancing. Red, you have 15 waves. Please come in. Red. Riggs is like, oh, man, I like surf still yet. So here's a replay of Riggs' last wave, and literally the last wave that he'll be scored on in this quarterfinal number 4.
Well, the good news is, Riggs, the heat is just about done.
Yeah, so he'll be finished just in time. And here we go. This is the Omri Hazor, who finished in second. He'll be advancing onto the semifinals. So good performances from Riggs Napoleon and Omri Hazor. Unfortunately for Guillermo Rebello, he gets third. And one of the most stacked up circumstances we've seen against a competitor in a long time. Reached the wave max with 5 minutes to go, had an interference, and needed a big score, but came in with a smile and a winning attitude, and I would say he gets our sportsmanship award for today.
So far, he's winning the Sportsman Award. All he needs to make that scenario any better is a parking ticket.
So semifinal, heat number 1. Standing by, we've got Aaron Rowe, Kieran Grant, Fernando Stala, and Felipe Rodriguez standing by for the start of semifinal number 1. Standing by on the beach is Dave Kalama. He's with our heat winner, Riggs Napoleon.
Thanks, Rocky. Standing here with Riggs. Riggs, it's obviously not Hawaii, but boy, you put in some work right there. How did it feel? Did you feel good about your performance? Let me know.
Yeah, I felt good. Just went out there, just pretty much no expectation, just out there having some fun, and just luckily to get a few waves under the belt, and just, yeah, compete in like Huntington Beach swimming pool pretty much. It's pretty flat out there for the most part, but at least we got some waves coming through the ride, and just, yeah, having fun with it.
Cool. I saw your first couple waves. You had a good hit to start, but a little bobble along the way. It didn't seem to affect you. You kept pushing, you kept going, and you kept scoring. Main thing.
Yeah, I had a little bit of like oopsie daisies out there, and like came up, but just got rejected by it, and just hopped back on my board and paddled back out there and tried to look for a better one. So yeah.
Good. I think that shows great mental fortitude. That's going to serve you well as you go along, and good luck, and have fun.
Right on. Thanks, Down the Bro Tour. Appreciate it. Shoots.
All right, Riggs Napoleon, mahalo, congratulations. You'll be moving on to the semifinals. Don't go too far, Riggs, because your semifinal is coming up very soon. We're going to call you guys to check in here in a few minutes. So Riggs, just having fun, happy-go-lucky, smile, ear-to-ear grin for Riggs. Most of the time he's a pretty jolly fellow.
I'd say of all the guys on tour that I've had the pleasure of surfing with, that guy's having maybe more fun than anybody else, which is frustrating at sometimes because you're like, how come he's having so much fun and I'm not laughing that much?
Yeah, Riggs' fun meter is way up there, and it's great to have him around.
I think he broke the meter. The needle's too pinned.
He went all the way. So I believe we're still standing by for the start of semifinal number 1. Going to be a 20-minute semifinal.
So Rocky, this is the trials of. This is a hello, Monday morning. Get your tongue out of the way. Semifinals for the trialists to get into the main event, right? So they're vying for 4 spots that will allow them to compete against the guys that are already seated in the main event.
Yep. So it is not going to get any easier for these trialists. They're headed to the main event where they'll run into guys like Keahidea Boyts. They'll run into guys like Sean Pointer, Zane Schweitzer, Kai Lenny. You've got to be totally mentally tough just because you know what those guys can do. You've seen them competing all around the world. You've seen them winning events. To be up against them, you have to be confident. You've got to be focused. You got to be ready to, give all of your best on the table, leaving nothing in there.
You know, it's funny. I see a lot of guys that come up through the trials. They try and go beyond what they can do, and they end up doing worse as they get further into the event. It's like you've got to keep doing what's got you there and not try and go too far beyond what your ability is. And the guys that are smart and realize what their limitations are and then work to their strengths are the ones that can get way beyond what you think they can, because you don't have to surf beyond yourself to keep advancing. You just have to surf well compared to your fellow competitors
in that 20-minute time frame.
Exactly. So if you're coming out of the trials and in the main event, keep surfing how you surf, the strategy, your approach that got you that far. Don't all of a sudden change everything up.
Yeah.
Stick with what you know, do what you can do, and be smart about it.
Yeah, whatever's been working, keep that up is the advice for heading into the main round. But we've got to get through the semifinals before that happens. And here is the surfer in blue. That's Felipe Rodriguez. So just a reminder to all of our competitors, there is a wave maximum today. The wave maximum is 15 waves. There is a 15 wave maximum today. That brings another strategy to mind. When you start getting into the 10, 12 wave mark and you have still a lot of time left, you do have to really be selective on the waves that you catch. As we see red trying to launch over, that's Kieran Grant.
Kieran really pushing on that first wave, maybe just a little too much coming out of the gate. Might be smarter just to build a little momentum to start with.
Comes out, literally comes out the gate flying.
Both guns firing, bullets going everywhere. Yeehaw!
Woo! Shooting from the hip. And early on, though, he's going to get back out easily and refocus. As we see Fernando Stala up and riding in the yellow.
Nice. Good way to start. Get something up on the board and then build on that. Good job for Fernando. What?
Yeah, but we're only allowed to look at the screen. And we're going to check out a replay of Fernando's little tap off the top right there. You know, when you talked to him earlier, you mentioned he's full size, he's man size, and he's surfing these, kid size waves. What does it take to exceed or succeed and excel? And he, basically said that's what he likes about the stand-up paddleboarding is that you can get that momentum. You can catch these waves with a little bit of a thicker board with the paddle stroke and get a lot of speed. So he's trying to keep going on, but that was an interesting thing that he brought up. And he said in Mexico where he lives, there's a lot of days that are small like this, so he's pretty used to that.
Yeah, I've been to where he lives in Sayulita, and they've got a great little wave down there that peels mostly to the right, I think, but it's got shore break all around it, so you can go either way. But yeah, he's familiar with small waves. There's no doubt about that. But the way he carries himself, confident, calm, and I think he really represents Mexico, Sayulita well. He's a full package in that he surfs really well. He races incredibly well. He's always one of the top finishers in any race he enters, and sometimes does get the win because he's that good. So, yeah, he's a very good representative, not only for his country, but for stand-up, too.
And here he is, Fernando, right on cue. And popping the fins out just a little bit, trying to get that board up out of the wave and impress the judges. We'll see how that score comes in. Felipe Rodriguez, first wave score, a 7.5.
Wow.
Felipe Rodriguez currently in first in the blue with a 7.5 opening ride. So they've got the colors right now.
That looked like Aaron and Kieran working that one wave right there. Aaron going left, couple little hits onto the beach.
Got home around like 10 something, went to bed. I know, I'm sorry, I was like, everybody was sleeping when I got back, and I was so tired, I just went like straight down.
Looks like Felipe taking priority going left there. Couple of hits. Bam. Up into the shore break. Another boat going by. Here comes the set.
Boats speeding by, seagulls soaring high, and the Fiat replay of Kieran Grant is up on the screen right now. A couple little taps on his backhand to complete a scoring ride. Fernando, little battle. Oh, wow, and that was Fernando Stala poking it out through the lip and getting a really nice one, and then Felipe Rodriguez. So the Mexican duel is happening between Fernando and Felipe. Felipe, remember, with that 7.5 so far. And interested to see what happens with that exchange with Fernando and Kieran. Because it looked like, to me, Kieran was in the peak looking at that right-hander. And,
Yeah, it looked like Kieran had priority.
yeah, that's what it looked like to me also. And Fernando was going to possibly go left to
But-
establish his priority.
If I was Kieran, I would have dropped in to establish that you wanted the wave. The fact that he didn't drop in might negate the fact that he did have priority.
Yeah, it kind of looks like he just gave that wave to Fernando rather
Ooh.
than competing for it.
After Fernando's first hit there, he pulled into a little puka, little tube ride right along the beach there, which is saying a lot because that's a big guy in a little hole.
Yeah. And so there's the replay. And, when you look at the replay, Kieran kind of did make the case that he wanted that wave and kind of was forced out of it by Fernando. And such is the case. Interference has been called. Interference called. Yellow on red. Interference. Yellow on red.
Looks like Aaron up and riding left again. Nice hit off the closeout. Unable to complete the ride, though.
So Felipe gets a 7.5. Fernando gets an interference. Kieran Grant kind of staying solid. And Aaron Rowe staying out of trouble a little bit, just playing the undercover, under the radar guy right now.
Yeah, he is, which could be a good position to be in right now. Just flying on the radar, doing work on the inside, not getting tangled up in any priority battles, and just getting some nice lefts and good hits off the closeout there.
Just couldn't complete that one. Had a really nice amount of speed going and had the good angle on the hit. Just couldn't keep it together.
Aaron's kind of milling around looking like he's looking for shells out there. There's not much going on right now. Maybe looking for stingrays.
Yeah, just enjoying, being at Huntington Beach. He was telling us a little bit of how he was excited to be coming over all the way from the UK. And
he better put some sunscreen on now. He might not be used to the sun.
Yeah, it's starting to heat up here today. This Aloha Monday in California. Southern California, nice and sunny out right now. A little bit of squiggles there from Aaron Rowe, currently in 4th place. He's going to need something to get him in the mix here. Kieran Grant in red in 1st. His scores a 5.4 and a 3.33. Felipe Rodriguez in 2nd. His scores a 7.5, and we're still waiting for a backup score and the rest of the scores to come in. He only needs a 1.23 to go to 1st. Fernando Stala is in 3rd. He does have an interference. And Aaron Rowe in 4th needs a 6.24.
Kieran looks like he's lining something up over there by the pier. He's looking right, but nothing is going to materialize. Aaron. Whoa.
So here we go. This is blue, Felipe Rodriguez. His backup score comes in at a 5.1. He's going to put that score in his score line as well. Good job of completing that maneuver right there. That was technical. That was degree of difficulty with completed maneuver.
Do you see how low he got as he came down off the lip to really make himself solid on that board and make it really hard for the wave to knock him off? So that was good job to get down that low, just set himself so he could run through a brick wall if he needed to make that, and that will definitely help his score.
So he's got a 7.5 and a 5.1. That's the best two-wave heat total we've seen today so far.
7.5. Wow, that's even better than Colin's best wave.
Yeah. And in conditions like this, 1 point is going to make a big difference. Colin's best wave was a 6.5. So Felipe Rodriguez, 7.5, a full point better than Colin McPhillips. And to get a wave that's that much better, it had to have been spectacular.
Yeah, that's right, Rocky. Definitely good surfing by Felipe. Competitors, you've got about 5 minutes left, just over 5 minutes.
So situation in the water right now, Felipe Rodriguez in first by a big margin. His last score was even better than his 5.1. He gets a 5.5 as we see Aaron Rowe trying to hold on in many different ways, trying to hold on and advance in his heat, trying to hold on those maneuvers and stay on the board, but not able to complete. And here is the man in second, Kieran Grant. So it's Felipe Rodriguez in first, Kieran Grant in second. Fernando Stala is in third. He has the interference. He needs an 8.1 to go to second. Fernando, you're in third. You need an 8.1. You have a 4.83 high score. You have a 4.4 that is cut in half because of the interference. So it comes in at a 2.2. And Aaron Rowe, you're in fourth. Aaron, you need a 7.76.
Speaking of Aaron, even though he's in fourth place right now, just that last wave, I could see he was doing everything he could to get his fins up over the lip and get anything that resembled an aerial. So that just tells you right there, while he's might go down, he's going down, kicking, screaming, clawing, and doing everything he possibly can to give himself a chance to advance.
Definitely the going down swinging analogy applies to Aaron's efforts right now, and I like it. He's not a tall guy, so he's kind of got that small, feisty spirit about him that makes him a great competitor.
Yeah, it's it's fun to watch. He's still got time. He's got just over 2 minutes. Anything can happen at this point, and with that kind of attitude, it just might happen. But yeah, he's putting in work and he's doing a good job.
Got a quick look at our contest setup here, the scaffolding on the beach here at the U.S. Sup Open for the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour Surfing Tour, the Wave Riding Tour, and then we also have the Stand-Up World Series Racing Tour that'll be happening later in the week. So we'll kind of flip the script and showcase the other discipline of stand-up paddle, which is the racing side. The boards get different. Some of the different competitors show up. There are a handful of guys that surf and race, but there are some guys that just do one or the other.
Yeah, that's right. The racing's coming up next weekend. Aaron, one more wave. Nice little tail slide. Can he pull it before he gets to the sand? He made it look that way, the way he ran out of it.
He was on his board as it hit the sand, so we'll leave it up to the judges to deem whether that was a completed maneuver or not. Just about a minute remaining. Felipe Rodriguez in first place. Kieran Grant in second place. Fernando Stala holding on to third and needs an 8.1 to advance and go to second. Aaron Rowe is in fourth, needing a 7.76. So those are some pretty big scores required. And a little victory lap right there for Felipe Rodriguez with less than a minute remaining.
Just for our spectators on the beach, if it seems that Rocky and I are making less sense than we normally do, it's because a lot of the times we are speaking to what we're watching in the webcast. And so that's why sometimes we'll refer to one surfer and not another that might be riding at the same time, or referring to something that makes no sense at all.
We're doing the simulcast here, so broadcasting live on watermanleague.com and talking live to the beach here. So two ways of going out there with our information, and we're focused on what's happening on the screen. So that's where we're going to speak from. The primary operation is to supply commentary for the webcast. So we're talking to folks all over the world, and of course to you here live at Huntington Beach. Felipe Rodriguez, the winner of that last heat, and doing it in stylish fashion. We're seeing the scores start to improve, and hopefully that's an indicator of the conditions improving. You can see a very, very calm ocean here at Huntington Beach. On your screen, the iconic Huntington Pier, Turtle Bay and Waterman League banners in the distance. Glassy conditions, great sunny, glassy, everything's good, but we just need some waves to come through to complete the trifecta of good conditions. There's white, semifinal number 2. It is Riggs Napoleon is out there. We've got Omri Hazor out there. Alohikea Kalalau is out there. Colin McPhillips in this heat as well. All right, we're going to take you down on the beach with Dave Kalama, who is standing by with the winner of that last heat in a big way, Felipe Rodriguez.
Felipe, good job out there in your heat. You have the highest score of the event so far with a 7.5. Kind of take me through. What was your mindset as you were taking off on that wave?
Oh man, it was like, just try to do the best I can, catch that wave. I just think I have to join this wave, do the best I can and just do it.
Well, you not only did the best you could, you did the best of everybody so far, so good job on that wave. But when you practiced, I'm sure you got down here early. Did you anticipate it was going to be this difficult and that you would actually compete in waves this small?
No, man, but it's so difficult, this wave. Close to the shore, you have to be fast doing those snaps and cockbacks. Wow, it's hard.
Well, you're making it look easy, even though it's hard. But the way you're surfing is with so much energy. Great job. Good luck. And I look forward to watching more heats.
Thank you.
All right, Felipe Rodriguez, thank you. Congratulations. Mahalo, Dave Kalama.
Thanks.
And Felipe winning that heat in very commanding form, way out in front. Here we go. This is blue Omri Hazor from Israel. We've got Riggs Napoleon from Hawaii in yellow. This gentleman here, this is Julien Boyer. Excuse me, I misspoke earlier. It was Julian, not Alohikea, that is out there in the white. And Colin McPhillips is out there in the red. So pretty stacked semifinal as we see yellow Riggs Napoleon. And so we're going to get through this semifinal, and now we're going to call up our women's main event.
Looks like
Round 1, Heat 1.
Sorry, Rocky. It looks like Riggs is going no leash on this heat too. Same strategy Colin's been working so far the whole contest. Omri up, riding on another nice wave. I think so far he might be winning the wave selection award.
Here we go. Colin McPhillips, speaking of knowledge and wave selection, the Huntington Beach veteran takes off and hits one nicely off the top. To some cheers on the beach.
Yeah, that right that was coming at him looked picture perfect. Small little barreling wave, and he just put the bottom of his board right up into that thing. Perfect redirection, and rides out of it was like he was eating a piece of cake, man. Just nothing at all. That's what he does.
Calling up heat number 1 of the women's main event. Caroline Angibu, Natalia Smith, and Taryn King. Please check in. Heat number 1, women round 1. Caroline Angibu, Natalia Smith, and Taryn King. Please check in. Here we go. This is Julien Boyer.
That looks like a wave.
And we could be seeing the conditions improve as Riggs and Julien kind of play the chicken game we were talking about on Saturday, where two surfers coming together head to head and one gives way.
Well, I think they both picked a good wave because that thing looked like it was a little bigger than some of the ones I've seen so far. And that first wave of Omri was a little bit bigger too. So maybe the conditions are turning around, giving these guys a little more to work with. And boy, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. And that's what the forecast has mentioned to us, that conditions will be improving. As the tide drops, it should get a little shallower. The waves will break a little bit more, get a little steeper, and hopefully have a little increase in the surf size. And, so far, though, very consistent as far as the amount of waves that are coming in. So there's not like these long spells of just pure flatness. There's enough waves coming through to keep these guys quite busy, kind of wave after wave.
Yeah, it's good. As we go to the replay here for Omri, into that big closeout, and the explosion of the wave coming back up just took his nose out from under him. Looks like another little paddle battle priority game there.
Yeah, and it looked like Julien just kind of gave way on that one. Could have, did something a little bit more competitive.
Yeah.
I would say that could have put Omri in a tough spot. Omri's kind of lucky that Julien gave way like that, because that could have got ugly quickly.
Yeah, and Omri made the most of that opportunity. He had a nice off the top and more before he got to the beach.
Yeah, somewhat of a gift from Julien when you think about it. I mean, could have really made it difficult for Omri there and backed off. But Julien gets a wave and heads back out. You see Colin kind of drifting over toward his peak of success and trying to kind of will a wave into that direction over there. But, you know, the discipline, the patience, the knowledge, and that luck factor that has to swing your way in a competition seems to be going all good for Colin right now.
It's funny. It seems like the more experienced you are, the more patient you are, the more luck you seem to have. And Colin's over there kind of playing that game. And he knows he only needs 2 waves. He's got a little over 12 minutes, or about 12 minutes. He's already got 2 waves, one of them being a 5.17. And if he can back up another 5.17 with something that good or better, he's going to be in very good position to just advance.
Yeah, as you see the scores on the screen, Colin McPhillips has a 5.17. His backup score is a 1.33. Riggs Napoleon comes through with a 3.0 low score, but a 4.5 on his last wave actually puts him in first place. So Riggs in yellow in first, Colin in red in second, Julian Boyer in white in third. Julian needs a 2.84. White, you need a 2.84. And Omri Hazor in in fourth. Blue, you're in fourth. Blue, you need a 3.88. Blue needs a 3.88 to go to second. Just about 11 minutes remaining. Heat number 1 of the girls should be checked in. Caroline Ajibou, Natalia Smith, and Taryn King. Please check in.
Looks like Omri's up and riding on a right. He's got a nice couple pumps and a little flarial. That's what I'll call that, a flarial at the end. Kind of a flare aerial.
Good word. A little flair for the judges to kind of make something out of nothing a little bit there.
That's right. Put in work. That's what you got to do right now. Every little thing helps.
Mm-hmm. And pumping into this one is Riggs Napoleon. Caught that wave from way outside and taps it off the top a few times, staying really busy, keeping that board moving. And, you know, a lot of times, like we talked about, the perception of what it looks like you're doing, or what you kind of like, you show that you're doing a lot more than you may be actually doing.
Yeah.
You make it look like you're really working.
Yeah. It's funny. It's like you want 2 things going on at once. You want your upper body quiet and smooth, and you want your board flying all over the place, making smooth turns, but you want it changing direction. And looking at the replay of Riggs, he got maybe a little bit of air on that first floater as he came down, which will help add to his overall score, and then he just kept working it.
There's Colin fading left and going back right and getting that big board up out of the water and just can't quite hold on. But the little bit of strategy he talked about for himself, you know, being a former professional longboarder and competitor for many years here in California, all over the world, very comfortable whipping a 9-foot board around.
Yeah.
You know, so when he jumps on an 8.4, that's actually a little downsize for him. And it's at least a few feet bigger than what everybody else is riding out here, a couple of feet bigger, and really using that to his advantage.
Yeah, Collins, he's such a professional, and he just knows what to do. There's no stress, or at least he sure doesn't show any in his surfing. He just does what he does. He makes good decisions, and it seems like more of the time than not, he just keeps moving along, rolling towards that money.
How's it? Rocky Cannon with Dave Kalama, bringing you action from the U.S. Sup Open here at Huntington Beach. Great, beautiful day. Conditions are epic. We just need a little bit more waves to roll in, but consistent waves, a lot of waves being ridden. We had a couple of guys already exceed the wave max of 15 waves, so definitely no shortage in the surf, maybe just shortage of size in the surf.
Yeah, we got most of everything you want for a good day at the beach. We got sun, we got people, we got warm water temp.
Yeah.
We've got waves, but we could use a little more, but hopefully the tide will help us out with that. and you never know anything was wrong with how the competitors are doing because they're sure making the most of it.
Yeah, and Omri Hazor right there, currently in fourth, trying to surf his way into second place and advancing position. We're in the semifinals of the trials. We need to find out how many from the trials are going into the main event.
Well, if I was a betting man, I'd bet that person right there, Colin McPhillips in red, even though he just saw a $100 bill on the bottom, is probably going to make it.
Here's Omri Hazor's last score. This is one of his better waves of this heat. He's able to complete that turn.
Omri showing off the bottom of his board. Collins reached down, pocketed that $100 bill he saw, and he's ready to go get some more.
So this is a very, very important set of heats right here, the semifinals. As we suspected, we are only taking the top 4 trialists to the main event. So this is really a big make or break type of situation for these semifinal competitors.
It's win or go home time. And Riggs just had a nice left there. Working it off the top, running to get back into the water. And these guys have just over 5 minutes, closer to 6 at this point. And so it's time to leave nothing in the tank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's, sometimes to come this far and come up short, it's can be a little deflating, but I want to say congratulations and good job to all of the competitors today and from Saturday to compete in this event. And today, it's tough conditions. It's small waves. It's a lot of, strategy and how you're going to look busy and present your style and your showmanship and what you're going to bring to the table. So it's a lot to think about. And it takes a lot of technical skill to be able to throw those turns up in the lip just like that right there with white Julien Boyer, who is currently in 4th place. So he's trying to battle back in the hunt for second and advancement into the main event. This is basically the heat that will define and decide who moves on to the main event.
Well, it's Monday. It's the beginning of the work week.
Yeah.
It's time to put in work, and that's what these guys are doing. They're in their office, and they're going to work. But, Julian could use hopefully that last wave will help him, but I think he could probably use he needs a 3.44 to move up into second, so that's very doable.
And Omri Hazor is finishing a wave to the beach. He's currently in 3rd. He needs a 3.18, so just a few points required for Omri and for Julien. Right now it's Riggs Napoleon in yellow in 1st, Colin McPhillips in red in 2nd, and Omri Hazor in 3rd with Julien Boyer in 4th. Just about 3 minutes remaining. And Omri having a look at that one and deciding that's not going to be good enough to improve his position, so he kicks out. Colin McPhillips out there in the red. That is Colin right there, having a little paddle for this wave. Let's see if he can get it. It's got a nice stroke going and pumps into this one. Some down the line speed and throws it up and over and through the lip. Good job there, finishing on the beach with Riggs down the way, finishing on the beach also. So here we go, Julien Boyer. Important wave here with under 2 minutes remaining and his main event hopes hanging in the balance.
Yeah, Julian needs a 3.44 to move into second. I saw a little bit of fin action there come off the top. I don't know if I'd call it an aerial, but he got a little slippy, slidey off the top, so that could help his score.
And here we go, Omri in position. Important wave for him as well. Riggs Napoleon throwing it up, sliding around, completing all the way to the beach.
Everybody else looks like they're competing at Huntington Shore Break. I don't know where Riggs is finding these perfect peeling lefts. It looks like he's on the Motu lefts, just getting some great rides. Sun sparkling off the wave. It's like right out of a surf video. He's really choosing some nice waves right now.
And here's a replay of Julian's last score where he kind of got a little bit of fin-free action off the top of that section, and he's going to need to put another good score together. Three, two, one. So that is the end of the semifinals. We still have scores to come in. Very important heat because it will decide who goes on to the main event. It's the reason all of these competitors are in the trials to get into the main event. So important scores being put in right now.
The judges better get out their calculators for this heat because they got to get it right. This one matters.
Well, it looks like Riggs is in a good position. He's currently the one in first place as the heat ended. Of course, these results right now are still unofficial. And heat number one of the girls, you guys paddle out, but we'll have you stand by. Heat number one, please stand by. It'll be a Kalama sandwich. Still standing by, and thank you for your patience. Heat number two, the semifinals of the men's trials. Score still coming in. It was unofficially Riggs Napoleon in first, Colin McPhillips in second, Omri Hazor was in third, and Julien Boyer was in the fourth place position. And we're standing by for scores. So Colin McPhillips, his last score was a 4.0. That actually puts him into first place unofficially, and Riggs down to second. But Riggs still waiting for a score to come through on his last wave. And that comes in at a 6.5, so Riggs goes back up to first. So a little bit of a seesaw back and forth between Riggs and Colin. And scores all coming in now. We've got a few scores to come in for Omri, but Julien Boyer looks like he's finishing in third. Heat number one of the girls, stand by. Heat number one of the girls, stand by. And we're going to take you down to the beach for an interview with those top 2 finishers. We've got Dave Kalama standing by with Colin Phillips and Riggs Napoleon.
Riggs, I was watching you surf last heat, and it looked like you weren't at Huntington. It looked like you were back on the Motu at Fiji riding the lefts. How'd you pick such good-looking waves?
I'm not even sure. I guess just it was meant to be. Got a few waves and just, I was coming from Fiji, surfing the Motu lefts definitely helped me out, I think. And just trying to just have fun again with it and just, for sure.
Well, good job. You won that heat. It was very tight. Colin, you're at the other end of the spectrum on a few levels. You're one of the older guys competing against one of the younger guys, but you keep managing to advance. And you are really patient, and it seems like your strategy is really working for you. How'd it feel?
It felt great. My goal was to, come here and make it through the trials so I could surf in the main event. So I did, and I'm super stoked. And I'm just, cruising, relaxed, sticking to my game plan of just kind of trying to surf by myself. So it's working so far, so it's all good.
Well, that's fantastic. And you are surfing by yourself. There's only 4 guys out, and how often does that happen?
In Huntington Beach, never.
Exactly. Good job, guys. Look forward to seeing you in the main event.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Dave Kalama. That's pretty awesome to hear from the 2 competitors heading to the main event from that last heat, Riggs Napoleon and Colin McPhillips. Good job, boys, and we'll see you guys in the main event. And I want to say also a big congratulations and a great job to Omri Hazor and to Julien Boyer. Great effort, guys. It's a competition. It's a contest. Only 2 can move on. Unfortunately, everybody has the shot, has a chance to do it, but only 2 can move on, and you guys gave it your best shot. And a good job, making it all the way to the semifinals of the main event. And, the young Julien Boyer still got a lot of competitive years ahead of him. Omri Hazor comes over, kind of a fresh face, a new name on the Stand Up Paddle World Tour. So nice to see him do quite well in the trials.
Omri reminds me of one of those guys in the lineup where all the best waves come to him. He's like a wave magnet. So if that's his normal MO, I see him doing pretty well down the line.
Well, now we're into the women's main event, which is heat number 1 underway. Caroline Angibault in the red, Taryn King on your screen right there in the yellow, and Natalia Smith is out there in the white.
That's Natalia going right on her backside, getting one off the top and continuing to work that little teeny white water all the way.
Yeah, boys, the Vaz brothers and the some of the folks from Brazil here at Huntington Beach. Good morning, aloha. And just want to remind the girls that top 2 advance, and 3rd place will be into a repercharge round. So no losers, if you will, in this first round of the main event for the women's. Top 2 advancing to round 3, and then a repercharge round for the 3rd place finisher of this first round of the main event for the women.
Nice. So the pressure's kind of off. I mean, obviously you want to do well, but even if you don't, it's not the end of your competition. So that kind of takes some of the heat off, so to speak.
Caroline Angibault is up and riding on that replay.
Nice timing on that replay for Caroline. She had a split second to decide to go and then execute because that wave was all coming down. Lickety split.
Heat number 2, check in. Sophia Bartlow, Lara Clayton, Annie Reichert. Please check in. Sophia, Lara, and Annie check in for heat number 2.
Caroline sliding right. Nice re-entry off the closeout. Good completion. She's already got 2 scores up on the board and leading the heat. And it looked like Taryn was setting something up, but we didn't get to see that from our vantage point.
And some of the competitors looking on, we've got Omri, Julian, Benoit, Fiona Wild down there on the beach. And Caroline Angibu is our tour leader coming out of Sunset Beach. So she's currently on top of the heap and trying to stay there.
That looked like Kiahi watching the women's heat. And seems like the ocean's gone to sleep for a minute here, just like us taking a break so the waves.
Yeah, so we'll have some scores coming in. We've got Caroline Angibu with a 2.63 and a 2.33. We've got Taryn King, best wave of the heat so far, a 4.0 in yellow. Natalia Smith giving it a shot here, but no ride. She's got a 2.43 and a 1.0. Here's
Shaka bra.
Brother Thomas.
Oh, shaky, huh? Shaky.
Taryn's other half watching the action here. So yellow, Taryn King was up and riding. And Thomas King steals a little bit of the thunder from Taryn's last wave as we missed it on the account of showing him on camera.
Not the thunder down under.
From way south in South Africa. So that's Natalia and Caroline in your frame there, patiently waiting. You see how those little muscles in your legs are working so hard to keep your balance. It's really, really tough to stay balanced on these tiny boards that they're riding. And sometimes you even got to keep paddling around so you don't sink the board like Taryn King was just doing. And you see the girls putting their paddles in the water, giving a little movement to stay afloat. And here's Taryn with a wave approaching.
She's got her work cut out to get this one. Let's see if she can do it. Yeah. A couple little Huntington hops, a nice bottom turn. Nice clean off the top.
Yeah, that was smooth. That was controlled. It was precise and complete. So that was going to be one of her better scores.
Yeah, she's got a 1.73 as her second best score right now. And that will definitely, I'm sure, better that at the very least.
So she's looking good so far. Natalia Smith currently in third and continuing to struggle just a bit here, finding a wave and scoring opportunity. You know, you want to catch the waves that are going to present a nice section, you know, an opportunity to put a score of significance on the board. So
Nice.
Taryn King doing a good job right there.
Yeah, you spoke to how much of a complete body workout stand-up is, and I think that's one of the things that I've seen in all my travels that seems to be attracting women to this sport, is that how good of a full body workout it is. Your legs are working, your feet are working, your calf muscles are engaged, your shoulders are stroking on the paddle, even your mind trying to coordinate all these movements. It's complete from in between the ears down to the end of the toes, and that's one of the reasons I love it. But I think probably the biggest reason I love this sport is why we're here, riding waves.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, and you can, cover a lot of area much easier than prone surfing when you're having the paddle in hand. You've got, a little bit of a thicker board, so you can kind of move around the lineup a lot more efficiently. You can surf breaks that are a lot farther out without, having the worry of getting too tired. Prone paddling, it's a much easier way to move around, and like you said, attracting not only the men to the sport, but the females who, want to get a little workout while you're having fun. It's, all about trying to, stay fit, but also have fun.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you're on a shortboard, lying down paddling, you perceive your limit of distance you're willing to travel as much smaller. But for some reason, when you're standing up on a board with a paddle in your hand, all of a sudden a half mile doesn't seem that far.
Right.
Where when you're on a shortboard, you're like, half mile?
Yeah.
Heck no, I'm not going to paddle that far.
Yeah.
But on a stand-up, you're like, yeah, let's head out to the outer reefs or down the beach to that other peak where nobody is.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the many kind of almost sidebar things that make stand-up so great.
Yeah, it's really fun to kind of go explore and surf these different peaks that you normally wouldn't paddle out to if you were prone surfing. So
Looks like Natalie's exploring that left a little bit, but didn't quite pan out how she'd hope, I'm sure.
yeah, just trying to get away with some open face, and that one just closed out so quick that she didn't even get an opportunity to fit a maneuver in. As we see some of the spectators on the beach, looks like everybody's focused on the lineup right now. 8 minutes remaining. Laura Clayton getting set for her heat. First round heat coming up. Heat number 2. And trying to decide how to wear the white jersey, either as a long shirt dress style or tie it up in the back. Kind of a few options there. As we see Natalia Smith, that wave just didn't materialize. She couldn't get any scoring on that one. And just going to be another really small score for her.
Yeah, the last thing you want is a big old baggy, like, night shirt draping all over you while you're trying to rip the wave. So at least I always used to tie it and kind of get it out of the way, and I'm sure that's what she's going to do too.
And right now, Taryn King is out in front in the yellow. She's got a 5.17. That last maneuver with that beautiful off the top, very controlled, very precise, scores big for today's conditions. A 5.17 is a great score. And back it up with a 4.0, and she's in the lead. Caroline Angibou, she's got a 2.63 and a 2.33. So not quite as solid in second place as she'd like to be, because Natalia Smith is right behind her, only needs so only needs a 2.54. But unfortunately for Natalia, she can't seem to find a way right now to get something that's going to offer scoring potential. She's got to get the better waves.
Well, Taryn's up and riding on a nice off the top, but just too much weight on the toes, which buried that toe side rail and got flung over the handlebars, unfortunately. There's Taryn's replay up on the web, slashing off the top and just burying that rail a little bit. Nice looking wave though. Carolyn clawing her way into her right, eyeing down the line. Nice, can she ride out of it? No. Way to be aggressive though. Taryn had a nice off the top on the closeout there while Carolyn was riding her wave. I wonder if that'll replace her 4. Carolyn on replay, nice aggressive off the top. Got a little bit in the back seat and unfortunately went out the back. The board made it though. All right, ladies, you've got just under 4 minutes left. Just under 4 minutes left. Yellow is in the lead. Carolyn, you need a 6.54 to move into first. Natalia, you need a 2.54 to move into second. I'm not seeing any of those waves, Rocky, that we saw in the heat with Omri, and I think it was the last men's heat. There was a couple almost head-high sets, and it seems like, I don't know if it's the tide or what it is, but something's calmed down a little bit here.
Yeah, we need some more of that wave action to come in here because these girls have 20-minute heats. You know, the fortunate thing for them in this first round is that they'll still be surfing again. With third place going to the repercharge. So even though Natalia gets one of her best scores right there, we'll see if that's the 2.54 she needs to go to second. Even if she doesn't advance or doesn't get second, she'll still be surfing again in the competition. So kind of an opportunity to regather herself and buckle down for that repercharge round.
Yeah, it's like when you get a second try like that, you're playing with house money.
Yeah.
So you got nothing to lose. Let her fly, let her ride, go for it.
Well, she gets one of her better scores. Just speaking of a wave that has some opportunity, she's got quite a few closeout waves, you know, scores under a point. So getting that wave to have a little section and an opportunity has been an improvement so far for her.
Yeah. We just saw Carolyn drop into one real quick, and a quick analyzation, she could assess that that wave wasn't going to allow her enough of a scoring opportunity to move forward. So get back out into position, try and be patient and wait for something better.
So it looks like that last wave of white, Natalia Smith, was enough to go to second. Right now, Caroline Angibu in third, and Caroline doing her best on that backhand wave right there to survive this first round and try to skip into round 3. But there is about a minute remaining, or less than a minute remaining, And we got to stand by for the last score of red. So the 2.77 previous score of Natalia Smith was enough to get her into second. Puts the pressure on Caroline to get a 2.58. And it'll all depend on that maneuver right there. So the heat is over. Heat number 1 in the books. Stand by for official results. I think we can say safely that Taryn King is moving on to round 3. She's in first, but it is very close between Natalia Smith and Caroline Angibu, so stand by. But congratulations to Taryn King. You'll be moving on to round 3, and we're going to stand by for that last score of red. Was it a 2.58 to get Caroline Angibu into second and on to round 3, or will she have to surf the repercharge round and allow Natalia Smith to move on?
Well, just looking at the total scores, Rocky, a 5.2 for Natalia and a 5. Well, hold on. We might have had an update here.
So that last wave of Caroline Angibu comes in at a 2.53. Not enough. So like 0.5, like 0.5 of a point separated second and third of moving on to the repercharge or to the third round. So what a swing right there in favor of Natalia Smith, who finishes in second.
Yeah, that's a heartbreak. I mean, you one maneuver, one couple more inches of a turn could equate to 0.04 of a score. So that is a tough one.
And it's just, a tough job, being called on to judge on a day like today with the conditions the way they are and the maneuvers that are involved and all the different technicalities of surfing on these waves today has been very difficult to judge. Very great job that we're having the judges do. And we're on to heat number 2. Sophia Bartlow in red, Laura Clayton in white, Annie Reichert in yellow. Heat number 3, check in. Izzy Gomez, Dominique Miller, and Yuuka Horikoshi. Please check in. Heat number 3, women's main event. And we're going to take you down to the beach. Standing by with Dave Kalama is Taryn King.
Taryn, good job winning that heat. You had some extremely tough conditions. It almost looked like the waves settled down a little bit. Did that throw you off at all?
No, I was kind of expecting the worst because the waves are super small and really inconsistent, but I managed to sit close to the pier and get 2 good waves that I needed.
Okay, most of the time I refer to what just happened. I want to know what's in your mind now moving forward. How are you approaching your next heat?
Same strategy in every heat, just get 2 good waves and just so you can secure your spot in the top 2 positions to move on to the next round.
Very smart, very smart. You only need 2 waves. That's what's going to get you moving on, and you did it. Great job. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. And congratulations to Taryn King, who's moving on to round 3. And heat number 3 coming up next. We're right now in heat number 2. We're going to run 3 heats of this main round. Then we're going to go back to the trials finals to see who will win the trials. And then we will come back to the women's main event, heats 4 through 6. And then we're going to get into the men's main event right around lunchtime, 12:20, 12:30-ish. And we'll get as far as we can in the main event of round 1 for the men's.
Did somebody say lunchtime?
Coming up a little later.
Oh, I guess it is only 10:50. Brunch. It's brunch time.
Brunch time. And going to be crunch time here for the girls as
Nice.
take a look at the pier. And couples walking arm in arm and hanging out in the sunshine. Taryn King giving some thumbs up and congratulations and competitors for the next heat getting ready. You see Yuka Horikoshi right there getting the yellow. And trying some of the suja, which is our fuel for today with all of the essential ingredients.
I just had the carrot and orange. And on any other given day, I wouldn't have had a carrot and orange. But I tell you what, I was really surprised at how nice that tasted.
Yeah.
I would definitely have another one if someone wanted to get me one.
So this is organic and cold-pressured vitamins, nutritions, all the essentials. Zip and zing. Some apple, some pineapple, some lemon, made with real juice in sunny San Diego, just down the road.
You can't beat that. Real juice made in San
Oh.
Diego.
Is that a dog bone? Oh, it's
Apple.
An apple core.
There's some leftover suja juice. That bird's like, hey, get away from me. I'm finishing my apple. See, he's having brunch. Well, not only are we standing by for some action, so are these ladies.
Yeah, they're waiting patiently for the waves to produce, for the ocean to cooperate. Sophia Bartlow out there in the red. Laura Clayton right there in your frame in the white.
And somewhere, Annie Reichert is in yellow. And she's a Maui girl.
Sophia was our Water Women Invitational champion. She surfed on a stand-up board and won that the other day on Saturday. And then she surfed on a longboard and won that as well. So a great showing on Saturday for Sophia. We'll see if she can keep it up. But that was Laura Clayton on that wave to the beach.
For the spectators on the beach, we apologize if we don't comment on every surfer, because unfortunately we don't get to see every surfer. We're actually facing the parking lot, believe it or not, and watching all the surfing on a screen. So we're doing our best to give everybody a little love, and if we miss anybody, we apologize.
Girls are on the move. It looks like they might see something that the ocean is going to produce. Potential scoring possibly going to happen. There's a little set coming through.
You know, while we got a little break here, I just want to mention that I've had the opportunity to surf with Annie several times on the south side of Maui. And I'm not sure, but she might be one of the youngest female competitors in this competition. And to see her come up in the last few months, because we've had a lot of good swell on the south side of Maui, it's so fun to see these little kids ripping. And most of the time I'm referring to guys like Jeffrey and Finn Spencer. But Annie's one of the people in that new school on the female side that's really coming up, in love with stand-up, always having fun, and ripping. So I know she hasn't had the opportunity to do too many competitions yet. So no matter how she does, this is going to be a really valuable experience for her.
Yeah, just a moment ago on your frame, you saw the On It Pro crew over there fine-tuning some of the boards. It was Mo Freitas getting his board slicked up and ready, with Marvin and Pops Tony standing by as we see Sophia Bartlow carving one off the top and gets 1 foot coming off, and not sure if that was right on the fine line of complete or incomplete, so that'll be interesting to see how that score is played out.
Nonetheless, she threw it up in there
Yeah.
see what would happen. So that was an aggressive move, which is what you want to see, and speaks to the level of and the mindset of what these women are here for. They're here to charge. And here goes Annie on the left. Oh, unfortunately, mistimed that bottom turn a little bit, got stuck in it, and turned herself right out the back.
So there's that hit off the top by Sophia Bartlow, and comes down pretty hard and just slipped off the back a little bit. So we'll see if that's going to improve her position. She's currently in the lead. She needs to better a 0.67, which it won't be tough to improve on that score. So she might have actually done something productive right there, which is to increase the lead. But very small scores, 1.4 for Sophia and a 1.37. 1.73 is what's showing on your screen there. So she is in first place. Annie Reichert is in second with a 1.5 and a 0.97. Laura Clayton still waiting for scores for her. But about 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Ruby's has probably got some burgers and fries out there at the end of the pier. Here goes Annie clawing her way into something. She looks like she's looking right. Yes, bottom turn off the top. If she can stick this will help. Rail got upended, and so did she.
So we're going to run through the first 3 heats of the first round of the main event here of the women's. Then we'll have the men's trials finals. And then we'll have the last 3 heats of the women round 1. And then we'll get into the main event of the men's. So we are going to be progressing through the tough conditions today.
Annie just showing her replay there on the webcast, and I was watching her practice on Friday, sitting with her mom, and she was letting some of those go by and not charging off the closeout on the inside. And I said to her mom said, she's not going for it. She needs to go for it. And I go, well, go tell her I said, no matter what, you just charge when you get to that inside section. And if you make it, you make it. If not, you learn how to make it. And it looks like she's not holding back and going for it on that inside section. So for good for her.
And Laura Clayton getting on the board. Her first wave score is a 0.7, so she needs a 2.43 to get to second place. Annie Reichert gets a 1.9, which moves her into first place. So yellow in first, Sophia Bartlow in red in second. Just misses that wave there. Laura Clayton in white in third.
Laura's another one I've seen out in the lineup quite a bit, just ripping. Oh, there's Annie going for that closeout. Nice, rides out of it. Right up onto the beach. Well done. Laura with a nice left. Going for the closeout. There's Laura's first wave on the replay. Nice closeout re-entry. All right, so there's just over 7 minutes left in the heat. Currently, we've got Laura in white in first place. Currently in second is Annie in yellow. She needs a 1.91 to move into first. And Sophia is now in third place, and she needs a 1.68 to move up into second. All right, competitors, you have just over 4 minutes left. Laura, you're in first place. White's in first place. Annie is in second. Needs a 2.67 to move into first. Sophia in red needs a 2.24 to move up into second. And unfortunately, the surf is taking a little break itself. So now they're really having to be patient. Red's trying to get something going here. Nice little re-entry. Working it to the bitter end. Her backup score, Sophia's backup score is a 1.4. I would imagine that would better her second score. Looks like Sophia had a little fade to the right and then brought it back to the left and got a couple hits and making the most of that because there wasn't much there to work with. There goes Izzy running down the beach. No, wait, that's not. No, that is Izzy.
That is Izzy. And there's Sophia. There's Laura. Laura scoots right up on the sand after a little re-entry maneuver. Just under 3 minutes remaining, and Laura is your heat leader. Annie Reichert currently in second in yellow, and can't complete that turn. Sophia Bartlow in third, needing a 2.24. So she's the one kind of on the hot seat right now and in a tough spot. But like we said, nobody will be bowing out of the competition just yet. We have a repercharge round that is available for the competitors here in the main event for the Wahine, the women division. Izzy getting a good stretch going on, warming up, getting her mind ready. And here's red, Sophia Bartlow. We have Sophia's previous wave. She's up and riding right now. But red goes back into first with her last wave score of a 3.67. So that is good enough for the best wave of the heat. And Sophia in first. White, Laura Clayton in second. Annie Reichert in third. Annie needs a 2.67. And here goes yellow right now. Hits the lip. Tries to make it down. Stays on the board, but does not continue to ride. So that one will be incomplete, Dave.
Yeah, she needed to get herself just a fraction more in front of the lip and not so much on top of it, because when that wave broke, it got underneath her, and that's what allowed her board to slide out the back and not actually finish in front of the wave, which is a little disappointing.
So that's crucial little bits of positioning and turning and wave judgment, you know, and you know, like you said, Annie's young. She's going to learn a lot from competing here, as we see Laura Clayton, incomplete turn on her backhand. But Annie just, you know, a little bit of fine-tuning and, you know, experience will pay off.
Yeah, timing is probably one of the easier things to fix in regards to technique and all the things that make up technique. You just decide to go half a beat sooner, you know.
So there is the end of heat number 2. And actually the previous score of Laura Clayton comes in at a 4.1. So she goes back into first place. Sophia Bartlow currently in second. Annie Reichert in third. The results are still unofficial as we're filling in all of the scores. 7 somewhere, I think. No, in the previous heat. All right, so there is the beginning of heat number 3 for this main event for the women. Izzy Gomez in red, Dominique Miller in white, Yuka Horikoshi in yellow. There she is up and riding. Yuka, nice turn, good completion. Steps off onto the beach. Here we go on the outside. It's Dominique Miller. Just a quick kick out there for Dominique. And standing by on the beach is Dave Kalama, and he's got the winner of that last seat, Laura Clayton.
Laura, good job representing Maui. During your heat, I would say the waves went down and were as infrequent as we've seen all morning. How was that for you? Was that stressful? Were you able to stay calm during that? How'd you play that?
It was really stressful. I mean, I knew I needed to get my scores to get up to back into first, and so I just waited out there for the best wave I could find, and then caught the score I needed.
Well, that was good. I looked at the scores before I came over to talk to you. I saw that you started out slow, but you finished really well, and you did what you needed to do. So good job there. Moving forward, do you think you'll be able to maintain that type of patience in case the waves do that again?
I don't know. We'll have to see in the next heats how it plays out.
Good job, Laura. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dave. Congratulations, Laura. And men's trials finalists, please check in. Men's trials finalists, check in. We need Colin McPhillips. We need Riggs Napoleon. We need Felipe Rodriguez.
There's a shot of Dominique Miller on our webcast in white.
So first score coming in for yellow, Yuuka Horikoshi comes in a 3.5. First two scores for Dominique Miller, a 0.67 and a 0.83. Just a few minutes gone by in this heat. Men's trials finalists, please check in. You'll be surfing next.
Izzy up and riding. A nice backhand re-entry and a clean run out. How often do you hear that at a surf contest?
It's like hitting the ball in baseball and running out, your first base sprint right there, just finishing off, just like taking a run down the baseline.
That's what we need. We need to put a little home base right at the shore break there.
Yeah, slide,
tag out when you come
slide
in.
If you like. Superman slide up the sand. Dominique Miller attempting. Yuuka is a little further south and not able to catch that wave. We're going to look at the last wave of Izzy Gomez. And Izzy was able to finish and complete a turn, and now here she is, live action. Little check turn there, and then into a double up, And another step off onto the beach.
Well, that might not be ultimately what she wants. She's doing what she needs, and
Right.
that's getting points up on the board, completing her rides, and doing what it takes to get herself into the next round.
She is a world champion, stand-up paddle tour world champion, so she is definitely used to winning and very comfortable competing, in these tough conditions.
There's Yuuka with kind of a closeout re-entry, but a scoring wave nonetheless, so good job.
Here's Dominique Miller in the white. Nice big off the top and critical. Controls the board in that steep part of the wave and an impressive maneuver there. Currently in third place, needed that big turn, and that's going to shake things up here.
Yeah, the angle that she got to that board to, for just a split second coming off the top, really accentuated the aggressiveness, the degree at which she hit that lip and got that nose way up in the air and came back down with the lip. That was good surfing right there.
Yeah, we got to check out the replay, and the judges will be scoring on all those really small details that the average person watching the surf event might not notice, but as a judge, you really got to get in there and look at that little angle you talked about, the height of the board as it got up on the wave, the degree of difficulty coming back down on that one. So easily she could have poked the nose and ruined the whole maneuver, but she really did a good job of holding on strong.
That was a little shot across the bow for the other ladies to step it up, I'd say. She's not here to play around. She's here to compete, and that's exactly what she did with that first wave. But Izzy, being the competitor that she is, I know will respond. And so the situation right now is red in first place, Izzy. Second place is Yuuka, and she needs a 3.41 to move into first. In white in third place, Dominique needs a 4.44 to move into second, and you've got just about 13 minutes left in the seat.
Camera 3 is live. Stuart just taking over the desk for a second. Camera 3, you are live. Camera 3, you are live.
Keep it down over there.
Camera 1, okay. Camera 1 is live. Live on camera 1.
I don't know if you follow Izzy's Instagram, Rocky, but
I've seen some posts.
that girl's having way too much fun. Every time she posts something, she's got a giant grin on her face in some cool location, and she's having more fun than I think even I am.
She's multi-talented, has performed on the Surfer Bar stage at Turtle Bay for open mic night with her guitar.
Here's
She's,
Dominique up and riding to the right on her backhand. Nice smooth turns.
So Dominique putting the best score of the heat on the board. Her last score was a 4.83, and she just locked in another score. So she's looking pretty solid for advancing into the third round. Yuuka is in third. And we'll update you on the scores when we get the last one of white, Dominique Miller.
This is looking like a race to the beach here. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Oh, Yuuka establishes the left. Gets another nice hit.
That's a nice top turn right there for Yuuka. She, very much like Dominique, put it up there, got it in the right spot, and completed maybe with not as much of the degree of difficulty that Dominique had, but very similar and very clean and smooth.
Here we go. Looks like Izzy's going to get her turn now. Heading left on her backside, off the top. A little bit mistimed there. The wave got up under her. Speaking of Instagram, Rocky, yesterday I had the opportunity to speak with Kai Lenny for a few minutes. And one of the things that we spoke about was Instagram.
Uh-huh.
And boy, did I get taken to school. How many times you're supposed to post during the day, how many hashtags, how many ats. I had no idea Instagram was so confusing and so much to it.
Getting down to a science of, the social media marketing explosion that's been happening with the use of technology, and a lot of folks following the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour on Facebook and Instagram, and watching, of course, on watermanleague.com. But, it is for guys that are in this business of professional sports. A lot of it has to do with your own personal branding, your so-called popularity, or your amount of likes, or your amount of views and comments that you get on Instagram. And so it's an important thing that you kind of have to keep up with in this day and age to be successful and to get the kind of attention and make the kind of career that you can sustain, your personal life. You have to be disciplined to get on that social media.
Well, what's funny is, before yesterday, I used to ride on the Instagram short bus. And I feel like after talking to Kai, I get to ride on the big bus now with the other kids.
You got a little bit of schooling.
I got schooled. But hopefully that'll help me in the long run.
Yeah, that's part of the new trend, for just anybody, at Turtle Bay, where I spend a lot of my time in Hawaii on the North Shore.
A three-wave paddle battle.
And it looks like Yuuka winning that little battle and getting a nice turn there and floating over a little section right onto the beach.
Two solid
Front
hits
and
there.
Center.
I'd call that a response to Dominique's one high-scoring wave with her own.
One of our spectators getting some TV time down there in the shoreline was quite close to the shore and got to see, had a front row seat to Yuuka coming right at her. Here's Dominique Miller in white, and red Izzy Gomez further down the line, and no opportunity there for Izzy. So things getting a little spicy right now with Yuuka getting a wave to the shore, with Dominique throwing a nice turn up there and putting a little pressure on the world champ Izzy Gomez.
Izzy just got a little taste of reality there. Most of the waves that have been ridden, girls have had a little bit of an opportunity to score or peel. The wave's been peeling, so it gives them that opportunity to score. Izzy just got what shore break most of the time is about, getting caught behind it, which usually seems to happen to me. But you've got to try. You never know. Sometimes the wave shapes up, sometimes it doesn't. And you've got to take that chance.
And so Dominique Miller getting one all the way to shore with a couple of turns there. And she's currently in first. And that last score of yellow was enough to put Yuuka in second. So white in first, yellow in second, Izzy Gomez in red in third. And
What?
sorry, Yuuka in yellow goes to first. So yellow is in first, white is in second. Here's yellow up and riding on one of the bigger waves we've seen and smashing it off the top, but can't hold on.
She had to go for it, though. I mean,
Yeah.
there hasn't been that many waves like that, and she set up the off the lip perfectly. You got to go for it, irregardless of what might happen. You got to take advantage of an opportunity like that. And she did.
Izzy Gomez in red, you're in third. Izzy, you need a 3.34. Red, you're in third. You need a 3.34. White, you're in second. And Yuuka in yellow, you are in first place. Just about 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Looks like Izzy's going to work. She knows she has some ground to cover up, and so she's starting to try and create as many opportunities as she can for herself. But unfortunately, not quite panning out. She might be pressing a little bit hard on the accelerator right now, and it might be to her advantage to just back off ever so slightly, make a wave or two, and get some momentum going.
Yeah, her best score right now in the heat is a 3.83, so she's going to need something to that level, the 3.34 she needs to get into second place, avoid that very, very unpredictable repercharge round that can be sometimes such a dogfight because it's, the last-ditch effort for a lot of competitors to remain in the event, so a lot of like I said, unpredictability for that repercharge round. You want to try to avoid that as much as possible. And Izzy, right now in third, needs a 3.34.
Well, like you say, she only needs a 3.34, and she's got a pocket full of those with her ability. So to get herself up into second, which would be an advancing spot, no problem. She just needs an opportunity.
And some of the spectators on the beach, competitors getting ready for the final. I believe that is Kieran Grant getting ready. So it'll be Kieran Grant. It'll be Riggs Napoleon. It'll be Felipe Rodriguez. And Colin McPhillips coming up in that stacked final. They're all headed to the main round, so a bit of just kind of more of a bragging rights, winner of the trials type of thing coming up next, and maybe a little bit of momentum heading into the main event, but no pressure. They've already made the main event. Kind of just a little extra heat to maybe get a practice round in or something.
That's exactly right. Most competitions, you don't get literally a throwaway heat.
Yeah.
So these guys can take this opportunity, let it hang out a little looser than you might normally, take some chances you might not normally take because there's no repercussions.
Yeah.
You got nothing to lose, but you could gain momentum moving forward into the main event.
Absolutely. Here's Izzy Gomez. Crucial wave here as not able to get it. Just under 4 minutes remaining.
She still only needs a 3.34, which is one wave. There's no time to panic for her yet. Yuka and Dominique are sitting in a good position, but I wouldn't go to sleep with Izzy in third place only needing a 3.34.
Yeah, and you got to wonder what's going through the minds of the other competitors that know Izzy's capabilities and knowing that she's only one small score away from kind of stealing their thunder and stopping them from advancement into round three. Because I know Dominique and Yuka would love a little free pass into round three and skip that repercharge round. So they've got to be kind of thinking that Izzy is right there. They can hear the updates. They know the situation. Dominique right now trying to play a little defense. Not able to catch that wave. Yuka is not going to get into that wave either. So a little bit of the strategy is being showcased here, and they're keeping Izzy honest.
Yeah, we got the surfing version of chess going on now. You got to be thinking 2 moves ahead. So it's a lot more layers to peel away in the situation right now.
Kyle Vaj and the boys cruising down on the beach side, hanging out, waiting for the men's main event. Kyle, one of the contenders for the world title last year.
Looks like we're just under 2 minutes left. Yuka in yellow still in first place. Dominique in second. Needs a 3.4 to move up into first. And Izzy in red still in third place and needing a 3.34 to get up into second. So running out of time. But like we spoke about earlier, not out of the event. So
Yep.
not too much pressure.
1 minute, 30 seconds, right around there is the time remaining. Situation is Yuka in yellow in first, Dominique in a white in second, and Izzy in red in third. And there's a former women's world champ, Nicole Pacelli. She's observing the conditions very closely. And look at this battle. It is Yuka and Izzy, and Yuka does a good job there of keeping Izzy off the wave. So that was a crucial exchange, and Yuka we talked a little bit about the Japanese competitors and being a little bit more low key and maybe not as aggressive, but she was determined right there and defied that stereotype quite firmly and held Izzy off that wave.
Yeah, Japan's being very well represented in the surfing world right now with one of their men's competitors doing really well in the WSL event recently, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
And now, yeah, oh my God.
So that is the end of heat number 3 and a bit of a shocker for Izzy Gomez, which looks like she'll be heading to the repercharge round. It is Yuuka Horikoshi in first, Dominique Miller finishing in second, and Izzy Gomez will be headed to the repercharge round finishing in third.
Well, I'm sure Izzy's disappointed, but you always got to look at the bright side of things, and sometimes working your way up from the bottom like she can create a lot of momentum and really get you in a rhythm so that when you get back into the main event.
So that last exchange with Izzy Gomez and Yuuka is an interference call, red on yellow, interference call, red on yellow, and that makes the results official. Yellow, Yuuka Horikoshi in first, Dominique Miller in white in second, and Izzy Gomez finishing in third with the interference on the last exchange, headed to the repercharge round. The men's trials finalists, stand by. Men's trials finalists, stand by for the start. All right, now we are underway with the men's trials finals. All 4 of these competitors advancing into the main event, which we'll have a little bit of coming up a bit later. Heat number 4 of the women, please check in. Nicole Pacelli, Shelby Schweitzer, and Mariko Strickland. Please check in. Heat number 4, women's main event. So that last women's heat, kind of a lot of drama going down with a couple of lead changes, some great maneuvers from Dominique and from Yuuka, and kind of coming up, flying under the radar, and then getting a really competitive Izzy Gomez to kind of, I don't want to say like, not give up, but just kind of put a lot of pressure on her.
Yeah, the surf might not be giving us much action, but the competitors certainly are.
Wow, and look at
Holy
Kieran Grant.
mackerel. He's kicking out down at Newport.
That was
3 solid hits.
Combo of turns that we haven't seen from these waves today too much, but Felipe Rodriguez flying down the line, a nice layback carve for Felipe in red. Here we go on the outside. Yellow Riggs Napoleon. Not able to catch that one. Colin McPhillips having a couple strokes.
Well, I think we're waiting for scores right now, but those first 2 rides are going to be pretty decent scores. Those were impressive first waves.
Well, we had Kieran with the 3-maneuver combo. We had Felipe with the one nice big slashing layback turn. Here's Kieran looking at a right, but it's blue, Colin McPhillips, who ends up with it on that 8-4.
Nice smooth backside off the top. get himself up on the board, get into this heat, get some momentum going. So good job by Colin there. I agree. Oh, man down, Felipe. Stop the world from spinning. Oh, there we go.
Couple of beach bodies there. Nicole Pacelli getting ready for her first round experience in this women's main event. Right now, the trials finalists for the men are in the water right now. And here goes. This is Kieran Grant's first wave. A couple of nice whacks off the top. Finishes strong right on the sandbar on the shore break.
If we were watching baseball right now, I'd give that a triple. 3 hits off the top, got a man on third, no outs. Kieran's looking good.
Well, his first score, that's a 4.33. Riggs Napoleon, his first wave was a 3.0. And blue, Colin McPhillips with a 5.17. And Felipe Rodriguez with a 3.17 and a 3.8.
So Felipe is in first place. Red's in first place right now.
And here's Red's first score, where he got up and over the lip with a nice carving turn, little layback to add to the degree of difficulty.
Kieran looks like he's eyeing something coming in. So does Colin. Colin looks like he's sliding right. He's got something here. Nice over the section with a nice whitewater. Little whitewater rebound to finish it off. Oh, board take the high road, Colin take the low road.
One of the interesting aspects of stand-up paddleboarding is how you get out through the waves. Of course, a lot of the boards quite thick. Duck diving is a little bit more difficult, and sometimes, yeah, you got to use the over-under technique.
Yeah, the volume of the boards. Oh, wait a second. That
Felipe.
looks like Felipe.
Is he in fast forward?
That might be the human spring. The human spring surfing right there. Did you see how much energy he was putting into each one of those turns? That was incredible.
He's just like he's like all coiled up, ready to spring out, like you said, and just explode off the lip. And for a moment, I thought we were watching something in fast forward.
Yeah.
But that was natural speed right there for Felipe Rodriguez, busting onto the scene from Mexico.
Natural speed.
Yeah.
How much does that cost? I don't know, but it looks like Felipe bought a lot of it because he had some natural speed going, no doubt about it. Looks like Kieran's eyeing something up. So is Riggs.
There's Riggs. Oh, just a weird little catch of the rail, and he laughs it off.
Glad to see we're not the only ones laughing at that. I got it. Oops.
Yeah, you can kind of see the carefree energy that's out there right now. Kieran kind of flopping off his board. Riggs flopping off his board, laughing about it. Colin just cruising out there. Felipe, looks like he's using this to try to get some work done, but still having a good time with it. Mahalo to our sponsors, Turtle Bay Resort, the Waterman League. Banners flying over there on the Huntington Beach Pier. But, not too much pressure here, just bragging rights for who is going to say they won the trials. They're going to be focused on the main event.
Yep. And the main event is possible because we've got great sponsors. Air Tahiti Nui, Fiat, who's giving away a car this week.
Woo!
I want some of that action. Cordry, the Kimpton Shorebreak Hotel, Kona Brewing Company, the Aloha Grill. So thank you very much to all our sponsors.
Mhm.
We appreciate it.
And there's Kieran Grant in your frame. We saw Felipe Rodriguez attempting a maneuver, but it was incomplete.
Oh, hold on, one. I forgot one very important. Nakamakai, doing so much for the youth of surfing.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you very much to them also.
Yeah, and just, ocean awareness as a whole is Nakamakai puts on events all around the state of Hawaii and all over the world for the youth to participate, to learn about the ocean, to get an opportunity to play in the ocean, and all made possible by that great nonprofit organization started by Dwayne DeSoto, world longboard champion.
Yeah.
So Felipe, he's got that speed working, gets it up and over, and a beautiful turn there for Felipe.
The human spring, boing,
He is
bouncing
just
off the lips.
revved up, ready to go. And he's got a knee brace on. I hate to see what happened when he's 100%. He'll be flying off the back of the wave like a roller coaster.
All right, so competitors, you've got just over 10 minutes left. We've got Colin McPhillips in first place in blue, Felipe Rodriguez in red. Needs a 4.95 to move into first, but he's currently in second, so this whole thing's kind of for fun anyway at this point. Kieran Grant needs a 3.27 in white for him to move up, and Riggs in yellow needs a 4.6 to move into second.
Riggs just wrapping up a ride right there.
Nice close-up of Colin. Looks like he's eyeing something. And that's all he's going to get to do with that one, unfortunately. I'd say Colin's in a good position. With a 5.17 and a 3.5 second as his second wave, he is in first place. But I know he'd like to back that 5.17 with another 5 or maybe even higher, to kind of secure that and give him a little momentum going into the main event.
And here he is. It's Colin McPhillips on his forehand. And a couple of nice manufactured turns right there. Today it's all about making something out of very little or close to nothing.
Good description, Rocky. Manufactured. Putting stuff together and making it happen. Now, if we could just manufacture some waves, we'd be set.
So keeping that board moving, throwing it around, using the strategy he explained during an interview earlier of just making it look like he's really working and getting that board out of the wave, and little bunny hop air right there.
Kieran.
Trying to boost.
That was kind of I hate to even say old man hair. That looked like the aerial I did the other day. So there's gray hair, Rocky, and now there's gray air. That's what it's called when I do an aerial.
The gray air.
Gray air.
Here's Kieran. We'll see the fins pop out just barely.
Hey, for me, that'd be flying. On Zane's scale, didn't even leave the water.
Yeah. Here goes Kieran, having a look. No ride there. You can see a little bit of texture from a light sea breeze that's happening. Felipe Rodriguez. Just a slip off the board as he goes up and over that section.
That looked like a self-defense move right there. That board was swinging for his chin.
He might have tweaked his wrist a little bit. You saw him shake it a little, have a look. Riggs Napoleon. It's like jumping out of a moving car, trying to keep the speed going. Kieran Grant.
Kieran looking like he was setting something up, but got stuck in the setup.
Here's Felipe's last wave. Just slips off, gets the board to the wrist, and came up a little gingerly, but I think he's okay.
Rocky, I'm kind of known as the big wave guy. And the reason that mostly is because I'm not very good at the small waves, so I've never been known as the small wave guy. So I got to hand it to these guys that are out in the water competing in these what we would all pretty much call tiny waves.
Yeah.
And just ripping the bejesus out of these things. And just, I mean, they're making me want to get out there and go surf that because it looks like fun.
Yeah.
But I can tell you what, it wouldn't look like fun if you saw me out there trying to do that.
It is very difficult to generate speed, to fit those turns in so tightly. I mean, you look at a guy like Felipe Rodriguez, and, you know, when he's going down the line, he's just firing on all cylinders. And, yeah, making these waves look way more fun and way more surfable than they really are.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've mentioned it a few times already, but Felipe, it looks like he's got a motor underneath his board just propelling him down the line. Even when he's out in the flats, the guy's still going fast.
Saw that brief shot of America and Brazil side by side, flags on the beach there.
Brazil.
We need you guys standing up out there, competitors. Please stand up, competitors. White, Kieran Grant, please stand.
Stand up for your rights
Get
or
up,
lefts.
Stand up. Here's Colin McPhillips. You know, you heard him earlier, a nice floater with an airdrop right there and then kind of tucking in to a little tight section. His goal was to make it to the main event. He would love to say that he won the trials into the main event.
Colin's like one of those. If you're an investor, he'd be a safe place to put your money. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's always moving forward. You know he's going to deliver.
Very reliable.
Very reliable.
Meanwhile, Kieran Grant up and riding on that one, but the previous wave from Felipe Rodriguez, he threw buckets on that turn.
Buckets. Riggs, he's looking for something. We haven't seen too much action lately out of him, so you know he's getting ready to just unload if he gets his hands on something.
Here comes a wave. Riggs has to go over. Felipe Rodriguez in position on his backhand. Sets up the paddle, nice transfer there, and then snaps off the top, but comes unglued. Riggs just has to play in the whitewater. Now he finds the open face and bashes it on his backhand nicely.
How was Riggs' adjustment halfway down when he saw that he was probably going to pearl if he didn't take some kind of action real quick? And you saw him jet back onto his back foot and kind of push that nose up so it would clear when it came down to the bottom. That was a good little move there. Kind of a subtle thing, but I noticed it, and that might have salvaged his score on that wave and gave him a really high score because he had 2 or 3 hits weaving back and forth before he even got to that inside closeout.
Yeah, just kind of had to be patient with that one and stay busy while he waited for the inside section to provide the real critical scoring potential. Colin McPhillips kind of doing the same thing, staying busy, going right, going left. Now finds a nice section for a beautiful off the top. And reliable, steady.
That's good surfing right there.
He was on point there. Just about 1 minute remaining. And so far it is Felipe Rodriguez who is in the lead, followed by Colin McPhillips.
Riggs is currently in third in yellow, needs a 5.74. And Kieran in fourth place right now, needing a 4.42 to move up into second. And time is running out quickly. Less than a minute. You know who Felipe kind of reminds me of? He's the Mexican version of Zane. Just a spring that is ready to sprung.
And a lot of speed and just kind of, a little bit all over the place. But, controlled chaos, pretty much, is the style. And it does remind us a lot of Zane Schweitzer, who we'll see in the main round a little bit later. So that is the end of the trials finals. And it looks like possibly Felipe Rodriguez would be the trials champion. We're waiting for scores to come in, however, to make the results official. So we do have Colin's last few waves coming in, 4.43 and a 4.9. So it is official. Felipe Rodriguez in first, Colin McPhillips in second, Kieran Grant in third, and Riggs Napoleon in fourth. But congratulations to all the trials finalists. You will be moving on to the main event coming up a bit later. Right now into heat number 4 of the women first round main event. Nicole Pacelli in red, Shelby Schweitzer in white, Mariko Strickland in yellow. Heat number 5, check in. Fiona Wild, Shakira Westdorp, Roxy Davis, and Lexi Alston. Please check in. Fiona, Shakira, Roxy, and Lexi, check in. And standing by on the beach with an interview of the winner of the last heat, we got Dave Kalama, and he's down there with our trials champion, Felipe Rodriguez.
Felipe, congratulations on the win in the trials. You're into the main event. Rocky and I were commenting that you look like the human spring. You're just ready to explode at any moment, and usually the lip is the one that's taking the punishment of that. Where do you get that energy and that speed you create?
Man, surfing for me is like everything. Is my best sport. It's my life, so I like to do it. try to surf every day. Doesn't matter if it's a competition, it's just free surfing. I just like surfing. I like stand-up paddleboarding, surfing. So just try to do the best I can, like with the best style I can.
Well, it definitely looks like you like surfing, but it also looks like you like speed because you're definitely one of the fastest competitors out here so far. So congratulations on that. Now you're going into the main event. Is your mindset changed, or are you just going to keep going with the same philosophy?
Oh, it changed a lot. I'm gonna try to be way better than this. Like if I can't, with the same speed because I like his speed, and just keep going, man. Just keep going.
Well, congratulations and welcome to the main event.
Thank you.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. And Felipe Rodriguez, congratulations on winning the trials and heading to the main event and doing it in stylish fashion with a couple of great scores, great maneuvers, and a couple of little fun wipeouts to add to it, a little bit of everything in that trials final. And good fun to watch. Those four will be moving on to the main event.
Oh, okay.
He's live.
There's Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, former women's stand-up paddle world champion and fierce competitor who has been doing quite well over the last few years and making a name for herself. Fiona Wild. Sorry, that was Shelby Schweitzer, briefly in your frame, who just finished up a wave. Of course, she's part of the Schweitzer Waterman Ohana.
That's right. Maui girl, Zane's sister. Boy, you couldn't have a better coach, huh?
Yeah.
Zane being your brother. After you get done coaching Shelby, how about helping me out a little? I want some of that human spring thing that Zane's got going on in surfing.
Kind of talked about it a little bit with Felipe, and he just, really described his passion for acting, and you can see it when he's going down the line. He is committed and really got the pedal to the metal.
You know what, Felipe kind of reminds me of like a really good entertainer or singer where you can feel everything that he is and his passion and his love for what he does actually comes through in his surfing. And it's like he's not just surfing technically and competitive, he's surfing with emotion, and it's coming through in his turns.
Just had a shot of Zane Schweitzer trying to stay shaded out on the beach, but also be close enough to the action to support his sister Shelby. There's a good look at all of the spectators and some competitors. Fernando Stala having a little bit of refueling right there, recharging. And unfortunately, he is out of the event, but he's continuing to be down here to support his fellow Mexican brother Felipe Rodriguez.
Support, represent, he's a great representative, not only stand-up, but Mexico and South America. And he's here for the racing, so he's not done. He might be done surfing, but he's not done competing.
Yeah, he'll be in that stand-up paddle World Series race coming up, and hopefully he'll be able to make it out to the Turtle Bay Finals next month in October.
In yellow, it looks like Mariko from Kauai setting up the right. Nice little flap on the top. Mariko's best score is a .57, so I suspect that will increase her total.
Just small kind technical difficulties, but we're okay now. Shelby goes down. She was trying for that wave. Further down the line, Nicole Pacelli gets a wave and kicks out.
All right, so we got about 10 and a half minutes left in this heat. Nicole in red is in first place. Mariko in yellow is in second. Shelby in third, needing a 1.94 to move up into second. Ooh. That's some misinformation. We now have up-to-the-date results.
Situation is Mariko in yellow is in first, and her last score was a 307, her best wave so far. Nicole Pacelli is in second. Shelby Schweitzer is in third. Shelby needs a 2.94. So Shelby's in third, needing a 2.94. We're standing by for Nicole's last score, which if that is anything above a 1.33, it's going to increase the score required for Shelby. So an important fourth wave score coming in for red Nicole Pacelli, and that does change it up. So Nicole Pacelli, her last score, a 2.53. That puts her, for the moment, in first. Puts Mariko down in second. Now Shelby Schweitzer needs a 3.9. So the ante getting upped a little bit by Nicole and by Mariko. And Shelby continues to need something a little bit better. And we're now waiting for yellow's last wave, which if it is anything better than a 2.9, then that score for Shelby will yet again increase what she needs. And Mariko Strickland, one turn and then gets ejected, but a good effort there, going for it right in the shore break. As some more waves roll through out the back. Red Nicole Pacelli, not in position to catch that wave, has to go through it. Shelby Schweitzer, not able to catch that wave. Mariko's previous score was a 1.73. So Shelby Schweitzer still in third, needs a 3.9. But also Mariko has a score yet to come in for her last wave.
Rocky, a few months ago, I had the pleasure of going to Idaho for the Payette River Games.
Wow.
And Mariko was there. Oh, red up and riding, Nicole. And so anyway, speaking to Mariko, she did so good in the river, and it's so different than whitewater in waves. It's normally in a wave, you dig in your inside rail to control the board. There, if you dig the inside rail, what happens is the river grabs it and turns the board on you, so you actually have to do the opposite of what you're used to. You got to raise the inside rail to keep it up so that the water can flow under your board. And it was so fun to watch her compete there.
Yeah.
And adjust on the fly. But it speaks to how much of a water woman she is. River, surf, dive, paddle.
And that's the the cool thing of stand-up paddleboarding is the versatility and the many places you can do it. And Mariko doing a good job there, controlling the bow, as you say, the front of the board, and keeping the nose from poking and completing that turn. Shelby Schweitzer is in third, and she's going to continue to need a score of a 3.9 as of right now, but we're waiting for that last score of yellow to come through. That could possibly increase the margin. Just about 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes left.
Rocky, I don't want to say how many years ago, but I used to windsurf with Shelby's mom.
Wow.
And it's so fun for me to watch Shelby blossom into this surf competitor because it reminds me so much of how her mom was. Oh, my God, I sound like a grandfather.
Nicole Pacelli finishing up in the shoreline.
Yeah, good ride by Nicole. But, yeah, it's so fun to watch Shelby evolve into this competitive entity because it reminds me so much of her mom when she used to windsurf and down at the beach every day, all day long, putting everything she had into it, like we all did at that time. And it's just so fun to have that opportunity to live that lifestyle and grow up around the beach, competing in the water like her father did, like her brother does. And it's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, the second generation of competitive ocean sports people is really a cool thing, and the Schweitzer family, so much support for each other. Maddie Schweitzer doing a lot of help with Zane Schweitzer and coaching and branding and filming, and all those little things have to come together to create a successful ocean competitive business for yourself.
Well, here's Mariko up on the right again. She decided to cut out of that one. But you're very right. You bring up a very good topic. No matter who it is out here competing, top to bottom, you have a team behind you. Almost no one gets to where they are at this point without having a complete team of people to help you get there.
And currently we have red in first place. Red is in first. Yellow is in second. White is in third. White still needs a 3.9. White needs a 3.9. Yellow in second and red in first with just a few minutes, about 3 minutes remaining. And here's Nicole. She's going to be up and riding on her backhand. And just to kick out, however, nothing producing there. There's our spectators on the beach.
It looks like a little breeze picking up maybe from the flapping of that umbrella.
Yeah. How come we can't feel it in here?
Last night, Rocky, I come home to my godmother's house, which is where I'm staying just down the road, and I walk in, I open the door, and it's like this aroma just whap hits me. And I'm like, what is that? And it just like sprung my attention. I go, oh, I'm just making some banana bread. Yeah, broke the mouth a loaf and a half later.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, God, I shouldn't have done that.
Nicole Pacelli staying busy in the last couple of minutes of this heat. She's currently in first place. In yellow, Mariko Strickland in second place. Shelby Schweitzer is in third, needing a 3.9 and on the bubble of possibly a trip to the repercharge round.
There's the flags waving. Paddlers
And
paddling.
there's Nicole and Mariko, and they both kind of look at that wave and decide it's not worth fighting over.
You go, Auntie. No, you go.
Under a minute remaining, under 1 minute. Red in first, yellow in second. White needing a 3.9.
Look at that Mariko just circling like a shark waiting. Come on in. Come on in.
There's a wave outside trying to move through the lineup here. We'll see if one of them can take advantage. A lot of things happening with the breeze.
I
that's
think there's
picking up
something
here.
happening in the waves.
And results of heat number 4 of the women's main event. Nicole Pacelli in red in first. Mariko Strickland in yellow in second. And Shelby Schweitzer in the white finishing in third. Heat number 5 on standby. There's the start of heat number 5. Fiona Wild in the red. Shakira Westdorp from Australia in the white. Roxy Davis from South Africa in the yellow. And from the USA, Lexi Alston is in blue. Check in heat number 6. Candace Appleby, Lori Park, and Heather Wilcox. Check in for heat number 6. Red Fiona Wild up and riding. See her in the distance there with the wide shot of the shoreline, the pier in the distance, and competitors exiting the water, and Fiona heading back out into the water. There's another wave for Fiona Wild, who getting off to a quick start early on in the heat. Heat number 6, check in. Candace Appleby, Lori Park, Heather Wilcox, please check in. Men's main event. Round 1, be on standby to get ready. Coming up in heat number 1, we'll have Mo Freitas, Noah Janela, and the trials winner, which would be Felipe Rodriguez. So but we're not going to get to the men's main event just yet. We've got this heat 5 here of the women. Then we got heat number 6 coming up next. And so far, Fiona Wild got off to a quick start. 2 scores on the board. Here's yellow, Roxy Davis. Looks like her first score. And down on the beach, we've got Dave Kalama, who is standing by. Who do you got down there, Dave?
Rocky, I got Nicole, who just won that last heat. I know it's been tough out there. I saw you before you headed out for your heat, and you look like you got a game plan. You look like you're really focused. What, and I know you're from Brazil, what did you do to prepare for this event?
I'm training a lot at home, like doing a lot of pedaling, like racing, to get better, to improve my performance. But before the heats, I was just watching the waves because the waves is just like a little short break. So if you get like the right wave, you will make the heat. So I was just watching.
Yeah, well, it looks like you came up with a good game plan and you executed it very well. So now moving forward, what's your plan of attack?
I try to do my best in every heat, just like hit by hit, and I'm happy to make the first one. I'm happy that I just did the first one, so before the concert, I'm always a little bit nervous. So now that starts, I will get better.
Well, you didn't look nervous, and you did a great job, so congratulations and good luck moving forward.
All right, thank you, Dave. Mahalo. And great job, Nicole Pacelli. Congratulations. Moving on to round 3 for the women's main event. And there you see a wave of Fiona Wild. She's got a 4.07 score, also with a 3.0 score. Shakira Westdorp in white, her last score, a 6.17. As Fiona goes airborne off the board. So White getting the highest score of this heat and one of the higher scores of the women's competition that we've seen today, a 6.17.
Yeah, Shaq's from, well, Shaq is her nickname, affectionately known, especially around the Quick Blade office. She's all business, man. She's one of the best paddle boarders in the world. So you know her pedigree and her level of competition and what she expects from herself is second to nobody out here. She's not here to just compete or participate. She's here to win. And you can see she's come out swinging.
Yeah, that in it to win it, and getting a 6.17 on the way. She's got a backup score of a 2.27. Currently, she's in first place. So top 2 of these folks will move on to the round 3. And the others will head to the repercharge round.
It's like Fiona's up and riding to the right. Not a lot to work with, but she's making the most of it, no doubt. It's so hard when you don't have the speed to get that board up on top of the whitewater or on top of the lip and do much with it. And it's like you're just throwing it the best you can to make it look like you're changing direction. But it can be very frustrating when that wave just isn't cooperating. But like you just saw, she made the most of what she could out of that wave. Looks like the spectators are just as focused as the competitors at this point.
A lot of our spectators right there are competitors. And just looking on, watching the conditions. You know, you heard Nicole Pacelli really elaborate on, you know, her preparation and watching the surf, maybe even using a watch to time the sets and get a feel for what the ocean is doing, because so much of your success depends on how your relationship is with the ocean in that 20 minutes and how you're going to connect and try to get in the rhythm and feel the flow and be the one to get the best waves, be the one to perform on the best waves. And it's really important to prepare like that.
Yeah, you nailed it, and she spoke of it very well. Oh, there's... Whoa, wait a second. Shaq. Pulling pulling the trick out of her hat there, going for a 360. I like it. Hey, when you're in first place, you might as well let it all hang out.
Yeah, just go for it. So she improves with a previous score of a 3.43. That last wave for her is going to be just a throwaway. Here is blue. That is Lexi Alston, who kind of comes alive right there and gets a nice little score on the board. We'll see how that comes in, but you also heard Nicole say she's a little bit nervous, likes to get that first heat out of the way, kind of shake off the butterflies, and she promised she's going to be better in the next heat. And that's kind of the attitude you want, is to keep getting better. You know, the competition is not going to get any easier as you move into the next rounds, and she'll have a little kind of second round bye into the third round by winning the heat and moving on.
Shaq just finished her last wave nicely with a real kind of flair of pushing that tail out and keeping herself real low so she could complete it. So good surfing there. So we've got just about 11 minutes left. Shakira in white is in first place. Fiona Wild in red in second. We got Roxy in yellows in third, needing a 3.25. And Lexi in blue, sitting in fourth place right now, needing a 7.07 to move into second. Look at that replay of Shakira. She almost made that.
That was pretty close. And looks like blue, Lexi Alston, finishing up a wave in the shoreline. And here is yellow having a look, but no ride. That was Roxy Davis. So we've got competitors from Australia in this heat, the USA, and South Africa. And actually Fiona from the state of Oregon.
Looks like Fiona just finished a wave there. Fiona's another person that's a real water woman. A lot of windsurfing in her background from Hood River, so she has the opportunity to do a lot of downwinding up there. That's one of the best places in the world for downwinding. Everybody thinks Maui is the downwind capital of the world, and it kind of is, but I tell you what, in a very close second, Hood River is very good for downwinding, and that creates the opportunity for Fiona to do all kinds of things in the water, and I think that's helping her surfing right now, just being that well-rounded.
Yeah, she exploded onto the scene a couple of years ago with her skills, of course, as a racer. She's really improved in her surfing. You know, they doesn't have the greatest opportunity to ride waves in Oregon. I mean, it's for one, it's freezing cold, and you know, the swells and just the surfing opportunity is just not as abundant as, say, somebody from Hawaii or California. But she's really worked hard to improve her surfing skills. Spent a lot of time, you know, I think going over to Maui and hanging out with the Starboard team and Zane Schweitzer and the gang.
Well, I know she spends a lot of time in the water with Bant Rodinger, who's going to be competing later in the men's. But yeah, she's so well-rounded. And when I think back to her time at Sunset, I don't know if you remember, but she competed with the men at Sunset.
That's right.
And that really spoke to me and moved me and inspired me to unofficially start the Fiona Wild fan club, of which I'm the president.
Yeah, she is just, every interaction, she is so lively and bubbly and happy, enjoying herself, but also really a disciplined competitor and
Yeah.
more mature in her competition than you would think when you look at her age on paper.
You know, now that you explain it that way, the wolf in the sheep's clothing. All bubbly, nice on land, which is what you want to be. But boy,
Yeah.
when she gets in that water,
The horn blows, all business.
all business.
Candace Appleby,
Speaking
quite,
of business.
all business herself. She's one of the top women competitors here in surfing and in racing also. She's kind of, a little bit taking Fiona Wild under her wing at times, to a little coaching, little tips here and there. And Fiona's, of course, a very intelligent girl to see who's doing well and pick their brain a little bit.
It looks like Roxy just worked that one all the way to the beach. Again, not a great scoring wave, but she made the absolute most of it, turning left and right as much as she possibly could and finishing those turns. So good work. And right now she's in third place, needing a 4.11.
Yeah, Roxy and Alexi currently are surfers in third and fourth that are on the brink of having to make a trip to the repercharge round. Shakira and Fiona have established their position in this heat as first and second. Fiona with some pretty decent scores coming through her last few waves. And now Roxy Davis needing a 4.57 because Fiona turned in some better scores. And Lexi Alston in the blue in fourth needs a 4.7. So pretty healthy scores required for the girls in third and fourth. With just about less than 5 minutes remaining, it's kind of getting down to the wire here for Lexi and for Roxy.
Well, Shakira came out just throwing haymakers right out of the gate.
Yeah.
We haven't seen much from her lately, but she doesn't need much. She put herself in a very good position right out of the gate, and so she can kind of relax at this point while she's still sitting in first place and just over 4 minutes to go.
It's quite the artistic first names here, too, for these girls in this heat. We got Alexi, we've got a Roxy, we've got a Fiona, and a Shakira.
All very nice names for very nice women.
And here is Yellow needs a score here.
Did you get pork too?
Thank you.
What's your shot there?
So we had a wave ridden there, and we'll get you caught up to speed. But here is white. This is Shakira Westdorp, your heat leader, and looking to just put a little insurance on her performance here and keep herself in first place. Yellow just steps off. That's Roxy Davis. This is the previous wave of Roxy, who was able to complete a turn and make it down through that re-entry. There's Fiona Wild, Candace Appleby, getting ready for heat number 6. That'll be next. And here's Blue. She needs a good score, too. This is Lexi Alston. She's on the brink of finishing in fourth and just can't continue that wave. A little bit of a deep spot there and gets hung up. And here we go, red. Fiona See that look of focus on her face, and almost survives the explosion, but can't hold on.
She came out of the starting gate for that wave looking like she was hell-bent for leather, man. She was on a mission. And so we're just under 2.5 minutes left in this heat. So it's time to cut loose.
There's Shakira trying to stay on top in first place. Doing good to move that board around, stay upright, and complete her turns. You know, that's the thing that's, you know, with surfing competition, just, you know, all these other sports, everything, you know, the field, the football field doesn't change size. It's always going to be 100 yards. The baseball diamond is consistent. Skateboarding, BMXing, the ramps, you know, everything is pretty fixed in place. When you deal with surfing, you got to motivate yourself to be amped up about these little waves, and the challenging conditions cannot faze you if you're serious about winning.
It'd be interesting to see what a football player would do if the end zone started running away from him as he was running towards it. Or if the baseball diamond, you know, the bases started running around, or they could move them. But you're absolutely right. It's a fluid situation, you know, pardon the pun.
Yeah, you got to be very adaptive.
You do.
All right, so time ticking down in this heat, just a few seconds remaining. And it looks like it will be Shakira Westdorp and Fiona Wild moving on to round 3, with Lexi and Roxy going into the repercharge round. Stand by for the start of heat number 6. There's our top 2 finishers in the frame there, Shakira and Fiona. And we're going to take you down onto the beach with Dave Kalama, and he's standing by with the winner of the last heat, Shakira Westdorp.
Shakira, congratulations first on advancing through that heat. And you came out swinging hard with a 6.17, I think it was. Did you mean to come out that hard, or do you normally warm up?
Yeah, I've actually had a shocker this morning, and so yeah, I was just kind of in the right spot for that little wave and just hit it right. So, but I wanted to get a couple of makes before I started trying to mix it up a little bit. So yeah, that one was just a little gem that come through, and ended up being the wave I needed.
Well, everybody needs a 6.17, so the good job on that. The other thing I noticed is that you were trying to pull little tricks out of your hat, like that 360, and you almost made it. Can we expect to see more of that?
Yeah, I've been just kind of practicing that a little bit at home, and actually since I've been here, I've been making a couple. So I'd like to make one in a heat, but yeah, hopefully I will. And because you need to do something out here, you can't just kind of rely on the same turn over and over, because it's going to get boring for the judges. So if you can kind of mix it up, then hopefully that'll get a few more points.
Nice. One last question. I've been following some of your social media, and it looks like you're having way too much fun. Are you enjoying yourself here?
Yeah, I'm staying with Jim Terrell and his family in the Quick Blade Factory and that, and we were meant to just have a quiet night last night. It turned into tequila shots and beers all night, so it was lucky that we didn't start till a bit later today. But yeah, I'm having heaps of fun, and like the Terrell's hospitality has been awesome and made me feel really at home, and I'm stoked to be here.
I agree. Jim and Lizzie are great people. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you more out in the water.
All right, thanks, Dave. And congratulations to Shakira. Moving on to round number 3, and Fiona in second place also. Moving on to round 3. In the water right now, in the red right there is Candace Appleby, heat number 6 of the main event, round 1 for the women. In the white, it is Lori Park, and in the yellow, it is Heather Wilcox. Check in, main event, men's heat number 1, Mo Freitas, Noah Janela, and Felipe Rodriguez.
All right, this is round 1, heat 6, women. Candace Appleby in red, Lori Park in white, Heather Wilcox in yellow. And while we have a little time to banter up here on the mics, I know Candace does a lot of coaching and helping kids in her area with paddling and helping to develop their racing and their surfing, and she's really doing a lot to give back to the sport, so I got to commend her on that. I do a lot of coaching myself, and it's a lot of fun. It's you feed off that energy that a lot of the kids have, and here we look at Heather working one end of the beach right now. Good start for Heather.
Really keeping the board moving, trying to make something happen, and Candace making it happen here, working left, working back right, and almost completing that turn there, but pretty decent start for Candace in the red. Heat number 1 of the men, once again, please check in. Mo Freitas, Noah Janela, and Felipe Rodriguez, check in.
I mean, it's obvious you want to finish the end of the wave standing. Unfortunately, the shore break and the situation that we have today doesn't always allow you to literally surf away from everything. But that finishing of the wave, it just gives it that last oomph or that signature that you've completed it. Everything is finished. It's closure to that wave. And it will always help your score increase. And when you don't, or there's a little bobble at the end, it doesn't negate the rest of your score, but it doesn't give it that slam shut, I did it, kind of what you want to do. So it's tough. Like I say, with that shore break, literally breaking on dry sand, you don't always have the opportunity to finish like you'd like to.
Yeah, and this is the example you're speaking of, is where Candace could have rode out of that turn and gave it the completion, that stamp of approval. She would have, the score would have reflected that a lot more, but she'll still get a decent ride. For today's conditions, that was a pretty good start, and it'll kind of set the tone for the rest of the heat for Candace. As we see White can't really get into that. That's Lori Park, and trying to get into that wave.
Well, it looks like Candace's first wave was a 4, so that's not bad.
And here's Heather Wilcox trying to get into one, and she can't catch it. So a little bit of difficulty catching waves here for these girls in this heat. Just getting into them.
Yeah, the butterflies are still kind of there. We're only 4 minutes into this heat. Everyone's trying to calm down a little bit and get to work and establish a rhythm. Candace's first wave, even though she didn't finish it, was still very good because of all the turns and the work that she put in prior to that last maneuver. So she's in a good position right now. But you're just trying to manage those butterflies, make good decisions at this point, and establish some kind of rhythm. Well, just like the surf, the pier's looking a little quiet too. So we're all just standing by, waiting for something to happen.
There's a shot of the pier. A little more active once you're up there looking down the row, as folks are checking out the fishermen, checking out the surfing, the Huntington Beach lifeguards who do such a great job here, keeping everybody safe daily. We thank the lifeguards very much. And here is Red, and Candace can't get into that. Now, if she couldn't catch that wave, it was pretty impossible to ride.
Candace can literally catch anything. She's such a strong paddler.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if she can't catch it, it's uncatchable. It's funny. Every time I go out that looked like Heather finishing up a wave there.
Yeah.
She's got a 2 on her first wave, so anything will help set her in a better position with a second wave. And she's only behind Candace by 2.01 at this point.
And she heads back out.
I was going to say, from that shot on the pier, whenever I walk out on a pier, I always feel like I want to jump off. But don't do it. Anybody up there, please don't jump off the pier.
I believe it is probably against the law to do so. So please stay out of trouble, folks. Have fun. Be safe. Lori Park surfing into the inside. Gets a little backwash bubble right there. Into the shore break. And you see quite a bit of separation between Candace and Heather at the moment. Heather heading back out. Candace in position for one of the better waves of this heat so far that we've seen.
Wow, look at that.
As far as size and quality. And does good to keep moving. She's got one turn under her belt. And another turn. Nice paddle transfer going back on her front side. Almost completing that quite similar to her first wave.
That almost looked like a downwind and surfing competition in the same thing. First, she started out on a beautiful left, somehow went over the back of the wave which she was on into the other wave, came back to the right, and connected the dots,
Yep.
and got one more hit. And we also see Heather just finished another wave, so she's staying busy out there.
Lori Park on the outside in white, trying to get into a wave, gets back out to the lineup. And once again, all of these girls will be surfing again regardless because of the repercharge round 2 that we'll be having. So top 2 move on to the next round. And the bottom 1 or 2 will be moving on to the repercharge round. So everybody gets a second chance here in the main event for the women in round 1.
That's like walking a tight wire with a net underneath you.
Yeah.
You're hoping you make it across, but if you don't, you got a net.
Yep.
It's not the end of the world.
Another uncatchable wave
Oh,
in
Heather.
that section, but Heather boosting.
Boosting, throwing it up into the hook. Another funny thing I think of when I look at the pier like that, you see guys shoot the pier, and it's kind of a cool move. But all those little barnacles down just at water level, those might as well be razor blades because they're so sharp. They're all over the bottom, and if you just brush against them, they're going to slice you to pieces. So if you decide to shoot the pier, please be careful. All right, so we're coming up on 10 minutes. Candace in red is winning the heat so far. Heather in yellow is in second. Lori Park in white, third place, needing a 3.37 to move up into second. So we're just about at the halfway mark. And for me, if I were competing at the halfway mark, the butterflies better be gone. You've been paddling around. You've used up some energy. Now it's time to settle in and start pushing a little bit. Everybody's got at least 2 waves, I think. Looks like Lori could use one more. And, yeah, start pushing the envelope.
Under 10 minutes remaining, so we're more than halfway through. This heat number 6 of round 1. Stand-up World Tour U.S. Open of stand-up paddleboarding, presented by the Waterman League and Turtle Bay Resort. There's a good way to prepare before your heat, is stay cool in the shade. That is Felipe Rodriguez, power napping before power snapping.
I think I might try that for the second half of our broadcast.
And Lori Park up and riding on a nice little wave. Gets a reform on the inside to work with. And yellow unable to catch that wave. That was Heather Wilcox. Candace trying to catch that wave. Not going to get it. White. Lori Park also attempting. And here's Heather Wilcox. Also not able to catch that little wave there. And Candace going to easily catch this one. She's going left on her backhand, taps it off the top, stays up on the board. Couple of little paddle transfer there, and then finds more open face for another nice little turn, and finishes strong on the inside. So Candace staying in the lead and really possibly even extending her lead and securing first place, having Heather and Lori battle for second.
She did what we were talking about. She finished that one with the stamp of approval, even kicked out, like turned out back over the wave before she dismounted the board. That's exactly what you want to do. So good job to Candace, making the most of that wave, working left and right. And as you see her coming in on the replay, switching sides with her paddle.
Yeah, that last one right there, they switch one more time. Very handy with the paddle, kicks out and finishes with a nice, strong, solid wave for a good score.
It's kind of like when you stick the landing in gymnastics.
Exactly.
It's not really done till you throw those arms back, the
Yep.
chest way out. I did it.
Done. And, you know, the judging criteria for today and, you know, for all events is very, very technical, like gymnastics, where the littlest misstep can affect your score. And it's basically, you know, here's the potential. You can get up to 10 points. And this is where you fit on that scale. And every little movement is going to be examined very carefully by the judges.
You bring up a really good point, Rocky, the scoring and the judging. We got to remember that this is being judged by humans.
Yeah.
So there's, I don't want to say prejudices, but everybody's experience in surfing has led them to what they perceive is attractive
Right.
in surfing. And while the judges try and standardize that as much as possible, you can't take away that human element.
Right.
And
a little bit of subjectivity that'll kind of seep in there.
there's always going to be, but there's a few things that are always consistent. The more you change direction, the higher your score is going to be. The smoother you change direction, the higher your score is going to be. And the more critical position you do your maneuvers in, the higher your score is going to be. Now, that seems like a pretty simple version, but there's so much more to it than that.
Yeah, it is. It's complex. It's down to the minute details. You know, the scoring in surfing used to be just, you know, whole numbers and 0.5s, and they've had to really open it up and introduce the, you know, the decimal points for assigning scores, which really break it down and create that scale and judging criteria. So it's, you know, surfing has come a long way in competition, and it's, you know, continually progressing. And keeping the board moving is Heather Wilcox, just, you know, almost like we talked about earlier, kind of manufacturing a score, going out there with minimal wave potential, but trying to maximize the score by creating something for yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Manufacturing, boy, that is such a good description of what you're having to do out here today. In your mind, and your experience is telling you, don't bother hitting that lip, because on any other given day, I wouldn't bother to hit that lip. There's not enough speed. But today, you don't have that luxury. You've got to hit that lip, and you got to try and make it happen somehow.
And Lori Park getting a wave to the beach. And here's that manufacturing of a score by Heather Wilcox, just really fitting that last turn in there. Trying to use every inch of the wave to maximize the score. Uh-oh, our iPad died.
Uh-oh. Unfortunately, our iPad just died, so we're running blind a little bit up here, and we're not going to be able to give you scores or time for just a little bit, but we will as soon as we possibly can. How about a time left in the heat? All right, so there's under a minute left in this heat. Candace is in first, Heather in second, and right now Lori Park is in third. And we've got 50 seconds remaining. Red is in first, Candace Appleby, and in yellow, Heather Wilcox is in second.
So this one nearly in the books. Heat number 6, women's main event, stand-up paddle U.S. Open here at Huntington Beach. And we'll be complete with the round 1 of the women's main event. And we're going to move over into our men's competition with heat number 1. That'll be coming up next. Lori Park getting one last ride all the way in. And a little shore break finish there. Candace Appleby just getting a wave back to the beach. And she was riding before it ended, so that score will count, but it's a first place finish nonetheless for Candace Appleby. Stand by for heat number 1 of the men's main event. As we watch a replay of Lori Park's last wave all the way into that Huntington Beach shore break where Candace Appleby also caught a wave right at the horn all the way in and was able to complete her maneuver and ensure herself a trip to round 3, skipping the repercharge round. And actually, she will also be joined, moving on to round 3, by Heather Wilcox there in the yellow. Lori Park will be into the repercharge round. Standing by for heat number 1 of the men's, we got Mo Freitas, Noah Janela, and Felipe Rodriguez. 12 heats of the men's first round. And heat number 1 is underway. Heat 1. And while we wait for the guys to get started with their first wave exchanges, we'll take you down to the beach where Dave Kalama is standing by with Candace Appleby.
Thanks, Rocky. Candace, first of all, congratulations on a great heat. You really did well. And the word we were using in the booth was manufacturing points. And you did such a good job at just making stuff happen with what you were given, which wasn't much. How did you see it from your point of view?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. It was kind of challenging out there. There wasn't much in the way of waves, but it's great that we have these paddles that help us accentuate maneuvers. I'm blessed to have a quick blade paddle, which gives me, I think, that extra 10% of performance power. But I'm blessed to be able to be here and surf and not have to go clock in.
Clock in or clock into this being your office. Changing gears a little bit. I know you do a lot of coaching for a lot of younger kids, and I do the same, and it really inspires me. Is that inspirational? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I love working with the kids. They're so talented, and kids just need a little bit of an encouragement and just to see what they're capable of. And I got quite a few kids that I coached here in this event, and I'm really proud of them. And we don't have a sport unless we have a next generation, so we got to foster it.
Well said, Candace. Well, congratulations, and we expect to see a lot more coming up.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dave Kalama. Good job, and congratulations, Candace Appleby. Great performance, and you'll have a little bit of time to relax as we watch the men's main round, and you'll be into round 3, Candace, so you'll be able to even relax during the repercharge rounds of the women. So we'll see Candace later on as we watch Noah Janela, that fella from Cavella on the North Shore, and scoots right into the Huntington Beach shore break. Stepping off the board, heat number 2. Please check in Sean Pointer, Nainoa David, Felipe Hernandez. Check in. Heat number 2, please check in Sean Pointer, Nainoa David, and Felipe Hernandez. Please check in.
Noah Janela, the fella from Cavella. That's one of my favorite things to say at an event. I screw it up half the time, but I still love saying it. It's just a fun thing to say. And it's fun to watch Noah compete. He's so relaxed and just brings such this air of not really casualness. It's closer to smoothness, but he just looks like he's having fun, but he doesn't look like he's forcing anything.
Yeah, and Mo Freitas, one of the
Wow, how was
shredders
that?
on tour, and coming through with Felipe Rodriguez, and those two guys coming together, that was a perfect storm waiting to happen if they were going to collide, because we talked about Felipe's speed and power, and Mo Freitas, another one of those guys that really, I think a lot of the time a few years ago, he was pushing the limit on how small you can go with a stand-up paddleboard.
Well, a few years ago, Mo was in 5th grade. He's still really young and has come so far in his short career of stand-up. He's literally one of the favorites, and that speaks to his talent level. And I know his father is so supportive of what he's done and made it possible for him to put all of his effort into stand-up. And his little brother, Marvin. If you think Mo's got game, wait till you see Marvin coming up.
Yeah, Marvin's well on his way, and he's got the support, like you said and you mentioned, and he's got it, all right there at his fingertips, and I'm sure he'll have fun the next few years growing into a great stand-up paddle athlete. And Mo Freitas trying to make something happen here. He does a little floater on the outside, waits for the inside reform. Typical Huntington Beach finish right there.
It's funny watching Mo surf. It doesn't matter what the lip's doing. It doesn't matter if the wave's already broken. Somehow he manages to bottom turn and bank off of whatever's there at any time. If he needs to come up under the lip to do it, climb up over it to do it, it doesn't really matter. He can pretty much do whatever he wants, wherever he wants. Wow, looks like Felipe, the human spring, Mr. Energies, throwing buckets left and right. All right, what time and scores?
No score showing yet. Time is 14:34.
So just about 14 minutes remaining in heat number 1.
Unfortunately, we don't have any official scores yet, so I'm going to give the Kalama unofficial scores.
Okay.
And right now, Mo's doing well.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll start there.
And second, not necessarily in second, but my second point is Felipe is doing well too.
Dave Kalama, unofficial scores and commentary coming through. Rocky Cannon with my Fiat sunglasses that I just scored the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, entered to win a free car and got some free shades. I don't know how they're working, but the lenses are nice.
Who couldn't use a pair of free shades?
Yeah, man, especially in sunny Southern California.
And all you got to do is sign up to win a Fiat?
Oh, yeah.
Can I get a discount? Like, let's see, sign up to win a Fiat. Does that come with seat covers?
Yeah,
Look at Noah.
Yeah, Noah's working it all the way to the inside, staying busy.
Rocky, that's not just Noah. We might know him as Noah, but that's not just Noah. That's Noah Janella, the fella from Cavella.
He is beachfront, right over there in the beautiful part of the North Shore.
And if you're sitting at home watching this webcast, we're going to turn Noah Janella, the fella from Vanilla, the fella from Vanilla, Cavella, into a drinking game.
Okay.
Sort of like Bob Newhart show.
All right. And Felipe Hernandez on the attack. A nice carving turn and finishes strong. Now he's got the inside section to work with. And the waves starting to improve a little bit with the lower tide, giving a little bit of a longer ride and opportunity for the competitors. And Felipe killed that wave.
Can we get first aid to the water, please? That last wave is coming in dead.
Yeah.
It just got killed by Felipe.
Shredded.
On that last off the lip, I mean, most of us were looking at his board and how much he banked off the wave. But in the middle of that last hit, he was switching his paddles from one side to another, which just barely caught my eye because it happened in a split second.
That's coordination. That's a lot of skill. And a nice turn to set it up there and throws it up over the lip and connected all the way to the inside. Did a complete package right there for Felipe Rodriguez.
He's sort of like in the mob. He's connected. All right, I got all kinds of corn up here. Would anybody like some?
So Felipe turns in a 7.33. And as we suspected, Dave, that was one of the better waves we've seen ridden, one of the highest scores that's been awarded today. So the talent improving with the waves, hopefully improving too, as we get into this round one of the main event for the men's. And, this is the cream of the crop here. These are the guys that have qualified from the trials, put in with the guys who have already been in the main event, the ones that travel around to every event year after year, putting in that work, going out on the road. And here at Huntington Beach, it's going to be a showdown for that first place finish.
Showdown, hoedown. And if Mo gets his way, it's going to be a mow down.
It's going to be a mow down.
Speaking of Mo, he's just doing a little reef check with the bottom of his board, it looks like there.
Yeah, he was sinking down quite low. So much skill required to balance like that, and they make it look so easy.
He's at the same height standing on his board as I would be if I were sitting on my board. Look at that, waist deep in the water.
So this is just an announcement for all competitors. Announcement for the competitors moving forward for the rest of today. We are going to be moving the heats along a little quicker, so please paddle out a few minutes before the end of the heat. Remain out of the competition area, but please paddle out because we will be starting the next heat as soon as possible, finishing from the previous heat. So we're going to try to speed up the transition from heat to heat. So competitors in your next heat, please be ready. Whether you're waiting on the beach, whether you're out in the lineup, be ready to go right after the heat before you is finished, as we watch Mo Freitas do a little fakie right there.
Yeah, that was impressive. Mo's always pulling something out of the hat, and that's why he's so fun to watch. You know, it's funny. I mentioned the Payette River Games a little while ago, and Mo was there too.
Yeah.
And while Mo wasn't quite dominating when he first got there, by the end of the heat, the end of the contest, he won. So his ability to adapt on the fly is incredible, and he was affectionately given the nickname Idamo because he was ruling.
That's pretty cool. And Noah Janela,
the fella from Cavella,
getting busy on this one and just loses his footing ever so slightly, and that'll affect the score there and not get him to full potential. But here we go, Mo Freitas on the replay. Nice open-faced slash right there. Foam climb done very, very clean and technical. And then he gets to the inside where he goes for the 360, and it doesn't quite pan out, so he goes back the same way and completes the little fakie maneuver right there.
That's like a Herbie Fletcher back in the day. He'd get up on the nose, it didn't matter how big the wave would, way up on the nose, break the tail free, come sliding down out into the flats, but not go into the 360. Lock the fin back in, couple cross steps back, keep carrying on. Got to be known as the Herbie Fletcher.
Mm-hmm. That's Felipe Hernandez. Coming up next, his fellow countryman Felipe Rodriguez in the yellow in this heat.
Mo just kind of showing us the tail of his board right there. It looked like he's riding a quad. Whoa, wait a minute. He can dip, dunk, dive, dipsy doodle his board. You're not supposed to be able to do that in stand-up. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually truly duck dive their stand-up board. I've seen a version of duck diving where you actually stand on your board and you let the wave break over you and kind of ride yourself through it, but actually truly duck dive. I wonder if there should be volume minimums.
Well,
because if there was, Mo would be breaking it right now.
As long as you can remain standing and, stay up on top of your board while you're out in the lineup waiting for waves, while you're paddling back out. I mean, it's kind of up to the athlete of how thin and how narrow they want to go and what they can withstand.
Well, that's pushing the limits any way you look at it.
Yeah. It's an interesting
how's
exercise there. Get the shoulders warmed up, get your kind of your balance in order, get focused, kind of doing a little
I'm calling that the waiter.
Yeah.
The
Holding
surfboard
the
as your drink tray. Nice view of these submarine races out there right now.
There's some visualization happening there.
All right. Board juggling. Footboard juggling. All right, for all you viewers that are getting thirsty out there, how's Noah Janela, the fella from Cavella, doing anyway? Unofficially, he's in third place right now.
He needs a score of a 7.4, so he's got some ground to make up because Mo Freitas put down a 6.67. He's backing it up with a 4.83. Felipe Rodriguez threw out that big 7.33. He's got a decent backup score of a 4.23. That puts Noah Janela down in third, needing that 7.4. And here is another great surfer getting ready for his heat, stretching out. That's Sean Pointer.
7.33 for Felipe. The best to my memory, that is the highest score of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, I think of today, it is.
The human spring just popping a big old score up there. This looks like Noah. Nice hit off the top. Number 2. Wah, wah.
Timing was just a little bit off on that one. You know, caught behind the peak a little bit. Went up through the lip on the first one and ended up kind of behind the peak for the second one. And Mo flicking the tail out just for good measure, but incomplete. And here's the human spring recoiled and ready, exploding into the first turn and floating over the second section and the third, and a nice carve there. So stringing it together.
He looks like he's down at Trussell's right now. Where'd this wave come from?
He's still going.
Still going. He's at the 10, the 5. He's gone all the way. Touchdown! Nice job, Felipe. Well done. That's got to be one of the longer rides of the day.
All right.
He's got one of the highest scores of the day.
Felipe Rodriguez finishing strong, and this heat still ticking away. A few minutes remaining.
How much time do we have? Ooh. Noah's running out of time. He's got about 2.5 minutes left to release the hounds.
Yeah, and he's up against two very, very highly skilled competitors.
Skilled, willed, and able right now.
Yeah.
These guys are, I mean, I'm almost speechless at how good they're making it look right now.
Yeah, these waves are not very big. They're very difficult to generate speed, and Felipe just flies over 2 sections right there.
There's 4. We're watching the replay.
And this wave here we're watching on the replay is the new highest score of the day, of the event, with an 8.17.
Boing.
Wow. Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico.
The human spring.
Explodes with an 8.17 and a 7.33.
Wow. Come on in. Have a seat. Relax.
Yeah. Take the pressure off. So top 2 will be moving on to the
That's right.
round 3.
Noah's not done in this competition.
Yeah, he's got a repercharge to do, so he's not POW yet. Felipe Rodriguez, a victory lap back to shore.
I'm thinking Felipe's last wave should account for about 4 or 5 waves all into one. So he's got to be reaching his limit. Mo still trying to milk it on the inside. Well, I know we haven't seen Kyle, Zane, or even Sean at this point, who's just getting ready to compete right now. But I think Felipe just sent one across the bow. And every one of those guys better take notice. 'Cause I don't care where you are in this event. The scores he just put up on the board are legit.
Yeah, that's a great heat total. 8.17 and a 7.33. And we're just about finishing this heat. Boop! The heat is over. The heat is done. Mo Freitas finishing in second. Noah Janela finishing in third.
Fella from Cavella.
That fella from Cavella. And the amigo from Mexico, Felipe Rodriguez, winning that heat. That is the start of heat number 2. Please check in heat number 3. Jan Vaj, Fisher Grant, and Bullet Obra, check in. Heat number 3, check in. And standing by on the beach, once again, we're going to hear from Dave Kalama and the Human Spring, Felipe Rodriguez.
That's right, the Human Spring standing here next to me. There's so many things I want to ask you. It's hard for me to even kind of whittle it down to a couple of questions. But I guess I'll start with heat preparation. Rocky and I happened to catch a shot of you just before the heat. It looked like you were asleep underneath your board. What were you doing right there?
Try to take a real rest before the heat, man. I was a little bit tired, my legs and like my cardio, just to relax a little bit. I almost fell asleep.
Nice. Well, okay, to the heat. You posted the highest score of a 7.83 or 7.3, I think it was, and we were going wild up there. It was incredible, and then you topped it with an 8. I mean, it looked like you were at Trussell's. It didn't look like you were at Huntington. How'd that wave feel? I mean, that was so fun to watch.
That wave is pretty good. It's almost like the same wave we got in home. So we used to use the same like mushy, like long wave like that. So for us, it's a good wave.
Well, you looked right at home because you tore the heck out of it. So congratulations. And I also mentioned that it looked like you shot one across the bow, meaning you put on alert Kai, Kaio, all the top dogs in this event that you're here to compete. So what are you thinking moving forward now?
Just we're gonna go to the next level. Just keep going, keep doing the same work. Maybe we can make it all the way to the finals.
Well, it sure looks like it from my point. So congratulations, good job.
All right, Dave Kalama, mahalo, and congratulations, Felipe Rodriguez, catching a few winks and a couple of minutes of nap time before that last heat. And now, Felipe, you will have some time to rest. We've got all of round 1 to go through. We've got the repercharge round to go through, which you will be skipping. So, Felipe, much deserved rest and relaxation for the next little while, and won't be surfing again today, so you can use that time to recharge, get the cardio rested and the legs rested, and standing by for round 3.
Okay, so what I saw, for all you younger guys that are getting ready for your heats, it appears that a little nap might be the secret to success today.
Hey, you know, you got to turn your brain off, and Sean Pointer just really twerking that turn right there, throwing the tail and showing why he is one of the best stand-up paddle surfers in the world.
How was that last off the top on your backside? The wave couldn't have been more than 8 inches. His boards, literally, his last fin was the only thing that was still in the water, and he was barely moving. And, I mean, that speaks to what Sean is so good at. Competitive surfing, making good decisions, maximizing. I've said that a lot today, but I think he takes it to another level. Maximizing absolutely every maneuver, every wave, every minute he's out there. Mm-hmm. He's just giving it everything he's got.
Sean making it back out to the Huntington Beach lineup. Heat number 3 should be getting checked in. Ian Vaz, Fisher Grant, Bullet Obra. Sean Pointer just tore the roof off of that little lip right there. treasure hunting here at Huntington Beach.
That's almost extreme treasure hunting when you're down in the shore break like that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, getting in there with the waterproof.
I wonder if he drinks Red Bull. I'll take that as a yes.
A little bit of ball playing down by the beach, down by the shoreline, some volleyball, some stand-up paddle surfing, some jogging, a little bit of soccer, football. And here we go. Up and riding, it is yellow. That's Felipe Hernandez. So another Felipe from Mexico making a statement here. Couple of nice turns. Little bit of the head snap to kind of really put the
exclamation on it, huh?
a little extra into the body motion.
The little pickle on the side of your big old pastrami sandwich. All right, I'm back. Anyway, I'm lucky enough to have Zane Schweitzer sitting in with me here for a couple of minutes. And Zane, as we were walking over, we mentioned Philippe's name. What do you think? That was a pretty impressive heat.
Yeah, the Sayu boys have definitely been making a stomp in the stand-up paddle scene the last few years. I've had the pleasure of meeting the Sayulita community the last maybe 4 years. I think 4 years ago, 5 years ago was my first time down there, and the whole crew down there is very, very much oriented around the beach, around the water, and all those guys. They're surfing good. They're racing really well, and they're surfing really well. And it's because they're surrounded by a beach community, and they got a lot of people to be motivated from, because everyone's stoked on it right now. And Felipe is just killing it. I mean, I saw him at ISA, and he was dominating over there, along with another Felipe, which we see here on screen in yellow. I'd say the two Felipes from Sayulita are definitely stepping it up and surfing really well.
So Felipe is from Sayulita. I didn't know that, but now it's all coming together and making sense. They've got a little Maui situation down there where they're all just pushing each other, sort of like you guys do in Maui, yeah?
Oh yeah, it's rad to see. It's a small little beach town, and there's minimal waves. I was talking to Felipe just now, and he was saying, "Oh man, it's powerful out there compared to Sayulita. Sayulita's mushy, and actually be able to get some speed on this, it's fun." So it's it just shows. You practice in not so average conditions, especially for competitive surfing. You're in a good boat.
Well, I've seen you practicing in the last few days, and you're surfing as well as I've ever seen you surf. You've got that power like Felipe just exhibited in his last heat, and you seem to generate speed from, I don't know where you're finding that kind of speed, and you can just see that pent-up energy just ready to explode at any moment. Have you been working on that specifically, or is that just something natural for you?
Yeah, well, Dave, I was honored to hear that from you. I really appreciate it. I've definitely been working my butt off this year to really stepping it up with training and dedicating my life to this. And I really am feeling healthy and feeling strong and really excited for this event. This is the last stop on the tour. I'm in a good position for the overall rankings, and I'm just really happy to be in the position I'm in and want to make sure that I'm being the best I can be, and so I've been definitely trying to step it up this year, and we have to, when we got guys like this, this is probably some of the toughest competition I've seen this event, and even in the trials was gnarly, it was stacked.
Yeah, it's you got your work cut out for you. When you look at the level of surfers that are coming up out of the trials, you haven't even seen your main competition yet. I mean, that's got to be a little bit daunting to you. I know you feel confident and your mind is set on winning right now. You're in the best position you've been to perhaps get a world championship. And so I'm sure you're approaching it not as I need to win a world championship. I just need to win my next heat.
Yeah.
Is that how you're looking at it?
Yeah, this is heat by heat right now. I want to be able to showcase, what the judges are looking for, one step at a time, heat through heat, and hopefully be able to win every heat all the way to the finals. And, watching guys like Sean, Nainoa, and Felipe, this is a great heat to keep your eyes peeled on. I know the waves are minimal, but Sean grew up in Florida. Nainoa grew up in Tahiti, more used to maybe some more powerful waves. Felipe in yellow is definitely comfortable with small waves like this.
Okay, so right now we've got Sean Pointer in the lead. Nainoa David in second. Needs a... Well, Nainoa's in second. And I didn't...
Felipe.
Sorry. Felipe is in third right now with a nice wave right there.
Yeah, and Felipe is the second place runner-up finisher for the ISA Worlds this year. He was the local boy for the event, coming from Sayulita. He needs a 4.9, so Felipe, to get into qualifying position, you're definitely going to need a 4.9 or greater.
Nainoa is in second place. Yeah, Nainoa, you need a 9 to take over first place, and Sean, you're in the lead, and there's just over 5 minutes left. Just over 5 minutes left.
So Sean definitely put a near excellent score on the board with the 8.17. Surfing powerful and working with these small waves, making it look busy, making himself look like he's moving across the wave, and it's working well. Here's a replay of rider in yellow, Felipe Hernandez, throwing fins out the back there, throwing some buckets, and it's amazing how small that wave is, and how easily we're able to generate speed. It's surfers always ask, well, is it a different sport? So you guys are riding smaller and smaller boards. Why don't you just get rid of the paddle and surf? you know, you're already sinking to your waist. And I always like to share with them, you know, it is a different sport. You know, this is paddle enhanced surfing. You know, we're able to pump through these flat sections and waves like this, maybe make it through that little middle section. Huntington's a great example because it breaks on the outside sandbar normally and fades away and then reforms on the inside. And when you have that paddle in your hand, you're able to, if you could properly time your strokes with your pumping, you could really be able to fly down the line a lot quicker than you would be, say, without a paddle on a shortboard.
We'll wait till somebody asks me again what the difference is. I'm armed and dangerous now. Zane, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you coming up here. I know you're focused on your competition, so to take a few minutes and talk with me, I really appreciate it. Good luck.
Honor. Always fun hanging out and talking with you, Dave, and it's good to escape the sun in here for a little bit. Right on. Mahalo, you guys.
How much time do we got left?
Always great to hear from Zane Schweitzer. He's got a lot of good energy, a lot of good insight, and like you said, Dave, he is focused on the event, so for him to take a few minutes to talk story is always appreciated. About 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Sean Pointer putting up an 8.17, just like Felipe Rodriguez in the last heat, and backing it up with a 6.83. So he's pretty much on fire right now.
That's the responsive I've ever seen one. Philippe, yeah, you had a good heat, but watch this. Sean's here for business.
Yeah, man, this is score for score. These guys are taking it to each other, wave for wave. Nainoa David, you are in second. Nainoa David, you are in second. Felipe Hernandez, you're in third. Felipe Hernandez, you need a 4.93. Yellow, you're in third. You need a 4.93 to go to second. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. The Waterman League, also Turtle Bay Resort. Some of our great sponsors here. I'd like to thank Fiat down on the beach. Also Kona Brewing Company, Air Tahiti Nui, and the Shorebreak Hotel, Victory Core Dry, Suja Natural Vegetable Juice and Fruit Juice. Also mahalo to Aloha Grill, Duke's right here on the beach, and Wahoo Fish Tacos. Long-term partners we mentioned, Turtle Bay and Nakamakai. And mahalo to Starboard, Nash, JP Australia, Rogue SUP, Corban, Bic Sup, IOPS, Focus SUP, Art in Surf, F1, Quattro, 20D, 27 North, and New Advance. Mahalo. Also, thank you to the On It Pro guys. They're here fine-tuning equipment for the athletes. And there's Felipe Hernandez trying for a 4.93. A little frustrated at himself that he couldn't complete that last maneuver with under a minute remaining.
There's a nice shot of the Huntington Pier on our webcast right there, and Ruby's out on the end. Now all we need to see is some waves.
So many great events over the years here at Huntington Beach, and you know, I'd like to find out from some of the athletes, you know, especially the ones from outside of the country, coming from far away, and you know, I'm sure they've heard of and watched many events happen at Huntington Beach, and kind of how they feel competing here. All right, so that is the start of heat number 3. Heat number 4, get checked in. We need Matias Salazar, Benoit Carpentier, and Lucas Medeiros. Please check in for heat number 4. Currently in the water, heat number 3, Ian Vaz in red, Fisher Grant in white, and Bullet Obra is in the yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Results of heat number 2, Sean Pointer in first, Nainoa David in second, and Felipe Hernandez finishing in third. So Sean and Nainoa will move on and be waiting in round 3. And we're going to take you down onto the beach with Dave Kalama, who is standing by with the winner of that last heat, Sean Pointer.
Sean, fantastic heat. Philippe kind of threw out a couple of heavy scores there in the previous heats. We were wondering if anybody was going to respond. You definitely responded. Was that on your mind at all?
No, it wasn't. I was just wanting to get some waves and not let the small ones kind of pass me up on the inside, because it's tricky out there at the low tide. The small waves that are scoreable can kind of sneak underneath you if you're not inside enough to be able to kind of see them. So yeah, my game plan was just to get a couple waves, and yeah, it was cool to hear a score drop. I didn't realize I heard him get an 8, but yeah, no, I was just kind of focusing on my own thing.
You know, that brings up a good point. Focusing on your own thing. You got other guys out in the water with you, but it's really about executing what you've put together in your mind as your plan. Is that how you approach it?
Yeah, that's how I do. I mean, each heat, I think everybody has their own strategy based on their abilities, based on what they can post up on the score of a right and a left and what they're confident at. So, yeah, I go into a heat strategic to my skill set and to what I see out there in the water. So, yeah, I think it worked well out there. I would have liked to have been able to get a few more waves. I thought a few more sets would be coming through, but I'll just stick with the few I got.
Good job. I'm sure we're going to see you surf a lot more. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
All right, good job, Sean Pointer, and mahalo, Dave Kalama.
Thank you.
So this is an attention for the competitors from the judges. Yellow of the last heat, Felipe Hernandez. Yellow of heat number 2, Felipe Hernandez. You have received an interference for surfing after your heat during heat number 3. So yellow, Felipe Hernandez, you still finish in third, but you are given an interference for surfing after your heat. So all competitors must come straight in when that horn blows to end the heat. Do not surf waves after your heat is done, because it does distract the judges from the heat that has just begun. So please do not catch waves after the heat, and surf. If you do catch a wave, ride it straight in, ideally riding prone or on your knees, but please come straight in after your heat. Do not surf after the heat. It is grounds for an interference. Thank you.
Pretend you're going to get kicked out of the event if you don't, because you are. So do what Rocky says.
Just follow that rule diligently, and we appreciate it very much. Out in the water, white, that's Fisher Grant. You have to catch a wave. Ian Voss has got a score on the board. He's got a 4.0 and a 0.5, and Bullet Obra in yellow getting off to a good start with a 4.5 and a 3.5.
If I'm not mistaken, Rocky, and you might know better than me, Bullet is FBI, is he not?
He is from the Big Island.
From Big Island.
He's one of those brothers.
Nice. Surfing like it too. Solid. So we got Ian Voss in red and Fisher Grant in white. Bullet's in the lead. Ian's in second. And Fisher in third place, needing a 4.5 with just over 13 minutes left in this heat.
Coming up next, heat number 4 will be Matias Salazar, Benoit Carpentier. Lucas Medeiros is getting ready for heat number 4. Taking a look down on the beach, the sun shining brightly here at Huntington Beach, Southern California. Sunny and now a little bit of breeze that's kicking in, keeping everybody somewhat cool, but beautiful September day here at Huntington Beach, and the iconic Huntington Beach pier providing some shade for some shade seekers. A little bit of texture on the water as the onshore, the sea breezes pick up ever so slightly, making a little bit harder to balance on the board when you're standing up, but these guys are professional and some of the best athletes in the world that are able to deal with virtually all conditions. And we've got some Huntington Beach conditions prevailing here. A little bit of light chop. Here we go. This is red. Ian Voss going for this wave. Not going to get it. Bullet Obra scooting into his area. Some volleyball under the pier. That's a great way to enjoy this Huntington Beach. something on the move. It's approaching, and our athletes are maneuvering into position, crossing blades. Literally right there was Bullet and Ian. Bullet on the left, a nice tail wafting maneuver right there. Good snap. Ian Voss going right. So a little bit of gentlemanly competition right there. Splitting the wave. Ian Voss wrapping up in the shore break, finishing strong. The owner of Art in Surf. Ian is a pretty accomplished artist as well as stand-up surfing competitor, and has designed a lot of cool things in the last few years. Art in Surf, one of our great sponsors as well. So mahalo Ian Voss and to Art in Surf. So we're going to check out a replay of them splitting the peak, which was quite nice. Good sportsmanship. Bullet really put it on the line there, tweaking that tail right around. And we'll see how the scores come in. But Ian Voss weren't able to see what his outside maneuver was, but he made it all the way to the shore break and connected it to finish strong on the inside.
Rocky, you know what I call it when two people split the peak like that?
What's that?
Split peak soup.
Split peak soup.
Split peak soup. Oh, I apologize. It's late in the afternoon. I just ran to the car to put my parking pass, so I didn't get a ticket, and now I'm delirious.
Yeah, we got some heat. We've got some bright sun. We've got, conditions that could be better, but still very contestable. Last score for Bullet Obra was a 6.67. So Bullet looks like he got the better of that exchange. Ian Voss gets a 5.3. And still two very good scores, but Bullet just getting the little edge right there for that nice tail whipping turn. Bullet Obra in yellow in first. Ian Voss in red in second. Fisher Grant is in third. Fisher needs a big score of a 9.3 to get to second.
Fisher looks like he's up and riding on his backside, which is a good thing at this point because he needs some kind of scratch up on the board. Two nice maneuvers. Completing that third, just throwing that board up into it, riding away from it, and that was not easy. Looks like he's going to little Huntington hop his way into the inside. One more hit with the exclamation of finishing it. Nice. Well, that'll definitely help his cause. Bullet up and riding on the left, going into a closeout with a big hack and just letting that nose creep under the surface, which means it didn't end well.
There's a happy surfer just making her way back up the beach, possibly on a surfing lunch break or maybe a little bit of a Monday day off, but
hooky.
It really, yeah. You were just on TV. We won't
Busted.
tell your boss. But yeah, sometimes even if the waves aren't the best, it's still good and feels good just to get out there. And we say it all the time. I just want to get wet.
I tell you, I'm ready to get wet right now.
Just wet the gills.
It's kind of like working at an ice cream shop, serving up ice cream all day, and you don't get to have any.
Gotta take samples here and there. Here we go, Bullet Obra. He is currently in the lead and looking to possibly build on that, trying to better a 4.5 for his low score. Just about 5 minutes remaining. Throwing it up there nicely is Fisher Grant, and does it one more time. He's kind of the guy who's got to make the comeback here.
Yeah, well, he just had a real low. Okay, the wave before was a 6.43. So that's a decent score. And this wave right here is going to add up. I don't know if it'll be enough. It looks like he needs a 2.87 to move into second. I would guess he's about to move into second.
So there's Bullets, kind of drop the wallet. Front side turn there was all he got. Probably won't better his positioning. And Ian Voss battling with Fisher Grant for second. Ian needs a 5.88 to go to first, but Fisher's last wave may be enough to catch Ian Voss and put him in the hot seat.
Ian's last wave looked like he didn't have any fins in his board. That tail was all over the place, which is going to help his score. The judges like to see you're pushing so hard on the tail of your board that it's literally spinning out. So good surfing by him. And that takes a lot of energy. Look at that.
Yeah. Accentuating the turns there and the maneuvers is Ian Voss on that replay, the Fiat replay.
Initiation of accentuation fueled by determination. And we won't go into my last shin. He's a master shin.
Wow, Fisher just really cutting loose on that one. Throwing it all in and leaving nothing to chance and just trying to work his way back into second place. Stand by for scores. We've got less than 3 minutes remaining, but this last exchange between Ian and Fisher is going to be very important. Last score of White Fisher Grant was a 3.9. White goes to second. And here he is up and riding again. Another big slashing turn, but incomplete. And then the previous score of Ian Voss was a 4.1, but stand by. Fisher Grant is now in second. Ian Voss is in third. Red, Ian Voss, you need a 5.04. Red needs a 5.04. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1:30 remaining. Yellow, Bullet Obra in first. White, Fisher Grant in second. Red, Ian Voss in third. Needs a 5.04. So Fisher started off really slow and didn't have a wave even like 5 minutes into the heat. So last score for Ian Voss is going to come in at I believe I heard 7.5. And it puts Ian Voss in first. So red, Ian Voss in first. Yellow, Bullet Obra in second. And white, Fisher Grant is going to need a pretty healthy score to get back up in the mix with less than 1 minute remaining. So Bullet Obra currently sitting in second place. And so the 5.98 is the score Fisher Grant needs. A 5.98, basically a 6.0, Dave, is what Fisher Grant is going to need to catch Bullet Obra. And Bullet calls it a heat, as well as Fisher. We'll see him in the repercharge round. So Ian Voss in first, Bullet Obra in second, Fisher Grant in third. Heat number 4, stand by. And Bullet Obra really laying it down right there, putting all his energy into that turn on the Fiat replay. Ian Vaz was in third place for a moment, but he fixed that really quickly with a 7.47. And the best scoring wave of that heat, number 3. And that's the start of heat number 4. Chuck Patterson having some conversation with Ian Vaz and Izzy Gomez. Heat number 4, in the red is Mateus Salazar. In the white, Benoit Carpentier. And in the yellow, Lucas Medeiros. And here's Benoit. Heat number 5, check in. Kai Bates, Giorgio Gomez, Kainoa Teixeira. Please check in. Kai Bates, Giorgio Gomez, and Kainoa Teixeira, please check in. And we're going to take you down to the beach. Dave Kalama is standing by with the winner of that last heat, Ian Vaz.
Ian, good job. The conditions they seem to be really deteriorating, but it didn't seem to affect your performance. You guys are still just tearing it apart, and you specifically are tearing it apart. How is your approach? I mean, are you just trying to make the most of slop, or are you thinking much more performance-minded?
Yeah, like since last year, I'm working on something that seems like to be, if it's bad for you, it's bad for everybody, you know. So I just get out and imagine conditions are okay. Like, just look and say, okay, that's it. That's what we have. And yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I made a really good turn in the second wave I got was a closeout, but I did a really great turn. And this just let me a little bit more light on the board. I was just thinking that I can do it and find two waves in the end. Like, I could do like 3 or 4 turns. So yeah, pretty stoked to be here.
That seems like a really wise approach. You know, a lot of competitors are just coming in, don't have the foresight to realize, like you just said, when it's bad for me, it's bad for everybody, and so you make the most of it. How much of it is really just mental attitude at this point?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much all mental, because everybody knows how to surf, you know. I just got a hit with Bullet. He's a really good guy, especially in big waves. I already competed him in Sunset and other places. Yeah, everybody surfs great, you know. It's just kind of, you gotta think you're in the good shape and in rhythm with your board and the waves, and just go for fun and you have the best.
Well, you did great. You showed us you have great mental strength, and you did a fantastic job. Congratulations. Best of luck.
All right, Ian. Mahalo. Congratulations. Thank you, Kalama. And Ian will move on with Bullet Obra to the round 3. Here's White up and riding. That's Benoit Carpentier. A couple of nice turns over the lip and finishing strong. The flyaway kick out. So Benoit gets on the board with wave number 2, and so far has got a score of 3.17 on his first wave. Mateus Salazar in red has a 2.6. We've yet to see from Lucas Medeiros in the yellow from Brazil. But here's Matias Salazar in his opening ride.
Matias Salazar. Is that from the surfing Salazar family?
You know, his brother Leco was stand-up paddle world champion.
And their father was longboarding world champion, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's a lot of experience in surfing right there. That's heritage. That's legacy. Surfing legacy. A lot to live up to when your dad's a world champion, huh?
Yeah. Here we go. It is yellow up and riding. That's Lucas Medeiros. Really good job of throwing it up high on that little wave, using the foot stomp kind of backhand torque to get the board up above the lip, and a big forehand slash for Matias Salazar, and a nice re-entry to build on his scoring here and making the job ever more tough on our judges, who have to score all these waves and watch these guys really shred and dissect the details.
Well, I tell you what, that first hack wasn't hard to dissect. That thing was significant. That guy moved water on that one. And then connected it all the way to the inside. So that's got to be a high scoring wave for Matias there. Rocky, it's interesting. We're kind of working our way into the afternoon here, and things are deteriorating a little bit. But the performances seem to be getting better.
Yeah, these guys are really adapting well to the conditions. They're putting everything together. Look at this, how high he got up on that one right there. I mean, that was a small, weak wave that required a lot of personal determination, and the athletes are really, really stepping up and coming through.
Well, you know what these guys are doing that I see is to create that kind of speed. You have to work from your core.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be twisting, loading, unloading to create thrust, because that translates to speed. And you can see the guys that know how to incorporate the strength of their body to create that thrust and that projection, to give them the ability to throw those buckets that some of these guys are throwing.
Yeah, and you know, they're not getting much help from the surf. It's all self-generated. It's all kind of, like you said, just the energy from within all the way to the core that has to get out through every moving part of your body, and has to be working in sync and you know, in the flow. And what a nice maneuver right there for Matias Salazar, carving a nice cutback and then throwing in the reverse.
A little slippy, slidey action going on there, and he's still going. He still can score on this wave, unless a Pearl can score.
Yeah. Went to go
but,
pick a Pearl from the bottom.
That was impressive. If I remember right, that was initiated by a cutback.
Yeah, so nice hard carving roundhouse on the rail. Got the tail to release and just kind of continued the motion into a full reverse 360. So busting out the tricks right there. Little ace up his sleeve comes out. Here we'll watch Benoit Carpentier on the replay of his previous wave. Just a couple of hits off the top that were quite conventional, nothing crazy standing out, but putting a score together. He's currently in first place, but we're going to stand by for the last score of red.
Standing by.
Just about 12 minutes remaining.
You know, Benoit's last wave that we just saw on the replay. Oh, we're going to a new replay. There's that 360.
A good job of releasing one hand off the paddle to just ensure he stays with it and grabs the rail. Stand by for scores and situation update. Stand by for score and update. So the last score of Mateus Salazar was a 4.27. Red is in first. White is in second. Benoit Compartier in second. Yellow, Lucas Salazar. You are Lucas Medeiros. You are in third. Yellow, you're in third. Here we go, a little bit of a battle for this wave here. And Benoit from the outside comes across, floats over two sections, and kicks out.
You know what? From what I can see, Benoit might not have the power that Philippe or some of the other guys might have, but he's really light and lively on his feet. He can jump that thing up on top of the lip, float his way, and almost generate speed as he's banking off everything.
Yep.
Sort of like a pinball in a pinball machine. It's like he hits one thing and he ricochets off of it and just floats his way up onto the next section, and he's just light and lively.
That was Lucas Medeiros. He's currently in third place. He needs a 7.4. Yellow, you're in third. You need a 7.4. White, you are in second. And red, you are in first.
Speaking of red, up and riding again. Going left on his front side. Bank off the top. Good rail work. Trying to set something up. Bam! One more hit. Yes. We're going to need some first aid for that wave because it just got worked. And he's still not
He's
done.
not done yet on the inside.
Buckets.
So good job there from Mateus Salazar. And some of
his people rooting him on there.
friends and family down there. The Brazilian contingency. Kainoa Teixeira coming up in heat number 5, getting ready. It's been fun watching him grow and be groomed into the athlete that he is today. We'll see him next. But right now, red, Mateus Salazar in first. White, Benoit Carpentier in second. Third place is yellow. Yellow, you're in third. Yellow, you need a 7.4. Yellow needs a 7.4. And here's some of that light and lively on his tippy toes.
That's it. Float
Benoit
like a butterfly,
Carpentier.
sting like a bee.
Yeah, sting in those sections with authority and enough for a solid second place position right now.
In our replay, there's Mateus, just speed galore, banking off everything in front of him. And that was before he even got to the inside. So nice work for him, and that's why he's in first place. There goes the competitor walking down the beach with his board under his arm. That lets you know either he's got really long arms or a narrow board.
You know, like we were talking earlier, we saw in heat number 1, Mo Freitas competing, and he was one of the first guys that I noticed him carrying a board under his arm, and I'm like, does that guy have a stand-up paddle board under his arm? Like, that's way too small. And he got out there and just put on a show. That was at Sunset Beach a few years ago. Kind of one of the guys that pioneered, riding the smaller boards. And now, it's been molded into the standard of, in the competition, maybe save for a guy like Colin McPhillips who's used to riding longer boards. But, all the guys on the tour now, especially in this kind of surf, are going to be opting for those little boards.
Yeah, it's extremely little. I mean, it's they've almost gone from stand-up to wading. They wade out into the water because they're so far under the water with their boards having so little volume. Lucas is getting a little hit on the inside there. And I saw Lucas another 360. Wow.
Mateus really showing his technical skill to get that board spun around.
Mateus is going to need to look for a fin sponsor because obviously his fins aren't big enough. But back to Lucas real quick. I saw him practicing in the last few days, and boy, he really impressed me how much vigor and excitement he brought to these little waves. The guy's just been killing it in the shore break, and I'm sure that's someone we're going to see a lot more of coming up in the future.
Couple of kids enjoying this beautiful sunshine and cool water and a great day at the beach.
Cool water.
Here we go, Lucas on that replay. Nice turn there. That's kind of the only one he got, and with under 5 minutes remaining, he's trying to put something together and keep himself in the hunt for advancement. But Benoit Carpentier doing a good job of securing second place, and Mateus Salazar staying busy, spinning the board around.
It looks like Lucas needs an 8.23 to move himself into second. We've got just under 4 minutes left in this heat. Mateus in red is leading, Benoit in white second, and Lucas in yellow needing an 8.23. There's Benoit ricocheting, bouncing off of everything again. Yeah, we just said it, but Lucas in third place right now needs an 8.23. Oh, sorry.
Lucas, você tá me ouvindo? Você precisa de 8.23 para passar para primeiro. Você tá em terceiro, tem um 3,5 e um 3.07. Lucas, você precisa de 8.23. Vamos, moleque. Isa!
I bet you guys didn't know I could speak Portuguese, did you?
Yeah, that was perfect. That was like fluent, bro.
In fact, I even imitated Ian Vaz while I did it.
That was an excellent impression of Ian Vaz, I must say. Ian's also very proud of you. He's down there giving you a thumbs up. But kites flying high. 1 minute 30 remaining in this heat. Lucas Medeiros needs a pretty big score of an 8.23. And looks like he could be headed to the repercharge round. He's up against some pretty gnarly competition with Mateus Salazar and Benoit Carpentier. All of these heats are completely stacked. Everybody surfs so well. It's really just a toss-up of who is going to get that one good wave that's going to separate them from the pack.
Like my pancakes on Sunday morning, stacked.
Stacked. All the heats are stacked. There we go, red. Mateus Salazar keeping himself busy.
Oh, looks like Mateo is cooling off a little bit, maybe a little too hot from those first couple waves.
Having a little fun.
I'm going to give that a 5.5 in the belly flop category. Didn't quite have his toes pointed enough for a full 6 or whatever the maximum score is, but nonetheless, very good effort.
Mahalo to our great sponsors. Of course, the Fiat cars down here on the beach. You can enter to win a free car. And you also get some free sunglasses for signing up. And that is the end of heat number 4. Heat 4 in the books. Mateus Salazar in first. Benoit Carpentier in second. Lucas Medeiros in third. And Lucas will be going to the repercharge round. We'll see him again on our next day of competition.
That's the start of heat 5. All right, so that's the start of heat 5. Kai Bates in red, Giorgio Gomez in white, and Kainoa in yellow. From Brazil.
Heat number 6, check in. Kyle Vaz, Masa Motohashi, and Riggs Napoleon. Please check in for heat number 6.
That looked like Kainoa drawing first blood. Well, a couple of good banks off the top. Kai Bates following up with a nice big hit. Let's see if this reforms for him on the inside. Get a little Huntington hop going. Looks like something's building up. Nice. Way to throw the nose up there. He's on the beach with Mateus, right? Sorry? He's on the beach with Mateus. Yeah, Mateus. Okay. All right, I think down on the beach we got Rocky standing by with Mateus, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I'm here with Mateus Salazar. You know, this is the main event for the men's division, and there's guys that came from the trials. There are a lot of guys from all over the world. Every heat is really tough. All of you guys surf really well. How did you prepare for all this competition?
Yeah, I am very happy. I love competing here in California. I managed to catch 2 good waves in my heat. I am confident for next round. Thanks my sponsor in Brazil and my family, my brother and my wife.
Talk about those 2 turns that you're able to slide the board around and do the 360. You must have been practicing that for a while.
Yeah, the new maneuver for me. Yeah, I am confident in my heat. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Good. Well, you did well. You're on to round 3. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
All right, Mateus Salazar. Back to you, Dave. Mahalo.
Thank you. All right. Another nice shot of the pier. It looks like the wind's really come up a bit there, Rocky. And here we go into a nice replay of Kai Bates just banking off the top. Looks like those fins were probably visible from behind that wave, which means he really threw it up in there and almost did like an air carve. So nice surfing. Boy, if I didn't know any better, Rock, I'd almost say we're at the start of a downwinder from how much bump there is in the water now.
Yeah, it's really changed from earlier this morning when we had those very glassy conditions. You see the wind toys start to come out, the kites and other things flying in the air, and hold on to your umbrellas. Make sure they're anchored down good so there's no impaling objects flying across the beach.
No Mary Poppins flying
yeah.
up over the pier. Well, from that shot, you can see we're in California. Look at those palm trees underneath the pier. So you got a pier, palm trees, umbrellas, bikinis, and here we go. We got surfing.
Yep, and this is Kai Bates from Australia. And Kai, really nice turn up above the lip right there, throwing out the tail. One turn, 1 foot, almost coming off the board, and he did a great job of controlling his board on the top of that lip.
Yeah, stuff's flying everywhere when this guy's riding a wave. You got feet going one way, tail of the board going the other, paddle going one way. He's just throwing everything in every which direction, but somehow manages to put it all back together at the bottom of the wave. So fun to watch.
That's Johnny DeCesare, one of our cameramen.
Ooh, Giorgio throwing a little tail.
Yeah, Giorgio is one of those guys who can really move that board around, you know, put the board on rail and throw the tail. And look at that, right there. If you were on a stand-up paddleboard, you wouldn't be able to keep going, but he uses the paddle effectively to get one more turn out of that wave.
That was nice. Rail, tail, and you could use a sail to get back out there now.
Yeah. Speaking of sail, that umbrella is holding on for dear life. It's getting wobbly. Yeah, this is the Fiat replay of Kai Bates last wave. Watch him pop it out right there. Foot comes off, stomps it back down with authority, the young master.
How good is slow motion? You know, you can just study how high he got the fins out, the body torquing. Normal speed, you can't see all those little subtleties of what it takes to do a move like that. Unfortunately, I'd need a little CGI added into my slow-mo replay to see any fins.
And here we go. This is Yellow, the young Kainoa Teixeira. Not much happening on that wave, so he kicks out. So the flags were hanging near the mast this morning. Now they're fully extended with the increasing winds, and we're seeing the effects on the surface of the ocean and a lot of chop out there now.
Speaking of fully extended, it looked like Giorgio was fully extended going out over the nose of his board on that one. But yeah, you know, that's the thing. Flags don't lie.
Yep.
They wave. Brunch. Please tip your waitresses. And I just found out I won't be back tomorrow.
This is a shot of the two young competitors, Kai Bates and Kainoa Teixeira. That's Masamoto Hashi getting ready for heat number 6. He's got a lot of power in his surfing and gonna have to use that to succeed in these waves. Giorgio really.
God, how was that
putting a
tail
nice-
throw?
Nice tail throw there. You know, it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of discipline to get this good at stand-up paddle surfing. You know, a lot of hours on the water, a lot of training and focus, and also being able to balance on the board and stick with it. You know, I could see some people getting a little frustrated, you know, and trying to balance on the board, and it's just not working. It's really tough, and it is super difficult. But to get as good as these guys are, it takes so much commitment, and I really admire the athletes that are so good at this sport.
To get to this level, Rocky, you need to love it, because you ain't doing it for the money.
Yeah.
And the amount of hours it takes to get to this level, you better love it,
Yeah.
because you've got to put in so much time, so much effort. But when you love something like that, you do what it takes to keep getting better because you enjoy it. And the more you enjoy it, the more you fall in love with it. And the more you fall in love with it, the more you're willing to do whatever it takes to keep doing it.
Yeah.
And so I would assume that every single one of these competitors today, literally, sponsors, no sponsors, whatever the case might be, would be doing exactly the same thing, whether they were getting sponsored or not, or if there was any money on the line or not, because they love it. They just simply love riding waves, doing stand-up, having fun.
And Kainoa Teixeira connecting on a couple of turns right there pretty nicely. He's currently in 3rd place. Kai Bates in the red in 1st. Giorgio Gomez in white in 2nd. Standing by for the last score of Kainoa Teixeira. He needed a 6.66. Stand by for the last score of yellow.
Any chance of somebody getting... Boy, if that pier could talk and the stories it would tell. G-rated and X-rated for that matter.
Yeah, a lot of history, a lot of heritage.
A lot of heritage, a lot of heritage. I mentioned the other day that my father, Ilima, won the U.S. Amateur Championships back in 1962, which I'm glad to say was a couple years before I came along.
Yeah.
And there's been an event at this pier that's essentially determined the U.S. amateur champion or even pro champion basically ever since. And so before there was Cloudbreak and Chopu and all these other events around the world that we just think of championship surf spots, this was it.
Yeah.
This was the first one.
Yep.
And so there's so much heritage to surfing here, and That's why there's the Walk of Fame. You see a bunch of names and
Right.
footprints on the sidewalk across the street from us. You see the statue of Duke,
Mm-hmm.
you know, kind of the father of it all.
Yeah.
You see the guy banking off the wave. That statue's been here since as far back as I can remember, which unfortunately isn't necessarily saying a lot.
Yeah, but it is just an epic place to showcase surfing and to kind of bring the world's best surfing athletes together. And you're right, it has been, you know, on the surfing competition map since the beginning.
Yeah, well, I know the clothing brands will claim that Orange County and Newport Huntington are the central universe of the industry, but I would disagree, and I'm always going to say that Hawaii
Yeah.
is the center of the universe for surfing. Now, the clothing industry, I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
They got that nailed down.
They got all the factories here. And
But we all know if you really want to make a name in surfing, you've got to do it in Hawaii. You know, and it doesn't have to be on Oahu, but
Yeah.
most guys go that route. But you look at Kauai and the quality of surfers coming out of there. You look at Maui and the guys coming out of there. It's just amazing. As Giorgio throws even more tail, somehow got around that section with speed into a 360 is it's like he got it all the way around, but he just couldn't quite do that last little shimmy under the stick to get himself back up.
Yep. Kai Bates in red, you're in first. White, Giorgio Gomez, you're in second. Yellow, Kainoa Teixeira, you're in third. Yellow, you need a 4.36. Yellow needs a 4.36. Here's red, Kai Bates. Keeping the board moving, staying busy. Down the line speed, and then ducks under.
Probably a good decision. I'm sure he could have fought his way through that, but there's no point at this point because he's not going to increase his score. Looks like Kainoa really making the most of that wave, getting a couple real nice hits. Well, it looks like Giorgio's last wave put him into second.
Yeah, Giorgio currently in second, so it's red, Kai Bates in first. White, Giorgio Gomez in second, and Kainoa Teixeira, we're waiting for his last score. He needs a 4.36, so important wave. And this was it right here. This was Kainoa's little tap off the top. Came around the section and threw the tail out.
I saw some fin there.
So he did a good job, gave his best effort with what he was given on that wave.
Even though there was only 2 hits, that second one was pretty significant. So hopefully that'll be enough to get him up into that 4 range. We'll see.
That was a good tail throw from Kainoa. We'll see how it's scored and get that information to you when it becomes available to us. So Kainoa's last wave. Is coming in at a 5.23, which is enough to go to second. So Kainoa Teixeira now in second. Giorgio Gomez now in third. Needs a 5.38. White, Giorgio Gomez, you're in third. White, you need a 5.38. White needs a 5.38. Yellow, you're in second. Red, you are in first. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. 2:40 remaining. So Kainoa, kind of a clutch performance right there. Coming through with a 5.23, moving up into second and putting the pressure back on Giorgio Gomez, who now needs a 5.38.
I think Kainoa's last wave, that second hit, would have been easy to just kind of go, oh, one more. It's kind of done. But he unloaded and threw that tail and just exploded on that last little section. And I think, honestly, that's probably what took it from like a 4.4, 4.5 up into that 5+, which netted some serious results, getting him into second in an advancing spot. And now Giorgio needs to respond.
Yeah, it's one, this double elimination kind of repercharge format is great for the competitors that, they have a shocker or something happens and they get a second chance. But, it's also great for the ones who do well in the first round and get to leap past that. It's a great confidence booster. And you talked about the momentum going into the next rounds, and, fighting to the repercharge rounds sometimes can be healthy if you want to kind of stay on top of your game. But those repercharge rounds are so scary because everybody is so hungry. Anything can happen.
Well, it's life or death in the repercharge.
Yeah.
You got to pay to play if you want to keep moving on, because if you don't, night.
Yeah, it's
Have a seat, please.
been through some very stressful repercharge heats.
So Giorgio is quickly running out of time.
Under a minute. Giorgio Gomez in white needs a 5.38.
And that ends Heat 5. Unofficial results. Kai Bates in first, Kai Noah in second, and it looks like Giorgio is going to end up in third. There's the start of the next heat with Kyle Vaz, Massa, and Riggs Napoleon. Riggs is in yellow, Massa white, and Kaio's in red.
So we are into heat number 6. Check in heat number 7. Kai Lenny, Brennan Rose.
Who got third? I can't remember.
Heat number 7 get checked in. And the trials surfer who got third. So Riggs is in this one here. He finished 4th. We saw Felipe, the trials winner, in heat number 1. It was Colin McPhillips who was in 2nd. He's coming up in heat 12.
That's a nice shot of Riggs paddling back out with all the water shimmering in the background. Looks like Riggs is cooling off, taking a little dip before the beginning of this heat, getting himself in tune with the ocean. Kind of always helps, Rocky, when you get a little bit of seawater on your face, just to kind of get you in tune with the feel of the water, huh?
What was it, Kieran Grant? Kieran. Mahalo to all of our great sponsors. Fiat, car company down here, giving away a free car. The Kona Brewing Company, Air Tahiti Nui. The Shorebreak Hotel, Victory, Core Dry. Suja, natural fruit and vegetable juice. And also mahalo to Aloha Grill. Duke's, right here on the beach. Wahoo Fish Tacos and Turtle Bay Resort on the North Shore. Nakamakai. Starboard, Nash, JP Australia, Rogue SUP, Corban, Bic SUP, IOPS, Focus SUP, Art in Surf, F1, Quattro, 27 North in New Advance. And mahalo to the On It Pro gang who are down here helping our athletes fine-tune their equipment. And all of the production crew from the WatermanLeague.com judges and staff, mahalo also to the Huntington Beach lifeguards, as well as all of you joining us down here today, checking out the action.
Woohoo! Live action. Turtle Man. I don't know if you guys watch the National Geographic Turtle Man.
Yeah.
That's his thing. Live action.
So this is an important announcement coming in right now. So there is 16 minutes left in this heat number 6. We're going to complete this heat. Heat number 6 will be the last heat of today. Heat number 6 will be the last heat of today. We'll start tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. start, with heat number 7 tomorrow morning. Heat number 6 right now will be the last heat of today. And we will be continuing tomorrow with heat number 7, 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 at 7, Dave. We'll see you there.
7 at 7. I'm going to bed early tonight.
Yep. Get a full night's rest tonight and be back tomorrow, Tuesday morning. Meanwhile, here's Masamoto Hashi from Japan, up and riding.
Well, as much as I would love to keep watching competition into the afternoon, I think that's probably a good call because it seems like the conditions have deteriorated to a point where we're just better off waiting, I think.
Yep, we've had enough surf to take us to this point, and still seeing some rides out there. But with the scheduling, with the timing, we can afford to push it to tomorrow morning. So that's been the decision to continue through heat number 6, and then begin tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock with heat number 7.
Which means Kai Lenny, Brennan Rose, eat your Wheaties, have a good dinner, go to bed early because you are going to be rocking and rolling bright and early, gentlemen. That looks like Kaio up and riding, sliding right, banking off that little whitewater closeout. All right, so we're just over 13 minutes left in this heat. And everyone needs to score. right, so there's Kyle Vaz on the Fiat replay, doing a little bit of Huntington hop, flicking it into a closeout, making the most of that opportunity. Well, while we did call it off after this heat finishes, it appears that the ocean has called it off before we have, because there's not much coming in.
The ocean makes the rules, and there's the famous promenade along Huntington Beach right there. And the glare really intense on your screen right there with the afternoon sun.
Well, it looks like that last wave for Kyle was a 5.33. So that's pretty solid, all things considered,
Yeah,
which is
that's a
keeping
good
him in
score.
first place. Massa in second, being in white, and Riggs is in third place, needing a 2.34 to move himself into advancing position.
And, if it couldn't be any more difficult to balance on such a small board and remain standing, the chop on the waves with the wind is just making it that much more difficult. So shows you how good these guys are, and also kind of the difference in conditions from this morning to what we have right now.
And what we have right now is a nice view of some shimmering shine out. Massa kind of making the most of, I don't even know whether to call that one wave or three waves he just connected, because there were such big bumps in between them.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, he just made the most of his opportunity to score. And he's sitting in second right now. Needs a 4.01 to move into first. And
Oh, there's a seal or something. Oh, it's a person. Is that a person floating out there? Out by Riggs?
log?
That's
Person.
Okay, there's some hands.
It's a human.
For a second, I thought it was one of the other California local sea lions.
There's Riggs.
Oh,
and
just
there isn't Riggs.
stepped off the board. Opting for a leash this time, I think, with the lower tide. Being a little farther out. Here's Massa's wave, where he jumped from one wave to the next.
Yeah, there's one. There's two. Back the other direction.
And Kyle Vaz, he was number 2 in the world 2 different times, so close to bringing the stand-up paddle world championship back to Brazil.
Speaking of which, because Kai Lenny had a tough competition down in Tahiti, it really opened the door to potentially Kyle winning the world tour should he win this event, I believe. And Zane is in number 2 slot and also in a great position to potentially win the world tour this year. So I know he knows it.
Yep.
But that's not something you can think about. But boy, as a spectator, to kind of factor that into everything he's doing at this point, and Kai obviously wanting to be a spoiler and doing the best he possibly can, it's getting exciting here.
Yep, and we will continue, as we said, into tomorrow morning. This will be the final heat of competition for today, heat number 6. It is Kyle Vaz in first, Masa Motohashi in second, Riggs Napoleon in third. Riggs needs a 3.4.
Yeah, and Riggs is, I think he's the only goofy footer out there right now. So for those of you wondering what goofy foot might mean, that means his left foot is his back foot and his right is his front.
And that tends to be, I guess, more of the kind of like southpaw or left-hander stance when you talk about different ways of standing on the board and surfing. And
You know what I'm wondering? It must have been a regular footer that made up the term goofy footer.
Yeah. I don't know, yeah.
Where'd goofy foot come
That's
from?
an interesting investigation that we could possibly open up is where this lingo comes from.
Yeah.
And the goofy foot is, considered, I guess, to be less dominant when you think of people who are right-handed and left-handed.
Don't tell Jerry Lopez or Tom Carroll or Rob Machado that.
Yeah, that's I'm goofy foot and I'm right-handed, so it's kind of obsolete of what you do with your upper body for which way you stand. But I think a lot of people would say that I guess most people are right-handed, and the regular foot stance is like
Yep.
the right-hander stance. But yeah, it is one goofy foot who's in third right now, Riggs Napoleon, and Massa in white, you are in second. Red, Kyle Vaz, you're in first. Red, you're in first.
Riggs, you only need a 1.53 at this point to move into second.
So Riggs' previous wave was a 307. Now he just needs a 153, as Dave just said. And we'll wait for that score to come in. He was able to fit in a couple of maneuvers there. Here's Masa Motohashi. Not going to get it. Kyle Vaz right in position to swoop it and carve nicely off the top. And another beautiful snapping turn, throwing a lot of spray, really smooth, and a lot of power.
You know what I just noticed on the two bottom turns he had, how low he was setting up off the top through his bottom turn, nice and low, nice and compact, ready to just extend and push as he comes off the top. And that's where he's getting that speed, and that's where it enables him to throw that tail so far out and complete the turn as much as he just did.
Yeah, a lot of lower body discipline and exercise required to pull off those maneuvers, especially when the waves are not generating any power or speed or energy. It's all from within your own abilities to throw the board around in these waves. And here's white Masamoto Hashi. And he's going to get it. He's got an opportunity here. So red score, Kyle Vaz, your last score, which we'll watch right here, the replay, and 8.5. Last of red, 8.5. Red, you're in first. And it was that last turn that really took it up a few notches.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said earlier, when you're that low and compact, you can really push and extend, and that's what helps drive the board and create the speed to come flying up into the lip and then just push out and extend with that back leg and really exaggerate the movement of a cutback.
Here we go. Here's red again. Kyle Vaz. Just a little bit of victory lap. And look at that strength to hold on and complete that maneuver. That was impressive.
It was. I like that little soft statue claim at the end, too, there.
Masamoto Hashi, currently in third, needs small score of a 2.34. Him and Riggs are going to battle for a second because Kyle Vaz is putting on a clinic.
Riggs, Massa, get on the bus because you're going to school. And Kyle's driving.
Yeah, and you might have to get in while it's rolling because he's not going to stop for you.
That's right. Well, it looks like Massa.
Well, there's something that tells you the wind is picked up quite a bit, the inverted umbrella.
The old inverted umbrella trick.
And
Nice.
Kyle just tweaks it, holds on, and then has the presence of mind and skill to get back into the wave and continue the ride for the completed maneuver.
Well, if I didn't know, oh my God, it's getting late in the afternoon. If I didn't know any better, let's try one more time. If I didn't know any better, I would say Kyle is sponsored by Super Glue because that board doesn't seem to want to come off his feet.
Yeah, he has got his ducks in a row, 8.5 and a 617 for his total score. Massa, you're in third place, Massa. You need a 2.34. White, you're in third. White, you need a 2.34. White needs a 2.34. 1 minute remaining. Kyle Vaz, you're in first. Kyle, you have an 8.5 and a 617. Riggs Napoleon, you're in second. Riggs. 1 minute remaining. So Riggs is going to kind of hang out near Massa, only needing a 2.34, and use the defensive strategy to make sure that if anything comes in with that potential of a score, Riggs is going to make sure to try to be on it as much as possible and keep Massa off of the wave with his positioning and not letting Massa get that small score. Riggs would love to have a bypass into round number 3, have time to rest, to watch the rest of the main event, round 1 tomorrow, into the repercharge round. Here's Massa. Oh boy, Riggs didn't defend him quite enough, and Massa makes it work. Oh! And that could have been the mistake of the day for Riggs if he let Massa get that wave.
Well, Massa only needed a 2.34.
Right.
And from what I've seen, that was at least a 2. And I'm going to say probably closer to a 3.
Right.
So this is going to be interesting. Now it's up to the judges. I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it, how he didn't need much, and on a day like today where a wave can just pop up out of nowhere, Riggs might have been better served to kind of sit next to Massa and make sure he was at least made him work for it, because it looked like Massa just kind of had a little open free pass.
A little bit of work might have prevented a lot of work, but he's not out. He's still got another chance here regardless of what happens.
Yeah, he'll be in the repercharge round because Massa's last score was enough to go to second. So, official results, Kyle Vaz in first, Massa Motohashi in second, and third place, Riggs Napoleon. For heat number 6, our final heat of today.
I'm done.
it's
5 minutes
so
was like
tough.
flat.
Yeah, man. Okay, guys, I'm here with Kyle Vaz, the winner of that last heat. It ended up being the last heat of the day because the conditions were so tough, but you still managed to get an 8.5 and a 6.17. How did you do that?
I don't know, man. Like, I'm with a good board. I think my board's working really good. I brought like 5 boards to California. I'm like testing them all the days, and I find my good one now. And yeah, I'm happy that the wave came for me. Massa was in the spot actually, but I don't know. I almost didn't pedal to the wave, you know. Like I was like, oh, he got a wave, but I turned around and his board synced, and I was like, oh, that's my wave, man. It was a good one.
Yeah, I kind of on the broadcast, I was like, whoa, you know, Massa's a little too far out, and you were right in the right spot. That second wave, that turn that you did, the real far layback, how do you keep yourself in shape to pull off maneuvers like that?
Yeah, man, it's kind of hard. It gets a lot of my shoulders, you know. The shoulders are, and I'm with a little problem from Tahiti. I wipe out on wave in choke and I feel bad a little bit, but this shoulder is the one that keeps you. This one is kind of okay. I'm keep training a lot with Marcelo. My technique, physical technique, he's here. He came with me, so I'm really happy to have him here too. And the whole crew, you know, such a good support, and I'm feeling good. I'm happy.
Yeah, you guys are like one Brazilian family. Traveling around the world. Anybody want to say hi to that's watching?
Yeah, can be in Portuguese? É, pô, valeu galera que tá torcendo. O mar tá muito difícil aqui, cara. Tá bem complicado, vento, marola, mas tá parecendo Ipanema, então estamos em casa. Valeu pela torcida.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Vaz, winner of that heat. You're on to round 3. Congratulations.
Rocky. Thank you, guys.
All right. And we're going to wrap that up for day number 2. We're going to be back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, heat number 7, Stand-Up World Tour, U.S. Open of Stand-Up Paddleboarding happening right here at Huntington Beach. I'm Rocky Cannon. Mahalo and aloha. Cool.